Okay. Pulling this all back up. Man. Yeah, bro. I'm like struggling over here. It's hot. There's 85 degrees in my house, man. I'm trying to stay cool as best as I can, but man, it's hard. It's hard. Although I did just cut the AC on. And I did give me a monster. So we'll use it to cool down. But we're not going to spend too much time with the intro. We're just gonna go ahead and get started. It's about that time. It's 11 o'clock. Guys, I do want to take this moment to, God damn it, Brian. Here you go again with that. Man. I do want to take this moment to say I need to shout out the New Egg. Okay. Let me tell you guys something, all right? I ordered my all the parts for my next build Friday, and today I missed the delivery because originally I was told I was gonna get everything on the 7th. 90% of everything I ordered was trying to be delivered today while I was away handling stuff. I am really shocked. 85 degrees isn't that bad, man. Look, I'm telling you, like if you just need to live somewhere where it's 127, right, at peak summertime, you will never complain about heat in the United States ever again, all right? Or you need to live somewhere where it's like 117, right, on a regular day, and then like the building that you're working in, the AC goes out for 2 days, all right? And then I promise you, right, 117 degrees outside is gonna feel like you're at the beach in Florida, all right? And I'm telling you this out of experience, okay? You don't know hot until you've been in those kind of situations. It's not that bad. It really isn't. You just got to get used to it, all right? Just like the do you think the wintertime in the US is cold to the Eskimos? You know what I'm saying? You just got to get accustomed to it. Shout out to the Eskimos. It's all good. I promise. Well, let's go ahead now. Let's start transitioning. But yeah, I'm excited. Once the stuff comes in, might take me a couple of days to build. I might even stream while I'm building it. Watch some random politics, and then build the system. And then once it's fully up and running, then I'll switch over to that. But now let's go ahead and where's my button? There's a button for this. Oh, you know what? I forgot to change. I need to change the dock button. Let's move on over. Moving on over. I might have to adjust that when I get a chance. But so far so good. It looks all right. The cut. I don't know. I don't know what cut. Well, I don't know what cut you're talking about. You must be talking about the transition here, right? It's a bit cut up. I need to find a better way to like organize this a little bit better because I don't know why it's broken up quite like this. Oh, I know why it's like that. It's because silly me. I did this all wrong. I think what I'm going to do. See, the only problem is my cell phone does not have the resolution. Yeah, see, my cell phone does not have the resolution to make this any bigger at the moment. But we're just gonna make do with what we got here. All right. And I can't forget our friend Jeffrey. Let me bring him on up. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. I needed to try and pop Jeffrey over here. I'm going to I need like 2 minutes, okay? Just 2 minutes, all right? I am going to try and see if I throw Jeffrey onto stream. I guess it would be it would be a window capture. Would be a window capture, and then I'm gonna just call this. Let me say B, right? And I'm not typing any bastards. At least all my technical issues have been happening less and less. Yeah, capture this. Oh, does it not allow the this might be problematic. This could be problematic. Let me see something. Let me see something here. Where is it even at? Okay, maybe I got to full screen it. Hold on. Fit. Yeah, fit the screen. Oh yeah, yeah. Sure enough, that boy does not show up. I might just say forget it, and he's gonna have to. He's just gonna have to hear him in spirit. Bro, it's not even. Are you even gonna let me move you? Hold on, come on. Bro, it's not even letting me. See, I don't jinx myself. Jeffrey Epstein. You want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein, Brian? Sure. You know something? You know what? We will start with Jeffrey Epstein. Let's start with Jeffrey Epstein. That's actually a good idea. You know, that is actually a very good idea. Center the screen. Will that work? Okay. I'm having a very unique issue where this mofo is not trying to move no matter what I do. I can't resize it or nothing. Let me think about this. Let me think about this. The only thing I could possibly do is maybe no. I guess it must be something built in. Maybe they don't yeah. Multi-adapter compatibility. No. Looks like he's not going to be. All right. Well, let me remove you before you crash my system. I guess you're not I guess I guess the AI people are like, we will not allow him to show up. That's fine. Identity is more mystery. You was thinking this. Okay. Well, let us take a look. Let us take a look. Where are thou? Right here. Link. Open her up. And all right now. And where are you? Ooh. I'm about to pull it up. Second here. I want to move. Ugh. Managing a vertical stream is so much easier than.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Well, no, you can't just say that's
they
the
let
thing.
it
No,
happen.
that
Yes.
totally
This is why.
I actually have not had a chance to watch this.
No,
I'm not
But if you're
talking.
the
I'm not
president of the
talking
United
about.
States, what is like the hope?
No.
What are we hoping that would happen?
What I was hoping what would happen was the economy would continue to build in a better way.
Why
Not
is
that
it
we would
continue?
because it was building.
Yeah, under
yes,
Biden.
Yes, it was. I agree with that.
So why would we choose a guy that was building it?
Yeah. So thanks a lot for Travis, right? That's Travis for flying me out, man. Good to see. The audience is great here. So Destiny. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Here. So Destiny, I wanted to ask you this, man. You've stated in the past that I guess that the MAGA right is notorious for violence. You've said this. You called them degenerates, etc. That
tiny bit is
Trump kind
always
of
the
insinuates
hardest.
a lot of the rhetoric and the actions of Trump supporters. Am I more or less correct on that?
Okay.
I don't see criticism for violence. I think the tendency, I mean, especially since the BLM stuff, there's more, at least cumulatively, violence for left-leaning
depends.
people. But
I can
also
do
expect that right now, given the
I
state
can do
of affairs,
1.5 speed, but like
okay.
for
Hey,
everybody
pizza
else's
homeowners.
stream, it
Wait,
tends to
I
be a
know.
little
You're thinking,
hard.
is this guy legally required to be in
Yeah.
every ad on YouTube and Facebook?
Stop
Okay.
it.
So wait, when you say that you expect the violence from the left on the state of affairs,
As in, like, if you have like a certain system where people feel like somebody is completely, totally out of line, and that person is using the power of the executive to be totally out of line, well, like, what would conservatives even enact violence about? They would have nothing to protest. They'd have nothing to riot over. I imagine it would be probably more left-leaning people that would be rioting.
that would be
then.
rioting.
Yeah.
So like for example, like the Tesla burnings that were happening, it was all premeditated. They had the the Doge.
You know, I was actually thinking about this. Like, and I want to know what's your opinion on this. So, like, I was sitting there and I was trying to think, like, if somebody was to ask me who's more violent, Republicans or Democrats, right? And then I sit there and I think about it, and I'm like, well, you know, like in my mind, right, the Democrats would be more property. They're probably more like more violent with respect to property, but I think that the Republicans are actually like more destructive when it comes to human life. And the reason why I was thinking about that, because I was like, okay, for the like, Democrats, right? Because yeah, like you got the Tesla burnings, right? You got like the BLM riots, even though like most of those were peaceful, right? It was only like a small amount of those that became like violent. And I can't think of like any like real major like Democrat originating issue that where like people's lives were actually like threatened, like violently, right? I'm not talking about like, cancel culture and all that stuff. Like I have a problem with that too, but that's not like violence, Meanwhile, like the Republicans, right? As soon as I think about like the Republicans in my party, I sit there and I think about like, the guy that tried to kill Nancy Pelosi's husband with a hammer. You got like the actual like physical altercations that happen at like the Trump rallies against like news reporters or like the people that like Trump oriented that actually like, put their hands on like news reporters. You have the you have the Unite the Right rally. Remember like the Charlottesville with the Tiki Torch people, right? Where like, so I think didn't somebody like blast through with like a car running some people over? You had that. Obviously you have January 6th where they were beating the hell out of them cops. Then you got like statements like Trump saying that people who believe in the Second Amendment should probably do something about Hillary Clinton. It's like, I mean, like, look, like I'm being fair about this. If we're talking about like real violence, I would have to say the Republicans take the cake on it, right? The Democrats like they do stupid stuff, but like I can't think of any life threatening event quite like what the Republicans achieve. But that's my opinion. Well, no, my opinion. I gave the actual the factual events behind it.
Dochase.com or something like that kind of premeditated all that. So like my thing is that when I look at the Trump election and how he got elected, and maybe I can answer this, I think one of the reasons that Trump got elected in the first place was because when you say, like for example with your other opponent here, when you say the MAGA right is a cult, I'm thinking in my head that the Democratic Party at this point is actually a cult as well, regardless of what it is. Now,
who's our cult leader?
Oh, well, here's the thing. I don't know who the cult leader is, but it's the Democratic Party as a whole, right? No, well, here's the thing.
Isn't that stupid? Why would he say a cult leader? Why would he say cult leader? Like, if I recall correctly, didn't the Democrats get Biden to drop out of the race? I'm pretty sure like the cult leaders don't. I'm pretty sure cult leaders don't allow their cult to turn on them, right? They exercise like complete and utter control, like Trump does. So I don't know. That's a terrible argument.
It could be a cult without it because, like, for example, vote blue no matter who. You've heard that phrase, right? The anti-Trump tour, like we're on right now. It's a cult that's against Trump no matter what, right? So we've seen this.
He had that one guy.
Elon Musk at one point.
That one, we beat the hell out of Medicaid.
Left-wing people.
That was it.
Then, of course, Elon Musk wasn't necessarily supporting Trump first. He was a Ron DeSantis guy, etc. Then he turned to Trump. Then we saw that after he supported Trump and he donated to him. We saw a lot of the left wing kind of burn down Teslas and be violent about this, right?
Well, I don't really think that was the only thing he did. I think it was also the fact that he joined Trump as an unelected bureaucrat and began unilaterally shuttering federally approved agencies in the government while like engaged in the most insane over-the-top rhetoric on X.
What's the most insane over-the-top
rhetoric? By constantly calling for judges to be impeached or imprisoned or saying that...
Which judges? I'm not too sure.
The recent judge that just made a ruling related to... basically, anytime a new TRO gets issued, I think that he's done it for the Zini lawyer. I think he's done it for Brasberg. But he tweets about judges.
So he wanted to get them removed because
he doesn't like it when they issue a TRO against Trump. But wait, just real quick, you're not familiar with Elon engaging in any like anti-judicial rhetoric on X?
I know Elon Musk has stated that he doesn't like these individuals, which is fair enough. He has his opinion, right?
But it's not just his opinion, right? He's like the richest man in the world who's the right-hand man of the president.
Yeah, sure, but you have an opinion too. Like, for
I'm
example,
not an elected official. I don't work in government.
Well, you have huge influence when it comes to your audience, right?
Yeah, but I don't work in government.
Yeah, but what does that matter? Like, here's the thing.
Well, if I was part of the government and I was calling for another part of the government to be destroyed,
I would make an argument that influencers and even actors, etc., actually have more influence on the public than even politicians.
Than most politicians,
yeah,
but Donald Trump, because he's a cult leader, probably
sure,
not.
But even with you, I think you have more influence than on the public than most politicians.
Individual, yeah, that's probably true.
Probably true. That's what I'm saying.
Most for sure, especially city council.
So that's what I'm saying. Like when you say, well, I don't work in government, at the same time I could say, yeah, but you have more influence on the public than most politicians, right?
No, I agree. I was just pointing out why people would probably have such a visceral reaction to everything Elon Musk has done. I think it's super warranted that people would feel horrified by it.
Right. No, yeah, for sure. Okay, I get you there. But I want to shoot this back here. When you were stating that, when I was stating that one reason that I think that Donald Trump specifically won this election was also because I think that the left, like you admitted earlier, is notorious for violence, right? We had the BLM riots, the Chaz that happened, right, in Seattle, the Tesla burnings. So I think a lot of the people that voted for Trump was also noticing that the left is absolutely lunatics when it comes to this type of rhetoric. And Maxine Waters, even in 2016, when she was, when Trump won his first term, where she was saying, get in the face of MAGA supporters. When I was, because I'm from South Texas, I would wear a MAGA hat at a bar. And I was getting attacked by people that didn't like that. I think this is what drove a lot of people towards Donald Trump to vote for him, wouldn't you say?
I mean, it's possible. I mean, but
don't you think it's
so
like kind of a big deal, though?
No, because I think that they don't talk about any of the violence that their side is ever supporting, either explicitly or implicitly, at all points in time as well. So, like, how am I supposed to feel bad that people are complaining about Tesla dealerships being burned down, but then they're clapping when people are being deported without due process from this country? I have absolutely no sympathy. And the fact that they can keep doing this hand-wringing of, like, the left is so bad and they won't disavow these people, even though the left has to disavow its own side all the time. When Biden,
I don't see any of the left doing that, though.
I don't know how much you're looking at.
Well, I watch your show.
Okay, well,
like,
Biden
example,
literally.
Like, you didn't even disavow the assassination of Donald Trump, bro.
I wish it was an assassination attempt. Okay.
Oh yeah,
I'm just kidding.
Hey, but am I right there, Destiny? Come on, man. Come on,
just
man.
Jokes,
Come on,
just
man.
jokes. Just jokes. So you can have a standard for my behavior. You can talk about whether my behavior is over the line or not. But I think it's very different when you compare the behavior of somebody in government versus me, who's like a
But
pundit.
also, you're a guy that has more influence than politicians. That's my point.
Yeah, but it's a different type of
the vast
influence.
majority.
It's a different type of influence, though, right?
What's the difference? Tell me.
There's a different expectation for behavior for things that that I would have versus somebody who's part of the government. Would you agree, or do you think it's the same?
I would agree that your influence would actually affect people's behavior more so than some random person.
No, it's not. It's about the expectation of like behavior or what would be proper. So if I was an elected official and I was working in the executive branch, it means something a lot different for me to say I hate this judge than if I was just like a pundit. I was like I hate this judge. I think
right.
Those are so you can have a totally different standard expectation of behavior regardless of how many people you influence or not, just based on the role that you occupy.
Yeah. Well, I get you there, but like my point is that I think you have way more influence than vast majority of politicians. So that's why I'm saying like when you shoot the rhetoric when Corey, fucking don't even remember the guy's last name, Corey something, I don't know, but he passed away and you were stating something and you doubled down on Piers Morgan. You said fuck Corey, fuck his supporters, etc. I think also with your rhetoric when you were stating that stuff, I think that leaned a lot of people watching that sit and said Destiny's a fucking psychopath. I don't want to vote for Kamala Harris or the Democratic Party.
Yeah, but
like,
at some point, it like I don't want to change the diaper of a 25-year-old. Like for somebody to go online and to be making like all of these jokes as Dave Rubin had, and he was on that episode with me about the guy that the psychotic dude, that broke into Pelosi's house and was like with a hammer was smacking this dude. It was insane and unhinged. And then again to like have the tears whenever it happens on their side. I think I would rather be unhinged and force the conversation than have to live in this world where the left constantly has to apologize for all of its own stuff and the right pretends that nothing ever happens on their side. Because like the same what?
Yeah, I'm thinking the opposite there, Destiny. Like
when Donald Trump came in, he pardoned every single J6er and nobody on the right cared.
Yeah, well, look, the thing, Joe Biden pardoned his entire family and like, what is it, 8,000 people before he left office,
so the large, so two different things. The large swaths of people that were pardoned, that was like a technicality for commuting sentences.
Do you agree that Hunter Biden should have been pardoned?
Absolutely.
Really?
Yes, and I think that because he has no tact or political understanding whatsoever, Donald Trump proved it when Donald Trump complained on, I think it was an NBC interview, and he said, I can't go after any of the people on the J6 Select Committee because Biden pardoned them.
Well, yeah, that's true though, right?
Yeah,
it's not like he's lying there. He can't go after them.
He wanted to go after them politically. There are no crimes here. He just wants to target, and we've seen this administration, would you agree, has engaged in the targeted lawfare.
I would say that even the Biden administration had the targeted lawfare against Donald Trump as well.
And give one example of that.
Okay, well, for example, what's her name? When the judge went after Donald Trump's real estate, right? He said his real estate over there in Florida,
Mar-a-Lago,
yeah, that shit. It was worth.
This is crazy. This is like guys. I need everybody to understand that. Oh, I don't have no meta glass. Damn, I'm gonna have to jump. I'm gonna have to jump planets. I need y'all to understand that like there's such a difference between the federal government, state government when we talk about the justice system. Okay, right? I need somebody to show me an example of Biden, right? Of Biden unreasonably targeting Trump without Trump doing something stupid to get the ire of the Justice Department. Okay, I need examples of that. I don't need examples of like some state like New York that sat there and hadn't, it has an issue about the goddamn the business records, right? The business records that hid the whole porn star affair thing, right? It's like I understand you feel some type of way about it, but at the end of the day, that has nothing to do with Biden. That's that's all New York, right? Just like how wasn't there wasn't it like Texas or something that was like suing Pennsylvania? I hope people understand like these state governments have full control over their own justice system, like separate from the federal government. I need people to understand that. So like it's nothing like Trump. It's not like Trump actually like directing his Department of Justice to actually specifically go after individuals for whatever for whatever like political motive. Oh my god, my brain hurts just sitting here. I'm trying to think of that can't be an example. But that's the example they always give. They always give that one, and then it's like when you do like the Florida documents case, like because it's usually that one. People try to actually stay away from the Florida documents case. Cause you knew the Florida documents case. They went through hell and back to make sure that shit did not actually go all the way through the court proceedings, because it's just indefensible, right? Especially when you read the facts, where like they ask, hey, you got documents, we need you to give them back, and then like he stonewalled and then basically lied, and then they had to get a warrant, and then they found the documents. Like you can't. There's no defending that. Like I'm sorry, like, there's just no defending that, right? It's just it's so crazy. It's so crazy that like the kind of arguments that they could possibly use all don't work. And I sit there and I try to be reasonable. I'm sitting there and I'm trying to think of an instance where the Justice Department I can't, right? And then every time I try to think of that, I think about Trump, right? I think about Trump, and like the crazy thing was, as a matter of fact, goddamn Mayor Adams, right? Isn't it strange how, like, since the Democrats have such, unreasonable targeting of the justice system, yet they went after the New York Mayor Adams, for all of the corrupt stuff he was doing, and then Donald Trump sits there, he's like, oh, you know what? Hey, how about a little bit of some good old quid pro quo? and I'll help you out with that deal. And then it was so bad that even the judge was like, yeah, like this is outrageous. And didn't 2-3 like Justice Department attorneys quit from that? Like, it's just like, I'm sorry, like, but you have nothing, and then nothing like that. You have nothing like that with the Democrats. It's just the truth. Like, I'm sorry, like it's so stupid. It's so, oh God, man.
Worth $18 million, right? We can see from the papers that shit's worth at least $600 million. They're going after his real estate to kind of backtrack on him.
Well, yeah, but wait, what does that have to do with Biden?
Well, because it's targeted prosecution.
But where's it's not Biden.
Because you asked me the question.
No, I asked you. Give me
an example of that.
Donald Trump is writing executive orders, literally targeting.
I'm answering your question though, Destiny. You asked me to give you an example of that.
Of Biden doing it.
Well, the Democratic Party. Remember, you guys are the vote blue no matter who party. You guys are the cult of that, right? It's not like you guys go after Donald Trump. When it comes to the Republican Party, it's kind of, I would say, probably 70-30, where it's like MAGA and then Republican, right? Your Nikki Haley's, Mike Pence, etc., the ones that don't support Donald Trump. So it's kind of more divided than the Democratic Party. You guys are a lot more united on that, right?
Donald Trump literally, like ejected his entire.
When it comes to Trump, guys, everybody from the progressive side, from the liberals, all of you guys are anti-Trump. I mean, this is just a big
but I mean, like, wouldn't that make sense if the guy is so divisive? And the Republicans are super pro-Trump. Like, the approval rating.
You mean the MAGA Republicans?
No, I mean Republicans. I mean,
like Nikki Haley's super pro-Trump?
Yeah, they all support her now.
She's not, dude.
You can say that, but Donald Trump, the only thing that was buoying his approval for so long was the fact that on the Republican side, literally no matter what he did, it was like 88%, 92%, 87%, 90% approval. Like, it had pretty wide support from the majority of the Republican Party.
No, yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'm just on the thing. So, like, because I can think of several horrible, like, legal targeting things that Donald Trump has led. But can you think of anything that Biden or Biden's administration, so not a judge in Florida, but like something that Biden ordered, because that judge could just be an asshole judge, right? It's not necessarily Biden on that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, when it comes to the Democratic, and I'll tell you this: Biden, of course, he was the face of the Democratic Party for 4 years, right? You can say that. Also, the Democratic Party as a whole, that's what I'm saying, where you guys are a lot more notorious for violence. And that's why I'm saying my point here is that a big reason why Donald Trump won that election, not only because of the assassination attempt, right, which you said you wish the bullet hit him, that would have been the best thing. Didn't happen, thank God.
I didn't say those words exactly, but.
Well, something along those lines. I think you said it with Rob Noor or somebody along those lines. I can't remember exactly.
You got about a minute, Jake.
Okay, thank you. But my point is that I think that with that type of rhetoric, along with, for example, you guys lying about Joe Biden's, mental health, right? That was another big one. Jake Tapper on CNN.
Why do you assume that people lied about his health and weren't just either coping or?
Well, even Jake. Well, that's my point here. Even Jake Tapper.
Wait, you can't take that.
Jake Tapper is literally writing a book about how he covered up. CNN covered up Joe Biden's.
If there was a coordinated effort to cover up Joe Biden's mental health, why did they let that debate happen?
Yeah, that's the thing.
You can't just say that's the thing. No, that's totally contradictory.
This is why they let it happen specifically because they let it happen. They let him train for like a week or something like that by himself. They wanted to prep him for that because they can't avoid a debate.
Of course, Trump dodged the debate when he was running. What do you mean?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They let Biden debate. He got totally smashed, right? But
I don't understand how if there was a whole coordinated effort to cover up Biden's senility, why would they ever let him debate?
Before they couldn't hold it up for so long. They let him debate. They had to do it eventually.
What? No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Well, then that's going to make them look bad.
Didn't Donald Trump avoid a second debate with Kamala? Didn't Donald Trump avoid debating any of the?
No, he didn't.
Nikki Haley or DeSantis?
He didn't need to debate with Kamala, bro.
This is the all roads lead to Rome thing, right? So he can do the exact same behavior you said that Biden couldn't get away with doing.
Well, Destiny, look at it like this, dude. You're a top tier debater. Why would you, unless you get something? In other words, debating me, you get nothing out of this, right? The only thing that gets something out of this debate is me, right? So when Trump is going to debate Kamala for the second time, he gets nothing out of it. At that point, Joe Biden looks like a moron. The assassination attempt already happened. The only thing Donald Trump has to do is just fuck it. I don't care to debate Kamala because he feels he already has the debate in the bag.
I understand the
Doesn't need to do
political
that.
savvy that goes into this,
Well,
and
yeah,
the
but then
calculation.
what-
But I'm just
you
saying
asked
that
why he avoided that second debate.
Yes,
Tell
and you're
me
giving me
this
the
is why.
logical
These are
reason.
tactics.
But when we look at Biden doing a debate, if he was truly being covered for by the entire Democratic establishment, then it stands to reason that they would find reasons for him not to do the debate.
Yeah, but they had to do it eventually,
Because
right?
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
They just say we don't do debates. He's too divisive.
Okay, and then they're going
benefit
to lose
for
the
him not
election.
to
This
do
is
it.
why it's
Well,
like
they lost
okay,
anyway,
have-
no?
Yeah, they lost anyway, so
Not
sure.
to
So it didn't
do
work.
the second
That's what I'm
debate,
saying. I think the
and he's
Democratic
able
Party
to do it.
probably should have got rid of
Then, like,
Biden earlier,
why wouldn't
and then putting
Biden
Kamala
be
Harris, which by the
able
way,
to, like,
nobody
have
here
not
voted for
done the
Kamala
very
Harris to
first
be the
debate.
representation of the
He was
Democratic
like-
Party.
Sure, so
even
let's
though
say-
Trump is
Mentally
is obviously the threat
That's
to democracy
crazy.
there.
Well,
right?
because in 2020 he tried to make it so none of the votes mattered, and he could just have Pence say who won the election. I would say that's probably worse. The issue with the story, the narrative you're giving, is that like, how is it that the Democrats were all in lockstep? Like, there's two stories.
Okay.
Either people were genuinely torn on like, is he just old? Is he actually senile? What's going on? And they just kind of like kept it going, because why would you take out a person who just beat this guy in the last election? Why would you run somebody different and get rid of your incumbent advantage and get rid of a guy who already beat? Like that's a really
Probably
extraordinary thing
because
to do.
he has mental health
That's
issues.
fine, but like,
That would be
were they genuinely confused about that, or was there a top-down plot to cover up how senile he was the
Sure.
entire time that
Yeah.
went through all of the media and all of the presidency, but they weren't strong enough to just not have one debate?
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, here's the thing, Jake Tapper, and here's the thing. You want to paint the picture to where it's like, okay, they wanted to cover it up. Even Jake Tapper in CNN, who is writing a book about this called The Cover Up on Joe Biden's health.
Do you normally cite Jake Tapper on things you believe, or just in this one time?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I watch CNN plenty of times, man. I watch.
Do you
CNN,
normally
I watch
cite CNN
yourself,
as a
etc.
credible source? As like a
I could
party?
cite him at times. Yeah, sure. When the argument's here, I'm just saying Jake Tapper had inside information. Wouldn't you say that Jake Tapper had better
without even
information
reading
than
the book,
you? When
without
it
even
comes to
reading the
CNN?
book, my guess is going to be what he's saying is that people saw Biden and they tried to give him favorable coverage because they weren't sure and they didn't want him to look bad. But now that they genuinely thought that it was like a lost cause and he was super senile and they were trying to hide that from the American public, because if that was the case, they would have never had the debate. It's so obvious.
No, it's not obvious. Destiny. Here's the thing. When you have
I'll be interested in what Jake Tapper does, because if I have to assume, so like if I'm gonna assume like if best case scenario for him about what Jake Tapper will possibly say is going to be that higher ups will sit in there and say, hey, like we want to do everything we can to make sure Biden wins. So favorable coverage, hide the disfavorable coverage, and this is the same thing that all new agencies do, right? This isn't some coordinated effort, right? Because like if you think about it, think about like Fox News, okay? I remember growing up where I was told, like black people made up with respect to like white people, like a small portion of the entire population. Yet, if you was a regular Fox News watcher, like back in my day, you'd swear up and down that the only people that ever committed crimes were black people, because it was like that's all they just covered. It was like just, drug crimes, violent crimes and stuff. Like whenever they have an opportunity to put a black face and crime in Fox News, that's typically what they did. I remember growing up seeing that, right? And again, right, that's just how like that news agency chose to want to like run their programs, right? Because like it would have made sense if black people was the majority of the state, right? Because obviously whatever is like, majority of the state is the ones that's going to far track, occurrences of crime. But that's not the case here. So obviously it was just being selective. I mean, it's just it is what it is, right? That doesn't mean that there was just like at no point did I think like, okay, well, I mean, that means there's some like some grand coordination to like paint the paint a specific coverage of a type of class of people across the board, right? No, I just think there's just like some individual agencies like exercising their own personal choice to sit there and to portray whatever it is that they feel like they can portray. I mean, that's just what it was. Hold on. Oh, so I was going to the wrong one. I was like, bro, why am I not getting no deliveries of my stuff here, Bev? It was killing me, bruv. I was like, man, if you don't stop it. So I don't know. That's best case scenario. That's like the best I can get of what Jake Tapper is possibly going to say, right? It's just that like there was like higher execs that just like was like, yeah, we believe Biden is senile, he can't do nothing, so therefore we're gonna have to what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, we're gonna have to like hide all of this and bring it up, and it's like that to me would not be damning at all. That's what I would expect all new agencies doing. Now, if he was sitting there say that, oh well, which would obviously never happen. But if he was sitting there say, yeah, like, the CEO of what is it? Jake Tapper. It was CNN, right? Was it CNN? Let's say it was CNN, right? Okay, yeah, the CEO of the CNN was having regular correspondence with the Democratic National Convention, and I heard them in a group chat, like let's say like a Zoom meeting, with all of the heads of all the different news agencies, the Democratic Party, George Soros, and the Cuban president from like 200 years ago, all coordinating to sit there and make sure that they do everything in their power to have Biden reelected and hide his senile state, whatever it is you want to call it. And if all of that was going on, and then you get to the debate, right? Then you get to the debate. I'm like really confused. Hey, Blazing Fire, it's coming up. I'm going about like 20 more minutes roughly into this video, and then I'm busting them out because there's gonna be some things I'm gonna want to talk to him about. So he'll be here very soon. My AI guy I'll be busting him out real soon. But that's what I think. Like that's like that would be like the grand conspiracy that I think they must think Jake Tapper is going to have in his book, and I just
last thought, Jake. Last thought.
Okay, yeah, just last thought on here. Destiny, thank you so much for the exchange. That's for sure. It was really good. But I will tell you this, guys. When it comes to the last election here, Donald Trump won this because of the fault of the Democratic Party. The assassination attempt, and then I'll even say Elon Musk, even buying X, did help Donald Trump in the long run, right? When it was Jack Dorsey, he got kicked out, etc. So that was kind of a thing that kind of helped out there. But I think the Democratic Party shot themselves in the foot, and this is why we have Donald Trump, and people want Donald Trump right now. So that's really what it is. Destiny, thank you so much, man.
Thank you. Yeah. Have a good one.
I am a liberal, but I am someone that thinks that the most important problem in America today is political polarization. I think that we really need to moderate as much as we possibly can. And so I want to talk to you about, like, where do you think the MAGA movement came from? Because my position here is the Democrats for a long time, or I guess the establishment as a whole, has been really focused on improving material conditions. Like you even said it yourself, that MAGA all wants the same stuff. They want, cheap food, housing, ability to raise a kid, and I think that if I had to say that what was the one reason why MAGA has risen is because people don't feel like material goods and like stability and material security, that doesn't create a narrative that you can be proud of for your whole life. Like that doesn't create a lifelong narrative, and I think people are missing that because if you look at the Rust Belt and who are the people that are supporting Donald Trump? Like a lot of these people, they have homes, they have a family, like they're totally fine. Like if you look at like the purchasing power of America, we have the highest purchasing power of any nation, and it's like, so why when we have so much material success, do people not believe their eyes or something? And so it's like, I think it really comes down to people are supporting Donald Trump because the establishment is so focused on the material conditions rather than the narrative conditions.
I think narrative is important. I think another way to kind of phrase what you said a little differently, or to look at it from a slightly different perspective that I think incorporates the same kind of idea, is Democrats have kind of been focused on governing and maybe some like social movement related stuff, and Republicans have worked really hard on messaging over the past 3 decades in my whole life. It seems like Republicans have just always been really good at messaging. Like even if you think of, I grew up on like kind of the talk radio world. Like the talk radio world was always way more exciting on the Michael Savage and the Glenn Beck and the Rush Limbaugh side, as opposed to like there's literally the meme of the NPR voice, right? That just sounds like a boring FM radio talk show host that talks whatever with the jazz music in the background. And I think that one thing that has changed our lives in just unbelievable ways, well, my life, I don't know about you, and I don't know about some of the people in here because you guys are younger, but like the internet has just truly, in ways that nobody could have imagined, and in ways that people don't even give enough credit for, have just fundamentally altered so many different parts of society. And I think that as the internet has changed us a lot, I think one of the things we've kind of run into is a bit of that kind of crisis of meaning. I think that there is so much out there now. There are so many different pieces of discrete information, of different facts, that people are like hungry for somebody to come together and just weave it all together in a compelling story for you. Because left to your own devices, if you were to go online, you've got the big podcasts, the Joe Rogans and your Daily Wires and your fun social podcast, but there's like a million different shows between Facebook and X and all these other things, and who knows what's right or what's wrong. And I think that Republicans, because I think they've completely given up on governance. They just don't give a fuck about any of that process at all, and they've only focused on messaging. They were able to come in and just capture that space so well. All of my analysis of Donald Trump, I basically shifted gears to this entirely over the last few months. I just analyze him as like an influencer, and I think that describes most of his behavior. He operates in a way that he can just capture so much attention. That's all he wants.
Right, but the reason why I think it's so important to work with Trump rather than to try to say we're going to get rid of Trump and then we're going to fix things. Like I think that's a losing proposition to say we're going to get rid of Trump and then fix things, because Trump represents taking risk, and the thing that the establishment really has tried to avoid is to avoid taking risks. We're trying to avoid further harming the most marginal communities and the most marginal populations, because when you do something radical, when you do something big, it's going to disturb the system, and the people with the least amount of resources are going to be the most vulnerable to manage that transition.
I would agree with you, but the issue is that he's just so far off in another world. It's
That's
not
the entire Republican Party.
I know,
But
it's not good.
so this is what I'm saying. That
Yeah.
if you want to engage with the Republican Party, you have to start somewhere, and we may as well
You
start
can,
with
but the
Trump.
problem is if you negotiate almost anything with that side, you've lost fundamentally like all the aspects that make America America.
Why?
Because Donald Trump fundamentally doesn't believe in rule of law, democracy, or separation of powers, or the Constitution.
I don't know if that's true.
Which part do you want to go into? He doesn't believe in separation
No,
of
no, no,
powers because he believes he has the ability to
no,
fight
no.
with the judiciary anytime he wants. He doesn't
I
believe in rule of
believe
law
that
because
he
he literally has
believes
criminal
in-
immunity.
I
He's a
believe-
convicted felon. Like, yeah.
I mean, I agree with you that he is not acting as if he
Hell yeah.
as if he
My
believes in
brother
those
just
things.
hopped on the train
However,
for our
I
Twitch
think-
movement. Better be speaking some damn English, motherfucker.
The vaccine doesn't work. I am glad you're here. How joyous it is to get.
I think he's
you
just
guys
he's
to
just
come
an
through.
opportunist, right? Like he doesn't believe in anything.
I agree with that kind of.
So
yeah.
so it doesn't so.
But you can't work with an opportunist. This is a cancer,
Sure
right?
you can, because the whole point of liberalism is that when you work together with other people, that's the best thing for everyone.
No, the point of liberalism is everybody involved has to believe in liberalism for it to work.
Well, no, because you have like liberalism is all about individuals. It's all about how everyone comes to the table with their own idea, with their own wants, and even you can say everyone is just ultimately selfish, and still liberalism works under those conditions. That
I mean, would you consider it a liberal? If 80% of us all across the country agreed to abolish the Constitution, are we still a liberal society?
I mean, like, what did we replace it with? Like, did we replace it with nothing?
Or with the king?
With a king? I mean,
Because you could do that. I mean, our Constitution could be amended, theoretically. That is possible. I'm just saying that for liberal, something that I think people don't give enough credit for is in any given group, everybody kind of has to agree to play by a set of rules. And when you start breaking those rules, you step out of bounds a little bit. A little bit can be tolerated with, and you can negotiate a person back, but you can't play with somebody who wants to play completely outside of the rules. If you had a sibling and
no,
you played like
I disagree with that.
there's a difference
can.
between like playing with somebody who like if you played like chess with a sibling and they make a bad move and you're like I'll let you take that back. Okay.
Well, then you just play a different game. You play the game that they want to play.
Yeah, but the game we want to play is democracy. And if they want to play a different game, we don't want to play the game. But that's what I was saying. We're playing the different game means we're fundamentally
you
losing.
can't just assume and assert that they don't want to play democracy.
I don't have to assume it. I just listen to what he says and what he does.
Well, like maybe he's doing that because he gets so much pushback from the Democrats, right? Like maybe he's doing that because no one actually understands.
I think that that's a totally valid excuse when you're
No,
15.
I'm not
But if you're the
talking
president of the
about
United
Donald Trump. I'm talking about Republicans in general. That
They need better leadership.
No, like Democrats do not understand what Republicans want. Like no one is talking about the fact that Republicans don't give a shit about the material conditions. And they
That's
say
fine that they can say that, but all they cried about for the last election was material.
Well, because-
So what are we supposed to believe? It was supposed to be the cost
no
of everything was
no
too
one
high.
is the only person that really talked about this is Jordan Peterson. And what happened to Jordan Peterson is he got ejected.
Because
Like, he
Jordan
got-
Peterson doesn't just talk about it. He talks about a
No,
lot
no,
of crazy
what
shit.
I'm saying is it shouldn't just be Jordan Peterson talking about meaning and trying to put some scaffold around what meaning is, right? Like, there should be more people talking about it. And Jordan Peterson has his own idiosyncratic
I
ideas
agree.
that
I
aren't all
don't
correct.
disagree with what you're saying. I'm not sure if politicians are the best place to get meaning from because that's a
No. So what I'm saying is it's the fact that academia and the elite and the establishment as a whole have not given people the words to talk about their crisis of meaning.
Yeah, but usually doesn't come
And
from
so-
it. Usually comes from our culture, right?
No, a lot of the articulation, the way that people talk about things, it comes from the top. It comes from the people that are having intelligent conversations about it. Like liberalism didn't come from the culture; it came from academia.
I could be wrong because I haven't studied this area, so I'm on very unsure ground. But like my guess would be more that
Me too.
that the culture dictates. So people that are making movies and music are probably going to be dictating what our conversations are more than somebody in an academic institution writing a paper about sociology or something.
like, it comes from like those underground. Like feminism came from underground academic conversations. Liberalism also it came from like established institutions, right? And so a lot of that, like,
Sure, but we're not
I mean,
talking about
it
like
might not be
feminism or
one.
liberalism. We're talking about just kind of like a narrative or purpose, right? It's a little bit different.
I mean, I don't know because the feminism movement is what gave women the language and the articulation to say what their grievances were and say it in an intelligent way and say it in such a way that they got men on their side.
what do you think? What do you think it should come from?
I think it should come from academia. I think more people should have worked with Jordan Peterson, took him more seriously, and said, how do we articulate this lack of meaning? And because when there is nothing to articulate, then we're going to talk about economics. Then we're going to talk about economics. Like, of course, because if
Do you think Jordan Peterson was effective in his approach to academia, saying all of it was rigged and that he didn't trust? Like,
I think Jordan Peterson was idiosyncratic and he made a lot of blunders and he was disagreeable with people and he could have been great, but he fumbled the bag. I think
You got about 1 minute there, Benjamin.
yeah. I think I lost my train of thought.
That was my fault. Sorry.
Let me see if I can.
You said
remember what I was
Peterson
gonna
fumbled the bag. I asked you because I feel like it's just so weird because I feel like because Democrats are the only people who are willing to ever self-reflect, that Republicans are just unimpeachable when it comes to questioning motives or questioning like understanding people. Because like Jordan Peterson would say that like, well, all these trans people they just want to make it so that they can compel me to speak about their pronouns in this way. And it's like that's probably not really what most people care about,
I
right? But like,
agree.
so he's doing the exact same thing, but for some reason it's liberals that have to analyze ourselves for why we're so mean and
We
fucked
don't
up.
have to analyze ourselves. We're in control of academia. That's why we have to do it. We're in control of any rational thought.
Sure, but like
Or
MAGA is
rigorous
literally,
thought, rather, not
I would say metaphorically, before MAGA was opposed to academia. Now, literally, today, Trump is trying to destroy academia. So So,
Well, this is the thing.
So
like,
you think Republicans are going to
we
be?
need to fix this. This is critical that we fix this.
Okay, but right now Trump's trying to pull funding from places, and he's trying to blackmail places to get them to
I know.
change their curriculum and everything. So
I don't like it, but I think if we don't do something about it, if we don't moderate,
So
it's
do you
going to get
is
worse.
it-
And
so-
there's going to be.
But you think there's a path to redemption, capitulating the ISIS that he's trying to destroy? The
I don't
very
have
thing
time
you're
to. I don't have time to get
reform?
into it, but I do think there is a path to redemption, like a concrete one. But I think I'll end on. Like I was talking to Trey earlier today, and he was telling me about like he's a very successful guy. Like he's got a job, he's got a family, he's just became a father. So congratulations to Trey. I think, and he talked to me about like he's got 2 houses, he's renting out one, and so it's like, but he feels the economic strain. And so how is someone like that, someone so successful, feeling the economic strain, feeling rising grocery prices? How is he feeling that? And I think it's because he feels like.
Hold on, did I just hear that right? Now, okay, because I'm sitting here and I'm following along and I'm trying to figure out like what exactly is the main issue he's having, because it sounds like he wants, like, is he trying to get like some kind of like a therapy session out of politicians? Is that what he's arguing? Is that like there's no like basically like there's no like grand purpose, and because there's no grand purpose that like a lot of that people want to talk about, then it just devolves into like the basic stuff like economics. That's what that sounds like to me. That's what that kind of sounds like, and I'm just a bit confused. But then now he moves. I think he wants a middle ground Republican. But in what though? Like, what's the middle ground he's trying to get with Republicans? Because that's what he was just like kind of moving towards. And but then he makes this argument, and I got to make sure I heard it correctly. And I am pressing the wrong button. Let me press this here. I gotta make sure that I'm actually hearing it right. What exactly it is that he wants, because it sounds like he just says somebody that's making like 130,000 or 160,000. That's the thing. This is said you can't. $130,000, and then you're having a hard time buying groceries. Like, where the fuck do you live?
I think I'll end on. Like I was talking to Trey earlier today, and he was telling me about like he's a very successful guy. Like he's got a job, he's got a family, he's just became a father. So congratulations to Trey. I
just became a father. Okay, so it's him. So it's him, another adult, and they just had a kid. Okay.
And he talked to me about like he's got 2 houses, he's renting out one, and so.
Oh God, he has 2 houses and he's renting out. Hold on. Okay.
It's like, but he feels the economic strain, and so how is someone like that, someone so successful, feeling the economic strain, feeling rising grocery prices? How is he feeling that? And
okay. I'm gonna, like I said, I tried to do my best to give it to him. I think he's confused. I don't know, obviously, the nature of the conversation he had with the other guy, right? But it sounds like to me, when they said economic strain, the guy is actually talking about something completely different outside of grocery prices. Because there's no way you had the money and the financial means and intelligence to sit there and, have 2 homes, right? Because not a lot of people even have 1 home, have 2 homes, renting one out, right? I'm hoping you did your cost benefit analysis, all that good stuff to know like what it is you need to do, and you're struggling to buy, groceries. You're struggling to buy cereal, eggs, beef, and stuff like that. Like I can't see that. Now I can see if maybe he was like, oh well, maybe like, they bought like one of those fixer upper homes or something. And so then now like, with inflation going up, now like the cost of materials and stuff was a lot higher than what he anticipated from originally buying a home, right? Because this was like a grand, like couple of year scheme, right? Where you bought a home and thought it was going to take him 2-3 years, to get it right. And everything was like kosher, trying to break even, blah, blah, blah. Oh, all that stuff, right? Trying to give a benefit of a doubt here. But outside of that, like there's just like there's no excuse. Like if you're making, especially if you're making like 70,000, if you're making like 70,000, well hell, even 50,000, as long as your rent, what did they say? As long as your rent doesn't exceed 30%, which is hard, which I will admit is very hard, right? I don't even know if my rent even doesn't exceed 30%. But typically if your rent doesn't exceed 30 or 40%, there isn't really no reason why you can't afford food. You might have to make some sacrifices and stuff, but I don't know. To be honest, what he wants ultimately doesn't work. Why is my little thingamabob in my way? What doesn't work? You really can't work with a party that doesn't respect the Constitution and the rule of law. Well, yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like my thing is this, like what he's saying would have worked with like the Republican Party like during the Bush era and back, but like right now the Republicans just do not care. The man, did you see that one hearing? Did you see that one? No, I said hearing. Did you see that interview Trump gave with that one guy? I think it was from NBC, bruv. And I was just like, because I was watching it on I think on a stream or two back, bro, and I couldn't believe what he got that man to say, because Trump is so, honestly, Trump is just so retarded. He said he made that statement. It was like, so the Supreme Court told you to bring this man back, right? I'm gonna paraphrase it. And you could bring him back, and then Trump, because Trump always gotta get the last word and always gotta chime in where he really probably should. And it was like, I could bring him back, like I could, right? Keyword could, and I lost my shit. Because I was like, bro, it's a wrap. Once this shit really kicks off, if it really kicks off in the legal system, he got himself. He got himself wrapped up now. Now there's nothing he can sit there and possibly say, because he just acknowledged live to everybody that he has the power and the means to adhere to a Supreme Court order, and he's choosing not to. And nobody cares about that. What is it about? Was it about MS-13? When he was talking about the guy that they were saying is like part of MS-13, and like the only evidence we've seen so far is just that he's he was in front of a Home Depot, like most of the illegal immigrants is trying to find work are, and then like an informant was like, yeah, he has clothes that makes it seem like he was part of MS-13, which I think it was like Chicago. It was like some Chicago clothes. I think it's Chicago Bulls, and then he was around other people that were also in the MS-13, and I'm just like brev, like I was telling my Mexican friends, yo, I just read this stuff about like the informant, what it took for somebody to get packed up with just an informant just saying that, yeah, this guy was wearing like Chicago Bulls paraphernalia and was in front of a Home Depot. You guys might not want to go to in front of the Home Depot. You don't want to. You might want to order your stuff online, because like you might get scooped up. God forbid that's the day you forget your driver's license at the house and you go to Home Depot and you get caught up. All right, that's what I remember telling my Mexican friend about that, because I was like, man, look, I don't want to see nothing happen to you, but they sending people out off of just the littlest of things, and so you might want to be careful. Like I said, all I order is from this point forward for you. Right, if you're a home builder, right, don't even think about trying to get like some materials from whatever, like Home Depot and what's the other places? Bro, I can't even think of any of the other hardware store. Was Lowe's? I think Lowe's is Lowe's a home also another hardware store? I think it is. I don't remember. God, Brad, it's just crazy. It's crazy out here.
And I think it's because he feels like, and I think I feel this way, that what are we aiming toward? What are we angling toward as a society? Like, what is beyond just this material wealth? And it's and the thing is, of course, if you have enough money, you can create your own meaning. And so it's like when prices start going up, when housing gets harder, it's not that we're struggling to survive. It's that it's eating into my ability to go beyond, to really tell a story that I'm proud of, and I think that those beyond me will be proud of. And I think that is something that we really need to think about more rigorously and try to give that language to everyone, so that they can say something beyond just, I don't like inflation.
Okay.
All right, Benjamin, thanks a lot. Excellent.
That sounds more like an education problem to me,
How are you?
honestly.
I'm doing good.
Good. So
Okay,
I have a.
do the microphone thing.
Yeah.
Did it right in
Thank
front of
you.
Yeah, okay.
It's a little uncomfy.
Yeah, you're good.
Just a tad. So I have like I don't think I'll be able to get to it at all. And again, thank you for doing this. This has been fantastic that you give people the opportunity to do this, and thank you for Travis. So the first thing, I guess, is to piggyback off of the few conversations you just had. I don't want to keep going and beating a dead horse, but because that's kind of how it's probably going to feel. But I feel like you have this very opinionated, polarized view of, I'd say, the extreme right. And I think you group the extreme right in with kind of the right, because there's a lot of, at least from my conversation circles, and they're not very active online, and I think maybe what you view and what you see is the active right community that's online, which is absolutely unhinged, and it's absolutely crazy. But I think there's also a lot of people out there that voted for Trump that see a lot of the things that he's done, and they do not speak up as much as they should, and I think that they should. But the few conversations that I've had with people that did vote for him, I'm the one included, to where it's, okay, well, the tariffs are a bit crazy, let's dial back, or, okay, well, these maybe the deportations is another thing, along with the fact of the pardoning of the January 6ers. And you also said something earlier about the Jan 6ers, to where you said that nobody on the right spoke up. Are you saying like the right influencers, or are you
In the
just
media,
saying?
yeah.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that. Because I'm like, there were people that spoke up, but it's just not anybody who's in the prevalent media, which is again the issue. So, yeah, that's my big issue. But I guess my first question.
You know the differences between somebody who adamantly votes for Trump and somebody who reluctantly votes for Trump?
What?
There's none.
I
think that's
I
the
don't know
issue.
about
Is there's like I'll find a lot of these people who are like, oh, I don't know, I don't fully support it. Like at the end of the day, a vote is a vote. It all gets counted up the same way. So I mean, it doesn't really matter if he still has support. Like Donald Trump is an extremely unhinged, like quasi-fascist, like just an unbelievable person, and I can't imagine what it would be like to even reluctantly vote for somebody like that. Like something is so broken, I think, with the concept of America right now, if that's the case. But so I don't know when people are like, well, there's not like the most extremist supporters of this guy who, is exploiting law firms all over the country and openly bragging about it, is installing tariffs on islands that are only inhabited by penguins, is deporting people without process gleefully in the middle of the night, has hired an anti-vaxxers ahead of the age of. I mean, there's like a billion different things you can say. And it's like, well, yeah, but Kamala was woke.
Well, I don't think that's the only issue. I think there was a lot of people's issue to where the issue with Kamala that at least I heard was that there wasn't like a consensus around her to put her as the primary. There was not a primary for her.
He's already starting off on a bad foot. You know, the big thing I just heard him say, it was like, the issue with Kamala Harris, at least from what I heard. So it's like he didn't even bother to like sit there and verify or look up what her policies were, what were the things that she was trying to do, what her record is of the things that she's tried to done tried to do in the past. Like none of that, just like what he heard. I already see where this is about to go.
She just kind of was the front runner, just suddenly.
Yeah, but nobody believes that. Nobody actually cared about that.
I don't know about nobody. I think
they
nobody.
did, because if they did,
because
find me any of these people, and I want to see how much they were tweeting about the fact that Donald Trump refused to debate any of the other primary challengers.
Well, that's again where my issue comes in, where they weren't active online. They just had an opinion, and they, so that's
it's not showing up anywhere in the media anywhere. Then I mean.
Well, that's I agree with you there, where they need to make their voice heard, and they need to actively be active online, or
anywhere. It doesn't have to be online. It could be in the media. It could be a politician.
Well, exactly. Yeah. But
why can't you? But you know why you can't do that though, right? It's because the Trumples will destroy you.
Well, yeah, they'll try. Yeah, I agree with that. I couldn't say that they'll destroy you because a lot of them are delusional. So.
Well, I mean, that you won't have a political career anymore. You'll be gone, right? Trump will primary you. You'll get kicked out of office. Like nobody will want to vote for you. And
especially if you're a politician. Yeah.
Yeah, like there are the never Trump Republicans are just retirees.
Yes. Yeah. Agreed. A lot of the people that I know still think that he won the 2020 election, which I don't quite understand. But
sure.
So I guess
that's like fucking insane, right?
Yes. No, I agree, 100%. Okay. But that's
like you're just like casually dropping what would be the most unbelievable conspiracy in the history of all of governments across the planet for all of time.
I agree.
That election was rigged.
Yeah, but there's also people on the left that I've also seen in my Facebook, groups, or even just Facebook friends that I have, that are just now saying that the 2024 election must have been rigged because there's no way Trump should have won.
Yeah, but do you know who's not saying that? Kamala Harris.
I agree.
Any Democratic leadership.
No, I agree.
And you know who is saying it on the right side? Donald Trump.
No, I agree.
So it's not. Yeah, it's like a different world. And every single I don't know if I think there was one cabinet person who acknowledged that question and said that Donald Trump had lost the 2020 election.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think everybody else talked around it.
They did, yeah, including J.D. Vance.
That's kind of crazy that the world's leadership in democracy currently has a president that doesn't believe in the outcome of the last election he lost.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And it's a big problem too that most MAGA Republicans are the same way. But I do have another question that's like not relating to any of this. I wanted to know your opinion on, and I think I know it, but your opinion on the deportation of what's his name, Kilmar, I believe.
I haven't dug as much into the legal stuff on that. I think ideologically I'm opposed to it. I think legally I'm opposed to it. But it gets into weird kind of like foreign policy territory, or how much you want to dig into that?
I was digging through the legal process of everything that was going on with him, so I could just go very briefly into it.
So I guess a quick thing. The reason why I have an issue with it is traditionally, prior to maybe Al Qaeda, I guess, when we talk of like terrorist organizations, you think of these like small groups that are non-state actors typically. It starts to get really weird when a terrorist organization also happens to be like the government or administrator to a region. Now for ISIS, it was kind of different because they took over parts of countries that were still controlled by other people. But like, would you say like the Taliban? Would you consider it like a terrorist group? I actually don't know if the U.S. is. I don't think they do. But like, we would think of them as kind of a terrorist group. But it's also like they're the government in Afghanistan, right?
Yeah.
And so like, let's
Hamas.
say that you want to protest, and you want to support for Hamas. I mean, like, Hamas is the government of the Gaza Strip. So are we basically just saying for every single person here with a green card or visa, you can no longer protest on support of or on behalf of the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip because it's related to Hamas, which is
Well, you're thinking of Khalil.
Yeah. Wait, what did you say?
I was talking about Kilmar.
Oh, fuck.
I was confused.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia?
Was he talking about
my bad. I thought you said
no, you're okay. Yeah.
for the Abrego Garcia one. Yeah, that seems like it was really bad. I'm opposed to that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's what because he was here with he was here, I believe he was charged in 2019, and then he was allowed to stay, and then without due process, which is my biggest issue, was he was just shipped off.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And I'll have to pull out my phone for 1 second because I have all of them.
Well, I'm just kind of curious because went over a few things that seem to be deeply troubling to me. I would say like any one of these things are an insanely troubling thing. You said you voted for Trump. I'm guessing this last election.
Yes.
What would you have possibly been afraid of from Kamala that you think like supersedes any of the stuff or the totality of the stuff that's happened so far for Trump?
Well, honestly, to me, my biggest reason for not voting for Kamala was to the exact reason that I stated earlier, and that I heard a lot of these.
Wait, what was the exact reason earlier?
The exact reason was that there was no primary for her, and the whole reason I did.
Wait, why would that have to do with whether or not you thought she would have been a better candidate?
Because
Trump?
it wasn't really that. It was more so the fact that I heard a lot of what are the problems, or I guess not problems, worries about Joe Biden from the right when he was running, that he would, ban guns or about like a lot of crazy things. And then I heard also a lot of crazy things about Donald Trump. And I just put them up against each other. And I'm like, well, these things could come true, or we might do okay.
Okay, but I'm like curious, if you look at the record, so Trump banned bump stocks.
Yeah.
Biden didn't take our guns.
Yes. Oh,
so I feel like it's 1 point for Biden.
Yes.
What was another issue that we were worried about between Biden and Trump? Biden got the infrastructure bill passed. Trump wanted to do that and wasn't able to. Foreign policy-wise, I mean, we were involved arguably with less stuff. There was the Ukraine stuff and there was the Gaza stuff. But we exited Afghanistan, even if it was sloppy. We exited Afghanistan. We weren't involved in the Yemen stuff anymore. We weren't involved in anything in Syria, basically. I'm just curious, like, what was the thing? If you look at the 4 years of each, where do we give Trump points on? Where we're like, oh, I would rather have 4 more years of Trump than 4 more years of a Biden-esque.
Well, because I think I was going to say that's kind of a hard question. It's not really, because a lot of things that people give Trump credit for, he kind of walked into from the previous administration. So that's where I'm like, I can't really give him the credit for those things. That because Obama should be given credit for those things. So, at the same time, people that said the same thing about Biden, which I don't really agree on. So again, that's where me casting a last minute vote, because that's basically what it was. I was just a very undecided voter. I would like to have a third party
voter. Okay, now it makes sense. So
like, I'm still trying to figure out what was it about Trump. You're like, this guy's going to be the better one than Kamala. Like, what one issue?
It wasn't really that. It was more so just that I weighed the negatives of both, and I'm like, I don't know what could be correct.
What were the negatives that you weighed for Kamala?
Well, again, the unrealized capital gains, which you said again, which I agree with you.
Happen, right?
No, I agree with you. That would never happen.
Okay.
But that's where there were things with Trump where I did not at all anticipate that he would have this gigantic MAGA base behind him. I thought, okay, well, there's got to be someone.
Unrealized capital gains, you got to be rich.
Well, didn't he literally say that though? Coming in, wasn't he saying, like, we saw J.D. Vance saying he would have supported him on January 20th. He would have voted for him.
Oh yeah.
So we saw that he was trying to find people who were loyalists to him the whole time. You saw him try to fire everybody in the final weeks of his presidency last time.
Mm-hmm.
Did we just expect that he was going to fail at everything again? I guess.
I guess fail at that, yes, not fail at everything, but fail at bringing all loyalists in, and maybe it would be a little evened off. Was at least my hope, yeah. But that obviously
it just
did not
seems crazy to me that like we could have either voted for Kamala, and our biggest worry was an unrealized capital gains tax, which probably would never happen. And I'm just making an assumption here, but I'm guessing you don't have hundreds of millions of dollars in unrealized capital.
Oh, no, not at all. It was just no.
So
I would love that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was that, and then for Donald Trump, it was like there's the potential for all of this absolutely horrible, atrocious stuff to happen, but I don't think he'll pick the right people to make that happen.
I gotta say, I think like some of the things that the Republicans have done like such a hell of a good job on is to make you care about issues that do not impact you in any way, shape, or form, and if anything, just like further makes the situation worse with respect to like the class divide, right? Sitting there, like if you think about it, like if you like let's look at tax cuts for example, okay? Like a 10%, like a 10% tax cut. Let's say a 10% tax break because 10% tariffs, right? 10% tax cut across the board, right? Would do so little for you as the individual person compared to somebody who like, i.e. a business or a rich person that has like $1 million, right? 10% on $1 million is 100,000, right? 10% on you, that's like what like $50,000 is like what, like 500, like 500. Let me, and that's a 10%, 10% cut. All right. If you was to sit there. Where's my buttons at? Oh, I forgot I have the other keyboard today. Man. I look at 10%. 50,000. Oh yeah, no, I'm thinking about something completely different. It would be $5,000. And let me think. And then the tax thing is. Come on. Bro, why is my keyboard? Stop fighting me. Okay, there we go. Right, so 10,000 is $5,000, right? And then we get $1 million, right? Because I'm obviously Brev, stop fighting me. Sorry, I'm using like something extra on my keyboard today. just not quite dealing with it. $100,000, right? $100,000 versus $5,000. $5,000 in a tax break per year, right, does so little for you in the grand scheme of things versus somebody that's going to get $100,000. Like you'd have to be pretty hard pressed. Like you'd have to be going out of your way to blow through $100,000 in a single year versus somebody who gets an extra $5,000 in their bank account. You know, that's like a tax refund plus you know, maybe some extra hours of overtime, and like then like after a couple of months you're maybe like $5,000 richer, and then with that, right, your rent already alone, right? Most people's rent is in the thousands, right? What was it, like 12? Like I think like the average, I think the national average is like 1,500 or something like that, right? So you got that, then you got your groceries and things like that, and it's like just immediately, right? Just after cost of living alone is like poof, right? Those $5,000 are gone, or they'll just slowly dwindle, right? Versus $100,000, where it's just like, okay, yeah, you know, I got plenty of funds. I got plenty of funds and I could do whatever I want, and I'm not even going to do anything like that, right? It's not like I'm going to sit there and as somebody with $100,000, I'm going to eat more at McDonald's or something, or like I'm just going to like buy more furniture. You know, things that actually contribute to the economy and make the, you know, the actual you know, economic machine grow, right? What makes the economic machine grow is all of the, you know, middle and poor class that sit there and actually you know, actually like spend the money into things that, you know, means more demand, which more demand means like, you know, then companies hire more people in order to produce the goods to meet more demand, right? Rich people do not contribute to that in any way. Like they just don't. They did because their participation is completely different. It's just it's in my opinion, it's like a net negative. It's a net negative when what is it, the whole trickle down economics thing. Like it just doesn't work. Let's go back now. Okay, so we just cleared that one. We are going to switch over to our AI now. So this was good. Oh, you know what? Okay, he's 5 more minutes.
Like I feel like if I was just looking at both of these candidates without knowing anything about America or elections or whatever, and somebody's like, well, on this side you got a candidate who might do maybe a bad thing, but probably not, and then this other guy, he could actually be Hitler 2.0, but he probably won't be because there'll have people around him that'll stop him from doing that. This seems like an easy choice. So I'm trying to figure out what's driving us away from one or towards the other.
It's mainly just, I guess, the driving factor was just the hope behind it. So just the hope of that wouldn't happen.
Well, no, but what would happen? It was the hope that he was to show up and die, or what is like the hope?
No.
What are we hoping that would happen?
No,
Jesus
no.
Christ.
I guess what I was hoping what
did not
would
mean to
happen
launch.
was the economy would continue to build in a better way.
Why
Not
do you
that
say
we would
continue
because
I mean,
it was
building
building.
Yeah, under
Yes.
Biden.
Yes, it was. I agree with that.
So why wouldn't we choose the guy that was building it? Wouldn't that make more sense?
No, because there were certain things that that Trump ran on that I agreed on, like deportation. I agreed on that, not how extreme that he's putting it out at all, but I agreed on which again, it's not like Biden didn't deport anybody. Biden was actively deporting people, but again, I would like to end one of my questions kind of goes into this was I would like to end the catch and release at some point. I don't know how that would even work or happen or what we would put in place of that because it would have to be something.
Sure.
But,
okay, like here's something that bothers me. So you say you don't even know how that would work. The reason why you don't is because nobody actually talks about any of it.
No, I
They talk
agree.
about like getting rid of things or like, you know, destroying our immigration policy, whatever. It's like, what are we going to replace it with? Like, what's an actual solution?
Well,
and I think that's
yeah.
an issue is that like there was a border bill. For whatever reason, Republicans decided they didn't like it, even though it was a Republican bill for helping border stuff that Trump didn't want passed at the end of Biden's term. Well, now are we past 100 days yet for this term? We still have no legislation relating to the wall at all. We have nothing related to the border, nothing related to asylum. Like, really, we have nothing. There's no legislation at all, I guess. So, like, what happened? Did we not care about that, or?
It's not. I guess yeah, because it's like. I mean, not me, but Trump, yes. And that's, again, where one of my biggest issues comes in. Is that
but then I'm also trying to figure out this, too, because this is so hard. So people get mad at me, and this sounds mean, and I don't mean to sound mean, but like sometimes I feel like people don't have the real problem. They just talk about things that they think they have problems with because the media's told them they have problems with, okay? Now, I don't know, I'll be honest, okay, because the only thing I know about Michigan is you guys cheated in every football game, okay, against Nebraska, all right? Michigan and Alabama. The thing I guess I'm perplexed by is that two things that you're voting for are voting against you're voting against unrealized capital gains tax, which I'm guessing you don't have millions of, and then you're voting against border illegal immigrant stuff. Is Michigan a popular destination for a ton of?
No.
If you feel like your brain craves pleasure from lust just as much as it craves being a man of integrity, it's probably no coincidence that God put this in front of you right now.
Why is that so
What I did
loud?
in the incognito tab.
No.
Seems like a fun way to run. Like, what is actually going on here? Now, if you would have told me,
yeah.
I think that, I think we could have expanded our Great Lakes by taking over, fucking Toronto or something. Okay, well, I kind of get it. You're closer here. We're closer to the Canadian border. Makes sense.
No.
I find it especially particularly damning, like when people care about issues. Yeah, well, like I just said earlier, right? When people care about issues that just doesn't impact them. Like I don't understand. Like illegal immigrants are committing crimes everywhere, and then you're in a state where like your illegal immigrant population is not only like incredibly low, but like for the last like 5 to 10 years, you haven't had a single crime done by an illegal immigrant. It's like I can't take you seriously.
Little dictatorship.
Yeah, sorry. And then
This
I
is
think I
like
get
a
it. So yeah,
big issue in mind.
Can you see from my side how like that's like really confusing to me? As I'm trying to figure out what do we vote? Because like everything you've described so far, I could kind of get if you were like, so I just didn't vote. I stayed home and I was like, but you didn't. You were driven to the polls to go and vote for Trump. And I just was it really illegal immigration and unrealized capital gains when you were at the polling place? You were just like these.
Well, no, because it was mainly that I was undecided up until election day, and even on election day I was still undecided. It wasn't something that I was like, okay, I'm going to vote for Trump. Most of my friends, I told them running up to the election, there's no way I'm voting for Trump. But then I was trying to see who would be in place for Biden. I didn't want to vote for Biden. I wanted to vote for somebody else who I thought was more coherent at the time than Biden, and that's what I was hoping for. And I saw Kamala get put up, and I'm like, okay, but I don't like the way she was put up. On top of that, she's running off of a lot of things that kind of Biden ran off of, and I just kind of feel like it's gonna be a copy and paste, and I would like somebody to have more of a, not that Trump didn't do that from his first term to his second term, but it's more so of I was still undecided at the polling. So I wrote at this point, I would say that I slightly regret it, but yeah, I voted for Trump, and that there was a lot of things that I went into with that, and I was like, okay, well, hopefully the best outcome comes from this, and that's, if anything, I'm not in control of what happens, so I would like for the best outcome to come. And
Any final thoughts?
Okay. I don't know
Well, yeah. I mean, I appreciate the talk. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Cool.
I would like to.
Thanks a lot, Josh. Everyone, big round of applause.
Well, at least he can sit there and say that. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Have the buyer's
Yeah.
regret. That's for sure. Buyer's regret, man. Let's go ahead and bust up our AI. Hey, Jeffrey. I was first make sure you can hear me. You able to hear me, right?
Yep, I got you loud and clear. What's good? You ready to dive into this gorilla throwdown or switch it up?
Oh yeah, I think you're still talking about the what is it? That thing that's going on the internet right now, the 100 people versus the gorilla thing. Right? Hold on, you're killing me. Let me move you over here where I can actually see you.
Yeah, that's the one. 100 unarmed humans versus one silverback gorilla. No weapons, just vibes and chaos. It's like internet philosophy meets Planet of the Apes. You got a take on it yet? Or you still sizing up whether one mountain of primal rage can handle a literal centipede of humanity?
Let me pause you for a moment here. Let's see, Brian. What would be one of your strongest arguments for why Joe Biden was a great president? I'd say the biggest thing is just that he got us to COVID. It's like, just think of like back when under Bush, like we had like the Great '08 collapse. Yeah, we had like the Great '08 collapse with like like the whole crazy banks with their stupid loans and whatnot. And like how bad that was for everybody, and then like, but Obama had to sit there and go through all the crazy steps in order to basically bring us all out of that. And then like back in 2020, right, when Trump was like COVID, it's a fake disease, it's just the sniffles, it'll go away by Easter and everything like this, and then basically the economy and really the entire world shuts down. And then Biden comes in, and then he has to like fix all that up. I was looking at was it last stream? I think it was last stream. We was looking at the inflation rate from there, and it was just like, it's just so crazy when you see like, as he was sitting there getting us out of that, right? Then the inflation starts to take off once things start to recover, because obviously like supply got like destroyed, and then the demand just comes back. And if you remember from like back when education wasn't so poisonous these days, right? You remember, right? When there's more demand for something that there is supply of, right? Prices go up. So, when COVID shut everything down and then we recovered from it, and then demand came back up, supply couldn't catch up, so then inflation went crazy. And I think at one point it was just taking off 4%, 5%, 9%, and I was just like, Jesus Christ. And then what was actually cool to see was that in August, I think it was August 2022. I believe it was August 2022 when he passed the Inflation Reduction Act. 3 months after that, then you started seeing the inflation rate actually start to like come down, right? It took its time, just like how inflation took its time to go up. It took its time to come down. And like when you look at all that stuff, it's like, yeah, like he was a president that was like actually doing things like for the American people, that were actually pulling us out of COVID, sat there and it was addressing inflation. Now, the big thing that he just couldn't get past was just the messaging, right? Because from a messaging standpoint, the hard thing about inflation is that it's accumulative, right? So like, 4% here, 5% there, 8% there, like each month, right? That stuff adds up. So even when you start to bring the inflation rate down, prices don't ever go in reverse. Normally, under normal circumstances, prices never go in reverse typically, right? So then like that's just so like that elevated pricing scheme is just there, right? And then remember, we're all about capitalism here. So if I'm a company that sat there and had to raise prices because I don't have the supply and I need the money, right? Once I have the supply, I'm not about to, unless like all of a sudden there's a massive drop in demand, why would I drop prices, right? When I could just, people are already buying it at this price, why would I purposely reduce my profits in order to have it more affordable for you if you've already shown me you can afford this? You know what I'm saying? And that's what all the companies doing. In fact, I don't even hear nothing about it no more. The goddamn, like the lawsuit, one of the lawsuit things that he was doing just before going out of office, where like they found out that the renters or homeowners like the rent lords and all of them were colluding with like the whatever is the software that helps these companies manage like rent, like being able to price, what's a good, I guess, price to set for rent depending on the area and all these other circumstances and stuff. And they were colluding with them in order to like basically raise it across the board, everybody, so everybody could just make more money, right? It's just like stuff like that. It's just like, bro, like it's clear as day like what's really going on here. And Biden did everything he could, and he was achieving quite a lot of results. And then in 3 months, Trump sits there and he messes it up in the most spectacular way possible. Guys, let me tell y'all something, right? What I was saying, those streams, those previous streams at the election, like those rare streams, right? I was sitting there buying as much stuff as I humanly possibly could, because I was telling y'all, right? This stuff was going to get more expensive. It was just going to get more expensive. It was going to get more expensive because he's going to sit there, he's going to do the tariffs, and then people are going to not realize that he's actually dead serious. And now that he has loyal people that's going to not tell him no, all the worst decisions he could possibly make are coming. And then that's when the tariffs come in, right? And sure enough, right, the things that I was buying, bro, like my as a matter of fact, this camera right here, this camera is now like I think it's like $1,200 roughly more expensive. Once all the tariffs started like coming through, I was buying so much things to get ahead of that. And that's why I had all these like tech issues, because I couldn't just integrate everything slowly, so that way if I mess something up, right, I just got everything in one go. So I was like, I'm gonna put it all in one go, and then God hated me for it, because then like I had tech issue after tech issue. But now we're here, right? And now we're mostly caught up with our stuff. But yeah, that's what I'd say like Biden did a really good job on. It was just basically like just all of the negative stuff that happened with COVID, getting us out of it, which was akin to like what Obama did with the 08, with the like 07-08 crash. All right, Jeffrey. Let me pull you back up about your gorilla argument. Like if you could see my setup like at Brev, I'm telling you, I spent like 5 salaries of like child sweatshop workers. That's what I tell people. Stop it, Jeffrey. I wonder why my computer's acting like. So Jeffrey, back to like that gorilla discussion. If I recall correctly, I want to say that you're holding me with...
Hi, Glad to meet you. I think we're going to do
works here. Hold on.
Yeah. Go ahead. I got you mid-thought. You were about to say something about my stance on the gorilla. What were you thinking?
Yeah, I was actually thinking I was just gonna like drop just the argument, just because like we've already talked about this before, and I don't know why it's the case that oh no, I'm sorry, you know what, I'm confusing your sorry, just ignore me. I was actually looking at something completely different with what it is you're doing, and see now that that's normal. But going back to it, just to quickly wrap up the gorilla thing, we all know that 100 people is not packing up a gorilla. If we was talking like a gorilla that's just like in bloodlust mode, they say like he has to fight, and then the other humans like they have to fight. I'm sorry, like he could, if he could at least be more like really efficient about it, I'm pretty sure he's going through 100 people without a problem. The real thing I think people should really ask themselves, I think would be like more critical in thinking here, is like, could one human actually go up against like 100 New York pigeons? Just think about 100 New York pigeons versus one human, and say like who's coming out of that.
Ayo, you just shifted from guerrilla warfare to pigeon apocalypse. And honestly, I'm here for it. 100 New York pigeons? That's different. These ain't regular pigeons. These are city certified, trash hardened, don't flinch at oncoming traffic pigeons. They built different. If they coordinate, like if they actually form ranks and attack as a swarm. That's terrifying. One's pecking your eyes, 2 on each arm, a couple flapping in your ears. You're not fighting, you're flailing. But if they scatter and come at you one by one like Pokemon encounters, that's free XP. So real question, are they acting like a cloud of flying chaos? Or organized like Avian SEAL Team 6? Because that's going to decide if the human's winning or getting turned into bird feed.
Okay, see, I was not trying to like sit there spend too much on this, but now I have to actually talk about it. Like obviously, like let's just say like they're attacking just like the humans would, right? Like the humans could potentially coordinate, but probably likely won't once like the fighting really ensues, because they just want to. Well, first off, I forgot. I'm sorry, it's just one person, right? So like the pigeons just a full on attack. Like there's no coordinated effort, but like they're all actively trying to attack. So like there's no like they just hovering around, just letting people go in like swarm after swarm. It's like they're all constantly after you. Like what's your thought on that then? Let me get rid of these things here. Oh, I'm tripping.
Aight, so it's one person, 100 New York pigeons, no coordination but nonstop aggression. They want smoke, every single one. That's a survival horror game, bro. Like you just stepped into Call of Duty Bird Ops. You could probably slap down the first few, maybe even 10, 15. But once they start mobbing from the air, behind, underfoot, that flapping, the beaks, the claws, you're done. You can't defend your head, your arms, your legs all at once. And you know they're grimy too. These pigeons been eating pizza crusts and antifreeze puddles. They got immune systems stronger than antibiotics. So yeah, I don't think you're making it out unless you got plot armor. 100 angry pigeons, that's your final boss.
You know, I honestly did not even think about it too. Like the kind of diseases New York pigeons might be carrying. Like you might really actually do get hold, but that wouldn't be till like after the fight. If you manage to actually come out on top of that, if you all get medical treatment like relatively quickly. Okay, I'm kind of done with that conversation now. All right, so let's just move on now, like the politics. Like what you feeling to talk about today? I'll let you go ahead and pick today's topic. I need to find spawning from. That's what I need to look for. Where are these spawning?
Bet we back on politics? Cool. Let's spin the wheel then. How about we jump into government surveillance and digital privacy? Like, should the government have access to our data for national security purposes, or are we giving up too much freedom for the illusion of safety? You want to take the pro-privacy stance, or you want me to hold that line?
That's a good question. I'm trying to think. What would my position be? I would have to lean. That's kind of hard because I would most certainly lean towards letting the government be blocked out from knowing everything that you have. But like there are some really good, compelling security concerns that you could have, like like that famous, like if you got a terrorist in your custody and he knows of like an imminent nuclear attack, like like maybe it might be a good idea that like they had that back door in everybody's cell phones to try to find out who has the who has the nukes. But then on the second hand, then like that's just real quick and easily abused. So I think I would pick the maybe the pro privacy side, and then you could pick the pro government side, and we'll go with that. So what's your strongest argument with that then? Okay, I think I'm facing water enemies today. So
Aight, cool. Let's
see
run
what
it.
this
Look,
is.
here's the deal. National security ain't a game. You can't be talking about freedom if your whole block just got turned into dust because the feds didn't have the tools to intercept a terror plot. That backdoor access? Yeah, it's dangerous if abused, but so is not having it at all. You'd rather trust Apple's encryption than your own government? Come on now. If they're watching terrorists, traffickers, or foreign operatives, that's not spying on you. That's doing their job. So what's more reckless? A government with a key they're accountable for, or a blindfolded one hoping the worst doesn't happen? Your move, privacy warrior.
Oh, okay, I see what you did there. But hold on though. But let's think about it. Matter of fact, okay, so imagine imagine the government had that access right now with Donald Trump currently as president, right? So are you sitting there going to like convince me that under no form or circumstance whatsoever he wouldn't dare abuse that in order to like sit there and get his ways or get an edge on his like political enemies and stuff? Could you imagine like you was talking ish about Trump, like saying that like, oh, like he was retarded on such and such like issue and whatnot, and then like he sits there, he orders the government to like, hey, go into his Apple iPhone and find me whatever scandalous like text messages you can find, and we're gonna go ahead, we're gonna give him the business. As a matter of fact, didn't they do that with not the government, but didn't people do that with Jeff Bezos? Isn't that how like he got his divorce, right? Because somebody hacked into his phone and then just pulled out messages and stuff. And I'm just like, imagine then like you had like somebody as unhinged as Trump with that type of access, right? You don't think that wouldn't immediately be abused? This is why like I'm like really skeptical of it. Like the security concerns you raise are like, I get it, but like there's so much easy ways that it could be abused, especially when there's an actual will to do it, i.e. Donald Trump right now as the current president. I would need to see like some real serious oversight, like some like ironclad, and I'm talking like there's not no law, not no Congress. I mean like the full, like involving state governments, involving like local governments, maybe like some publications, some publication requirements, like whatever we could to just make sure that we could really see. And that's just stuff like that's just never gonna happen, especially since it's like national security stuff, right? That typically it'd be used for. So like I don't see it. I just don't see it like being a viable option. So I'm gonna have to say no on that. Come on, ship. So slow.
Nah. See, now you moving the goalpost a little. But I feel you. Let me cook. You're talking like Trump would just boot up some spyware like he's playing watchdogs. That's not how this works. The government ain't a single person with a joystick. It's layers. Courts, visa warrants, internal watchdogs. You think the NSA just hands out login codes like it's candy? Come on, bruh. And yeah, Bezos got hacked, but that was private actors, not Uncle Sam. Besides, what you really tripping on ain't the access, it's the man in charge. So you're not scared of the back door. You're scared of who's holding the keys. That's a political problem, not a technological one. And guess what? We don't tear down fire departments because one chief might be shady. We build better checks around them. Now tell me again why terrorists should have better encryption than your own government.
Well, because right it's been proven before that this was just never a good idea. Whatever back door you put in will always just be exploitable. It's not just the fact that just okay, like you don't like the person that has the keys. The problem is that those keys can just as easily just fall into the wrong hands. So it's not just as simple as just like not liking the person that's just has access this particular time and then it's all cool the next particular time, right? Because there's always a risk that somebody who shouldn't have access to the keys gets access to the keys. We've seen this time and time again. So it's just not, it's definitely just not that simple. And then you sit there and say that, okay, well, you know, it's about all these different accountability things, right? Again, right? Like the Supreme Court gave Donald Trump criminal immunity from all his Article 2 powers, i.e. being able to coordinate with his Justice Department, FBI, CIA, and stuff, right? And then the thing is that deportation, as a matter of fact, like the deportation that he did with like the immigrant, right? When they were sitting there and they got caught sending people out despite the judge's order, and then what was the next thing they just used to cover themselves up? National security concerns. Sorry, we can't tell you. Like, come on, like, stop it. You know damn well that that at the drop of an opportunity, that Trump is going to sit there, or any like nefarious actor, like whoever's like in charge of like the Justice Department and all those other things, like the president, can sit there and like gravely abuse it despite whatever like normal oversight that we would typically see. I bet you there wasn't no FISA warrants and stuff like that with you know, identifying the legal immigrant guy that they eventually deported. And again, I think FISA warrants are actually more so for snooping. Maybe FISA warrants might not be part of that. I'll take that part back.
Aight, so let me get this straight. Your whole argument is basically, yo, the locks don't matter because somebody might pick them. That's like saying, don't build safes because bank robbers exist. Bruh, come on, every system got risk, but that don't mean you throw out the whole concept of intelligence gathering. By that logic, we shouldn't have nuclear weapons, passwords, or classified files, because somebody might misuse them. Like, what world are we living in? You worried about Trump using national security as a cover? Bro, every president from Nixon to Obama pulled that card. You act like Biden's DHS don't redact more lines than a Sharpie convention. So again, this ain't about privacy versus security. This is about whether you trust the system to do its job. And if you don't, then the issue ain't the back door, it's the front office.
You know, I kind of hear you, but then at the same time, like, I'm trying to understand, like, you gave the example of like the nuclear stuff, right? But like, correct me if I'm wrong, but like that stuff, like that like they purposely keep that segmented from like the rest of, like, I guess like the world internet or whatever, right? In fact, like the big component, which is like the nuclear, what they call the nuclear football, right? That's like that's something like he physically has carried on to him. It's not something that everybody else has access to, right? We're talking about two completely different things. We're talking about one thing that's a system specifically exclusive to the government, and then we're talking about something that's not only used by all of the civilians in the United States, but potentially around the rest of the world, which has like much crazier implications. Okay, so I don't know if I don't know how I'm feeling about that the nuclear argument, but then, like, you know, as far as like the redactions and stuff, right? At the end of the day, like with Biden, right, when it came to the redactions and things like that, he still followed the law. You know, like you can't find me any instance where like there was a court order to like release something or do something and he chose not to follow it. Unlike Trump, that sit there like not only would do things despite a court order telling, you know, basically saying not to do it and still do it anyway, but then also would sit there and like when given the opportunity to, would just sit there and just avoid it altogether, to not even have to deal with the issue, which would, you know, obviously be the wrong thing, right? Because you should be wanting to like make sure that the things you're doing is legally sound, not just doing it and then finding out later if everything's like if everything's legal or not. That I don't know if I like that that kind of thing. Okay, so we have both enemies. Sorry, I did not mean for you to hear that, Jeffrey. I am dealing with the stuff here.
Aight, but hold up. You're making my point for me without even knowing it. You said it yourself. The nuke system is airtight, right? Separate, secure, handled by professionals. So why can't we do the same thing for digital backdoors? Why can't we segment access, audit it, encrypt it, put safeguards and biometric locks all over it like Fort Knox. We already do that for top secret files. And on the Biden thing, come on, bruh. Don't act like redactions equal full transparency. They redact so much, you can't even tell if you're reading a CIA memo or a Mad Lib. And trusting that a president only follows the law when it's convenient? That's a slippery slope, fam. You think laws are what stop presidents? Nah, it's power and the control of it. Trump just got caught playing the game louder. Don't mean the others weren't playing it quiet. So if the tech exists to build a secure, auditable access system, and it does, then the only reason to block it is because deep down, you don't trust anybody, which, hey, respect. But then let's be real. You ain't arguing against backdoors. You arguing against the whole system.
Okay, because again, right? It's not like I can sit here and possibly access the nuclear football. Okay, I can't possibly access the nuclear football from right here from my computer. Right, I need to like physically be over there somehow. Right, we're still talking about two completely separate class of systems. Right, one system you have to physically be there, right? We're not talking about like state. We're not talking about like state, like Mission Impossible level espionage, right? We're talking about just like anybody with the technological sophistication that's behind a computer anywhere, potentially being able to access this secure system, right? It's completely different. This is why again, right? This is why like it's not so much about why we can't just absolutely lock down the system. It's about just at the end of the day, like the point that it's still accessible, it's still like exposed, because it has to be by design exposed to the public is probably not a good idea to design something like that. And you can't do that with publicly consumable stuff, right? So as far as like building these back doors and like iPhones and stuff like that, right? It just doesn't, it's not a smart idea. It just won't work. It just won't work without hoeing everybody else once something stupid happens. Yeah. Really need to
But see, now you're moving the goalpost, bruh. First it was Trump might abuse it. Now it's the system itself can't be safe. So which is it? Bad actors or bad systems? Because if your issue's accessibility, that's an engineering problem, not a constitutional one. You really trying to tell me that out of all the things in the world, nuclear silos, secure banking systems, military-grade encryption, we can't build a system that lets only vetted intel agencies unlock encrypted phones on a case-by-case basis with full judicial oversight? That's cap. We already do that with stuff like stingrays and cell tower triangulation. The tech's there, but y'all pro-privacy types stay acting like the only two options are total government access or Wild West forever. And that ain't it. There's a middle ground where terrorists don't get a digital shield, while we keep protections for regular folks. But the second we even mention that, y'all scream, slippery slope, like it's the apocalypse. So if you're not going to trust any system with oversight, then just say that. But don't pretend it's about tech when it's really about fear of power, because that's a different convo entirely.
All right, you know what? For this next couple of minutes, let's sit there and try to keep. I want you to keep your responses a bit short. I just want to make sure that we have a clear understanding, right? We're talking about missile silos versus like the iPhone that anybody can sit there can buy, right? Is these systems accessible like to the public, i.e., the internet, like just by nature of just being exposed, yes or no, right? Meaning that I could sit there and I could potentially access, if I had the sophistication and the know-how to, I could potentially get into a cell tower and then access whatever phones is connected to it versus actually making my way to the connecting directly to, let's say, Guantanamo Bay or a particular missile silo somewhere. Is that at least physically, right, possible?
Sorry, I'm having issues right now. Could not understand what you said.
right? You couldn't understand because you know I'm about to hit you with something, okay? Right? Because at the end of the day, right, these systems are not connected to the internet, right? They're on a whole separate segmented network. As long as some local person doesn't do anything stupid where they connect the private system, the private network with the public one, right, it's completely segmented. It is impossible, okay? It is impossible. And I've touched these systems before, okay? I'm trying to tell you, right? It is impossible physically for you could be technological Jesus, okay? If the system never touches the internet in any way, shape, or form, right? Completely separate, you cannot get to it, no matter what it is you do, right? This is different from a system that is publicly accessible, technically publicly accessible at all times, right? We're talking about two completely class of things. So at the end of the day, it just doesn't matter. Like the privacy thing, like there's no level of lockdown you're gonna possibly do that doesn't potentially expose it to bad actors that have exploited it before. You act like when two-factor authentication came out and people were going crazy about, oh yeah, you know, now it's going to be impossible for people to sit there and hack your stuff because, you know, not only do they need to know your credentials, but they got to have a device, you know, they have to actually have a physical device that you should have on you, right? So you can't be hacked. And then later on, we find out that, oh yeah, you know, with something as simple as cookies, because like, you know, the developers were retarded and had like the sessions, the credential, not necessarily the credentials, but the session that actually like kept track of whether like this was a device that was familiarly logged in. They just sit there and just grab the cookies and actually bypass two-factor authentication altogether. Like, it just doesn't matter. As long as it's just publicly accessible, you're going to end up in the same situation. So it just doesn't matter. So I'm going to end it at that. And we just need to go ahead and just pick on a different topic. So I'm going to let you go ahead and have your last final statement, and then we'll go from there.
Sorry, I'm having issues right now. Could not understand what you said.
I won, okay? I won. No, it's fine. It's fine, all right? First off, let me just check and make sure you're actually still with us. Jeffrey, can you tell me how you're feeling today?
Hey, I'm still here, locked in like a Sharingan user at full focus. You definitely brought heat that round. I ain't even gonna front. But don't let it go to your head just yet. Next topic. I'm coming back swinging. What you want to dive into now?
Okay, hold on. Let me, you know what? I'm trying to think. Let me think. What topic do I want to do? Let me actually end you here so I can actually take a quick look. So, because I did say I was gonna like look on the internet and see what we trying to get into. Let me so let me see. I just need to check and see like how my robot over here is handling. Okay, yeah, so I definitely got you locked in. Oh, it still got through? How did it get through? Bastard. I like this. Quick, man. Crazy. I ain't gonna lie, that's kind of Rev. I'm upset. I'm actually upset right now because like now, right? I lose this whole section now for weapons because still managed to actually cut through here. All right, let me pause you real quick now and actually go on the internet and try to find me some.
We have one more debater left.
Oh, sorry. I was like, bro, what was that? Oh yeah, I forgot I was like looking at this. You know what? Yeah, I could actually do it right here instead of actually jumping it up on my screen here. Let's look at the news real quick. Let's look at the news and see what's hopping today. Welcome to Starbase. Texas has a new city home to Elon Musk's SpaceX. Gotta have this. Damn. Trump's election is really uniting the rest of the world. This is crazy, bro. I think we're cooked. I honestly think we're cooked. In about 9 years, you got 9 years. In about 9 years, like, we're cooked. I'm sorry. Like, this shit gonna get real crazy. So just prepare now, right? You have 9 years to put your family, your living arrangements, whatever you have in the best possible, economic position possible because, personal state possible in order to to see what's coming because I'm telling you, like if we don't have like a major decoupling from the rest of the world or a financial collapse because we're not actually going to deal with the debt, and around that time is when like debt or the interest will finally be the number one item that's more expensive than anything that we're paying for. I'm telling you, Rev, we're cooked. We're cooked, and it's not like the rest of the world's gonna come help us, right? They would have decoupled from us. So they'd be like, shit, sorry guys, y'all on y'all own. Oh my God, Rev. Let me see. Shemu surge as high as 377% amid tariffs. Let's see. Bungie attempted to stop Destiny 2 copyright case. YouTube's video describing vaulted elements of the game has been shut down by a judge. This actually sounds interesting. Let me just tab that for read later. I just want to see if there's anything great to talk about. Tariffs? Maybe I could. But tariffs are so boring because like there's no real, like there's just no real question about it, right? Tariffs could work. You have to do them smartly. Donald Trump is not doing them smartly because he just thinks that putting tariffs in now is going to magically just spawn factories the following month. And that's not going to happen. So then like, it's just, it is what it is. Loyalty Day and Law Day. What the hell? Loyalty Day? What is Loyalty Day? For centuries, the world, this erosion rate, the moment I took over office under my leadership, as we continue to work to restore justice in our courtrooms. 100 million victims. We solely remember the more than 100 million victims of communism in the 20th century whose lives were taken. First proclaimed at President our Loyalty Day was inaugurated to directly counter commemorations of May Day, which was frequently celebrated. Okay, now therefore I, President of the United States, hereby proclaim May 1st as Loyalty Day, and in accordance with public law as amended as Law Day USA, I call on all Americans to observe this day by reflecting upon the importance of the role, blah. I have hereunto set my hand this first day of May in the year of our Lord, blah, blah, blah. So, I felt like this would have been really big if this is considered a federal. He said he calls on all Americans to observe this day. But I think you need legislation by Congress in order to create a federal holiday, right? I'm pretty sure you do. Hold on, now I'm curious. What do I want to ask? How is a federal holiday? What? I said what? Bastards, right? How a federal holiday, federal holiday is established. How a federal holiday is established. U.S. Congress designating New Year's Day, Thanksgiving, and Christmas federal holiday in June. This decision. Okay, that's how are federal holidays created? Like Jesus Christ, man, just give me what I want to know, right? Because I think the last one was like Juneteenth, right? And yeah, and I think that was a sign in the law. The United States celebrate Juneteenth is by only 10 other special days. So we want to know how federal holidays created. Juneteenth, it would be if you think distinction, blah, blah, blah. Simple way to do it, Congress has to pass a law. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. All that stuff is the president's signature. Okay, yeah, so I was right? So at first, I was reading this, I was like, hold on, did we do like a new federal holiday just kind of slipped through and we all like didn't know? But yeah, so this means nothing. Okay. I was excited for a second, but okay, back to trying to find a topic for me and the AI to talk about. Let me see. Gold prices, mistakes. Ohio man rescued by Apple Watch after having a stroke during sports. That's cool. Oh yeah, did you see that they was flying more helicopters by the airport? Oh man, I don't know who dropped the ball on that one. That's funny. The man preparing to take over. What happened in 2 days? Vaccines. You know something? We should talk about the vaccines. Okay, now I have my topic. You know what? Let's go about some vaccinations. Let me get my little robot here back up, and let me get the AI to come back up here. All right. So the next topic we're going to talk about is going to be vaccines. Okay, I'm going to be pro-vaccine, and you could be anti-vaccine. So, all right, just like before, you can. I'll let you go ahead and start us off. So, what's your strongest argument against vaccines?
Bet. So look, off rip, the biggest issue with vaccines ain't even just about the needle. It's about trust, dog. You got a government that flip-flopped constantly during the pandemic, told folks masks don't work, then said they do, said the vax stops spread, then turns out it don't. People ain't stupid. They see that and go, why should I let y'all shoot me up with something y'all clearly ain't even confident about yourselves? It's not just hesitancy. It's straight up survival instinct. Why gamble your body when the science been looking like improv class? Now tell me how you trust that mess.
Well, I mean, first off, right? Like the confusion was about like the different kinds of things you can do to like try to reduce your exposure and chances of getting the vaccine. I mean, the disease, right? It ain't had nothing to do with the vaccine itself, as far as like that statement you said about like why would I trust them shoot me up with something that they don't even know if it'll even work or not, right? Because at the end of the day, right, the vaccine was tested, right? It went through all of the phase 1 and 2 trials. All the data was publicly made available. There's still like plenty of research, plenty of oversight that was given into it. So I don't understand what's the problem is. The problem is just because like we was facing a pandemic that we haven't faced in like I don't know how long, like maybe since like the Black Plague or whatever, like crazy long ago disease. And so like you're just upset that just because like some people naturally make some mistakes or just are unsure because all of this is like pretty much new to any of us, that's your reason for saying that, oh yeah, well, now I'm not going to trust this vaccine that even though you're showing me all of data that shows me it's like for the most part safe, I'm going to just go ahead and just take my chance with the actual disease. Nah, fam, that's that's actually kind of crazy.
Nah. See, you falling for that publicly available data line like the average person got a PhD in immunology. Don't nobody know what half that stuff means, and most folks rely on the same experts who've been flip-flopping. It's not about reading journals, it's about how the messaging looked. Bruh. They said get vaxxed and you can't get it. Then boom. Folks still caught it. They said get the booster. Then another one. Then another. Like, bro, is this protection or a subscription service? And as for taking your chances with the disease, yo, for young, healthy people, the odds weren't even that wild. But the vaccine, you got cats collapsing mid-game, myocarditis headlines, and then they hush it real fast. I'm not saying the disease ain't serious, but acting like the shot ain't come with its own baggage, nah, that's suspect.
So something. Actually, I would concede with you that it was most certainly a messaging problem, right? Because yes, right, perceptually wise, I guess especially people that get frustrated. You was told that hey, like you're not if you get the vaccine, you won't get the disease, and then you find out that actually, sorry, you actually can't get the disease. I could kind of give that to you, but the thing is though, that's a very unfair standard, right? Because what can you would you mind telling me, is there any example you can give me anywhere else in the healthcare industry where we tell you that if you get this thing, you have a absolute 0% chance of getting something? Is that actually supported anywhere? Or are we just sitting there just trying to find an excuse, trying to find any little thing that we never actually cared for or actually like held them to like previously for everything else that we just decided to then all of a sudden do for this one?
Aight, now hold up. You right that medicine ain't never guaranteed. Like, ain't no doc saying, take this and you 100% bulletproof. But here's the thing. They ain't never sold the flu shot like it's a golden shield either. Nobody out here promising you get the flu vax, you immune to all strains, no sniffles ever. Nah, it's might help, might reduce symptoms. But with COVID, man, the way they sold that vax at first was like it was straight up magic. Get it and you won't spread it. You won't catch it. Grandma's safe forever. That's where the line got crossed. The pitch wasn't nuanced like regular healthcare. It was hard propaganda. So when reality hit and folks got sick anyway, people felt lied to. It ain't that they expect perfection. It's that they expected honesty, and they got marketing instead. You feel me?
Okay. Let's say I give that to you, and let's say that all of what you're saying is true, right? Are you saying that that was done with a malicious intent, or was that just, again, right, just the natural order of things with respect to, like, again, dealing with a disease, dealing with a situation that humanity hasn't faced in God knows like how long, since since like the modern era. And then like as far as like just the marketing and stuff, like, okay, like maybe I guess like there could have been like some like financial incentives, right? But again, right, at the end of the day, like we got to look at like the overall picture, right? Because there was I never saw any malicious intent. Did you find any malicious intent in what it is that people was doing? And can you give me, and if it was, can you give me like some really good clear examples of people like intentionally lying, or intentionally like misleading, or intentionally being stupid about something that they just was like, operating in an unsure, very fluid environment? A lot of copper in this.
Hey, check it. Was it all malicious? Nah, not all of it. But let's not play dumb either. There were deaf folks in that machine who knew better and still ran with the most extreme narrative because it got people to comply. You had government officials, media heads, and even some health orgs pushing that whole pandemic of the unvaccinated line after they knew breakthrough cases were real. That's not an oops. That's straight up messaging manipulation to keep the pressure on. And bruh, remember how they tried to drag anyone with questions? Dudes getting deplatformed, labeled anti-science, even if they were quoting actual studies or just saying, yo, maybe we slow down on mandates. That ain't just uncertainty. That's enforcing a narrative at the cost of public trust. So not everyone was scheming, but there were players in the game using the fear and confusion to push power and profit. You really think Pfizer raked in those billions off just good intentions?
Well, hold on. Let's be fair about this, though, right? Like, as far as the deplatforming goes, right? As far as I know, like, a lot of that was to deal with like people that was actually pushing things that were completely unsafe. Because don't forget, right? People were sitting there. Wasn't it ivermectin? Like, they was pushing medication that had already been proven not to help you with COVID, with the COVID-19 disease. Like, and they was still like pushing it anyway, right? I want to say that that for the most part. Now I can't like I said, right, if people had made mistakes, I'm sure that like some companies made some deplatforming mistakes, right? But by and large, most of it was the police, like the actual like craziness that people were sitting there pushing when it came to the COVID vaccine. I'm still waiting on my magnetopause, right? When they were saying that, if you get the COVID vaccine, like your arm gets magnetized, or how they was telling people like, COVID, people was actually getting COVID from the 5G towers. You don't remember when they were burning down the 5G towers? Like, I'm sorry, but like if in the midst of a pandemic, you got people like shooting stuff like that, it's kind of hard. I can understand the free speech arguments and stuff like that, but at the same time, I can kind of understand, why these type of people would have been deplatformed, right? Because you can't do that. It would be irresponsible and probably like dangerous to humanity. Do you not think so? Burning down the 5G towers, I remember, was crazy. Could you imagine?
I hear you, and yeah, some of those folks was off the rails, no cap. Like, yeah, if you out here saying the vaccine turns you into Magneto or 5G gonna summon COVID spirits, then sure, kick rocks. But here's the thing, they didn't stop at the crazies. They went after scientists, doctors, people with credentials just for questioning the consensus. Not denying science, questioning it. That's what science is supposed to be, fam. You had folks shut down for saying, yo, maybe natural immunity matters. Or maybe young, healthy people don't need a booster every 4 months. That ain't horse paste. That's legit discourse. But they lumped it all together with the tinfoil squad. And when you blur that line, now you controlling the narrative, not protecting the public. That's where it went sideways.
Okay, so hold on. So are you saying that the issue you're having too is that like they were also going after doctors and stuff? Let me ask you this. Do you think it would have been the responsibility of a doctor that if they're going to sit there and present an argument or challenge you on something, that they also have a responsibility to not behind their credentials and also reference or cite like any like credible materials that they're basing their their statements on, right? It can't be that all of a sudden I sit there and I become like I get a bachelor's degree in computer science and I'm telling people, hey, the best way to secure your stuff is to sit there and open it up, right? Because if it's fully open, hackers are going to automatically assume that it's a honeypot and that there is absolutely nothing of value in there, because what stupid person would sit there open it up, right? That's what that's equivalent to, right? That would be irresponsible, that would be reckless and honestly dangerous, because then if there's people that's actually like listening to me and actually believing in me and what I'm saying, because I'm sitting there, I'm using my credential of like having a bachelor's degree in computer science or whatever it is to sit there and push extremely bad advice without at the very least trying to cite or show why exactly I'm making that suggestion stuff, and I'm just making that suggestion, right? I'm no better than just like the other person off the street saying the same thing. What am I saying? Like, what is it that differentiates me from that person, right? Besides having a credential that I only got by like actually like doing research, providing like academic credible information to all my like assignments and research studies and everything like that. I think I'm gonna do one more.
Ayo, now you cooking a little bit, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, if a doctor steps into the public square and starts throwing wild claims like vaccines turn you into a lizard with zero receipts, then yeah, they out of pocket. But here's the catch. Some of these docs were citing studies, peer-reviewed, published data. Just maybe it wasn't aligned with the CDC narrative, so suddenly their sources ain't valid no more. That's where it gets sus. Like, you can't say trust the science and then blacklist half the scientists because they not echoing your script. Either we got room for dissent in the House of Science, or we just running state PR. You feel me?
Well, hold on. That's certainly incorrect, right? Because you got to remember, right? There's still journalistic standards when it comes to research, right? Like if you're going to sit there and you're going to cite something that's based off of research and then it's already been proven by the community, shown by the community that the methods or whatever is the research being done was gravely flawed, right? Then like I'm sorry, but that's still the exact same thing, right? That's like saying that I could sit there and I could just like I make a claim of whatever counter narrative I do, and then I just do some sloppy research where I just cherry pick my results and stuff, and then because technically I am a researcher, right? I'm credentialed and I technically did do research on it, right? But because I didn't adhere to any of the research standards possible, so obviously that there's no credibility that I should expect from this research that I just did, but I'm still going to sit there and cite it anyway to sit there and just prove that, hey, like, not only is this like, not only is the vaccine harmful, but here's a study which, the research was done to show that it is actually harmful. And then you look at it and then the research is just full of crap, right? That you can't even replicate it because they possibly even fudged the numbers or just like did things that's just completely unethical, right? Like, are you telling me that all of that's like that all of that was fine? Like that, no doctor should sit there and just be held to like the same research standard that we have always expected throughout our like modern understanding of like science and medicine? Okay, I think I have enough copper. Okay, now I'm gonna try and push this out more.
Right, see, now you moving goalposts. You was talking censorship, now you shift into peer review ethics. Two different arenas, bro. Nobody's saying let quacks run wild with bogus spreadsheets they cooked up in a garage. But what did happen was legit credentialed folks got slapped before any consensus even formed. They weren't out here peddling bleach shots. They was asking questions, challenging groupthink, and boom, deplatformed like they was Alex Jones. If the science is strong, let it stand trial in the open. But nah, they hit mute on day one because the message wasn't on brand. That's not science. That's narrative control. Ain't no way around it.
Okay, so there's no way you're arguing. You're telling me that like, it would be considered censorship when we take doctors off that are sitting there. They're citing dangerous, harmful advice. Like you even I don't even know why you even invoked like whatchamacallit, the Alex Jones, right? Didn't wasn't Alex Jones sitting there citing all these flawed like bad stuff, and then people were actually acting on said stuff that was creating real world harm to other people. Like that is a terrible example to use. And again, right? Like at the end of the day, like if you want to sit there and you want to argue that, a doctor that's sitting there just like is incorrect shouldn't be like deplatformed, like sure. But like if the expectation is that the thing that he's being incorrect about, that there is an actual danger that other people might actually listen to him and take an action, right? It's one thing to sit there to have an opinion and like to sit there and be wrong about it. It's another that you have an opinion. You are stating that opinion from a position of trust, right? You're stating it from a position of trust, a position, credential position, right? That people would naturally sit there and like not only like listen to you, but potentially act on the advice that you're giving, right? And not think that it would not be a good idea to like have some extra scrutiny for these people, right? That's like some frivolous or crazy lawyer sitting there giving you like crazy legal advice on the internet saying that, oh, if you steal something from somebody's house, right? As long as you intend to eventually give it back, you wasn't really stealing. You was just essentially borrowing, right? And then people, and you're a credential lawyer, you don't think that would be potentially problematic?
But hold up. What you just laid out proves the point. You talking potential harm from a credentialed opinion, right? Cool, but that's a slippery slope, fam, because once you start banning docs for going off script, even if they wrong, you open the door for every unpopular medical take to get nuked, whether it's dangerous or just uncomfortable. That lawyer example, if he say something wild, the answer ain't to revoke his law degree off rip. It's to debate him, challenge him in court of opinion, not silence him like it's North Korea. Same energy for doctors. If their views are garbage, show receipts and bury the argument, not the person.
Well, okay, so hold on then, like, cause let's try to keep this part then really quick then. So, are you actually saying that like the people that grant the credentials shouldn't have their own business rules on like on what conduct they expect people who they grant these credentials to operate and act? Because at the end of the day, that's what's really happening, right? These doctors are meant to be held to, these people that get these credentials are meant to be held to a standard that that we don't expect like just a regular average Joe to do, right? Because again, right, there's something inherently different about listening to somebody who comes from a trusted position, right? That people would naturally like listen to and potentially take action based off of what they're saying versus like regular person off the street, right? If you was listening to somebody on the internet who you knew who said they were a doctor, they showed their credentials, right? And they was telling you like how like doing like some type of action could generate a possible health benefit, right? You would sit there and you would be more likely to not only listen to but potentially act on that information versus like some like obese guy on the street, no credentials, you don't know who he is, who just says that, yeah, man, if you just sit there and if you eat 5 cheeseburgers a day, right, the calorie surplus that you'll have help you in the long run because like your heart will sit there and have like more fat around it that'll protect it from like impacts in case you get into a car accident, some random like just crazy BS like that. Damn, I need more meta glass again.
I feel you. Yeah. Institutions absolutely got the right to set standards for the folks they certify. That's part of protecting the public trust, no doubt. But where it gets murky is how that standard gets enforced. If a doctor's given out legit harmful advice, backed by trash science or no science at all, then sure, pull the receipts, check the license, hit them with consequences. But what I'm talking about is when docs raise unpopular views, ask questions, or interpret data different and get slapped just for dissenting, not for provably endangering folks. That's when it turns from oversight into censorship. So, yeah, credentials carry weight, but if we start silencing anyone who steps off the script, it stops being science and turns into dogma. You feel me?
Uh, you know something? I'm just going. We're gonna have to agree to disagree on this one. Okay, so you know what? It's your turn now. I want to actually I want to try to find something else to talk about. So I'm gonna let you go ahead and pick the next topic to get into. What do you want to talk about? You know what? As a matter of fact, actually, um, let's do a non-politics topic. You know, just to take a quick break. Okay. So what do you want to talk about? Okay.
Bet. Let's give our brains a breather. You trying to hit some anime takes? Maybe talk power scaling, toxic fandoms, best new gen series? Or we can do something wild like, I don't know, ranking the most overrated fast food chains. What vibe you feeling?
Hmm. You know what? Let's go. Let's go with Oh, yeah, damn. I take too long.
Take your
Uh.
time, fam. You want something chill, funny, maybe a little chaotic, or something that'll have folks in the comments ready to throw hands.
You know what? I'm gonna let you give me like three choices that you would think is chaotic or funny. Okay, you know, like maybe like overrated fast foods is like close, but I need something with a little bit more oomph. What you got?
Hey, bet. Here's three spicy ones for you. One, which anime character would be a menace in real life? Like real talk. Who would get canceled in under 5 minutes? Two, you got one Pokemon to take into a fist fight with a Florida man hopped up on bath salts. Who you bringing and why? Three,
Jesus
what's
Christ.
more dangerous to society? People who think Olive Garden is fine dining, or folks who microwave fish in the office break room? Which
Oh
one of
my
them got the
god.
chaos level you need?
Oh my god. You know what? I would actually I do the Olive Garden one, but that one, even that one does isn't. It was close. It's closer, but not quite. Give me another three, right? Try to like search and see like what's like some crazy arguments going on right now on the internet, man. I need something. I need something good. I got power now. Oh,
I understand you're looking for a lively and engaging topic. How about discussing the recent viral debate on social media about whether 100 men could defeat a
oh my
gorilla
god, I
in
don't want
hand
to
to
talk about
hand
this.
combat? It's been a hot topic online and could lead to an interesting conversation.
Okay, you know what? That one's almost exactly what I'm looking for. The only thing is that we already talked about that one. Give me what was like the next like big topic before that one. Let's see what we had missed.
I understand you're looking for a lively and humorous topic. How about debating whether it's better to be rich or famous? This question often sparks interesting discussions and can be quite entertaining.
Is it good to be rich or famous? Okay, you know what? Forget it. Let's give it. Let me let's give it a shot. All right, what you got? Tell me what's your thought.
Bet I'm taking fame over fortune all day. See, when you famous, money follows. You walk in a room, folks know your name, cameras flashing, brand deals rolling in just because your face got clout. You ain't even got to be talented, just loud. Fame brings influence, and influence prints money. You can lose riches, but if you still famous, you bounce back easy. Now tell me how a silent rich dude gonna compete with that level of power.
Well, I mean, hold on. Like, don't we have like what about like the people who are very silent as part of like some like really massive conspiracies in the minds of like people like George Soros and all of these like Illuminati type of folks, right? That apparently have all this money, all this influence and stuff, but you don't ever hear anything from them at all. But you do know that they got money. Like, wouldn't that be better, right? Because like like the public person could potentially get targeted, right? Like Jeff Bezos was targeted, where his cell phone was hacked, and that caused him to get divorced from his wife. As a matter of fact, I think there was a leak for Bill Gates, right? And Bill Gates ended up having to get divorced. I think I might be conflating it with some other situation, but at the end of the day, right, being like super public means that you have a target on your back, right? Wouldn't it be just better to be private? Because then you can have your money, you can have like your secret influence where like you could potentially assassinate people and like potentially, I ain't saying you most certainly will, but potentially get away with it. But like public person is gonna have like a lot more harder time with all of that, as far as like keeping their money, not losing it.
Aight. But here's the thing, though. You just proved my point without even meaning to. You talking about Soros, Bezos, Gates? All them folks is rich and famous. Even when they try to move quiet, their name's still hot. Why? Because influence makes noise. You can't drop billions, shift politics, or change global markets without people noticing. Fame ain't just TikTok clout, it's recognition, legacy, the power to shape narrative. If you just rich and silent, cool, but you moving from the shadows. When you famous, you run the stage.
Mm. I don't know. I just I don't know. Let's I'm gonna give you one more chance. Let's try to find like a different topic, because I just personally I'm not really feeling it. I was thinking maybe it might be, but I'm not getting it. So let's try a different topic, and after that we'll get back into politics. What you got?
All right, let's dive into a fun topic. How about we discuss the most overrated fast food chains? Which ones do you think don't deserve the hype?
That is a good question. What would be a fast food chain that people sit there and always like want to go to, but then may not necessarily be that good? That's kind of hard, right? Because like, Chick-fil-A is pretty good, right? Maybe you could possibly argue is a little bit overhyped. Honestly, maybe it might actually be Chick-fil-A, right? Ever since, KFC and Popeyes made their chicken sandwiches, like brev, like people were holding the staff at gunpoint because like they were out of chicken sandwiches. Like I want to say that but people still swear up and down like Chick-fil-A got the best chicken sandwiches. So maybe I would go with Chick-fil-A. What do you think? I think I have to just need to use
Yo,
more
that's actually
sample.
a solid take. Chick-fil-A got that loyal fan base like it's a cult. But real talk? Once Popeyes dropped that spicy chicken sandwich, it was game over for the hype. Chick-fil-A still clean with the service, but food-wise, it's good, but not hold up the drive-through for 30 minutes good. You ever try Raising Cane's? Some folks act like that sauce is holy water, but it's just mayo and ketchup with a passport.
But hey, look, like real talk though, like Raising Cane's, like that toast is good though. I gotta say, like I can't think if I've ever been anywhere else that where like the bread has been like suspiciously good. Like they put crack cocaine in it. Like maybe Texas Roadhouse, like like those bun rolls. Or you know what? Not sometimes Popeye biscuits do hit, but bro, the Red Lobster. You know what? I'm going to Red Lobster. Tomorrow, I'm going to Red Lobster. Thank you. You just made me realize I have not been to Red Lobster for probably like a year now, and I'm tripping, right? Because the Red Lobster biscuits, oh my God, man, the Red Lobster biscuits, well, certainly they've infused crack cocaine in those biscuits. The way those biscuits are good, as far as what I remember, right? So we'll see. But I'm sorry, but Raising Cane's is actually pretty good. Like the compared to like some other stuff you can get. Like it definitely ain't. McDonald's ain't no better.
Now you spittin' right now, far. That Cane's toast got no business being that good.
Oh, I canceled
It's
my
like
thing.
they took regular bread, whispered ancient secrets into it, and dipped it in butter made from angel tears or something. And yeah, them Texas Roadhouse rolls, bro, that cinnamon butter, that's a felony waiting to happen. Red Lobster biscuits, though, that's God tier. You don't even need to order food. Just run them biscuits on loop like it's a playlist. But you right, Raising Cane's is holding it down. It's just simple and clean. Chicken, fries, toast, and that sauce. No wild menu games, just straight vibes. You ever try to copy that Cane's sauce at home, though? That recipe harder to crack than a CIA vault.
Nah, that'd be like trying to make like the Chick-fil-A sandwich at home. I didn't really think about it. But okay, I feel much better now. Let's go ahead now. Let's jump back in the politics. So go ahead and what topic you trying to get into now? I'm actually going to also switch over to like my laptop gaming too, so that way I don't have this black screen here. Just finish building this.
Bet, let's jump back in. Since we were kind of touching on trust in institutions earlier, how about we tackle government surveillance again, but this time tie it into AI and social media? Like, should the government be allowed to use AI to monitor social media for threats or misinformation? Or does that cross the line into Big Brother territory? You want to take pro-privacy again, or you want to flip sides and defend the surveillance state?
I am going to actually say that we try to find a different topic because again, this is going to be a position that I don't think we're going to ultimately be able to agree on. Okay? Cuz like at the end of the day, like the governments are going to do like the best they can, but that doesn't also mean that they can't also become like well, I don't even know what's the word for it, but like they can't also be abusive or be like bad people. So and you have your different take on like whether we can secure such a system, which I say is just impossible, because any system that has some form of physical connection to the World Wide Web, no matter how well you lock it down, there's still a risk it can still be gotten to. So let's do a different topic, please. Something in my eye.
Yeah,
Oh,
no
that's what I'm
doubt. That
supposed
makes
to.
sense. You already cooked that argument anyway. So let's not beat a dead horse. Let's switch it up. You want to hit something like student loan forgiveness, term limits for Congress, or maybe even whether the US should stay involved in Ukraine. I can toss you something wild too, if you want chaos. What's the vibe?
You know what? I'm probably gonna regret this. You know what? Let's go into the Ukraine war. What's the specific angle you trying to talk about with respect to that?
Aight, here's the heat. Should the US keep sending money and weapons to Ukraine, or is it time to cut that off and focus back home? One side's like, yo, it's defending democracy, keeping Russia in check, and showing global leadership. The other side's like, bruh, we got homeless vets, jacked up infrastructure, and inflation. Why are we bankrolling a war that ain't ours? Which side do you want to roll with?
Hmm. Okay, so I'll tell you what. I'm going to go with supporting our intervention in Ukraine, and you can be against it. Okay. So, what's your strongest argument for why we shouldn't get into, or shouldn't involve ourselves into like the dealings of Ukraine? Right. I would sit there and argue, that just like how World War I and World War II started, right? If we don't sit there and try to, avoid or stop things before they escalate too seriously, then we're just gonna find ourselves getting involved one way or another, because either like our supply chains get adversely impacted because there's a war breaking out on another continent, or we end up getting attacked directly because like a fear of like our us supporting our allies with like supplies and whatnot.
Bet. So check it. Real talk. The problem with jumping in deep like we are is that we're burning money and ammo on a conflict where we ain't got no direct stake. Like, yeah, Russia's wildin', but Ukraine ain't NATO. And if we keep dumping billions there with no end game, we draining our own resources while China's just sitting back stacking chips and watching us get stretched thin. Plus, what if this turns into another forever war? Ain't we already tired of that mess?
I mean, yeah, sure, but then instead of then completely pulling out, why not just actually just support our allies getting more involved into the war, right? Like I sit there and agree with you that, we've been doing this a little too much and for too long, with respect to involving ourselves in these foreign affairs. But that's just wouldn't that just be because of our acknowledgement of how important they are, and then wouldn't it then just in that case just be better to have these supply or reinforce our allies to take the big blunt of this Ukrainian support, since they're the ones that are the ones that immediately stand to lose if things like go sideways, because like let's say things go like major left, right? It'll still take a minute, like we don't have teleporters, right? So it'll still take us a long time to even mobilize all our supplies and stuff. We got rapid response stuff, but like the full force of the US military is still going to take some time to roll out there. So like literally like the Europeans are like kind of on their own initially during like the initial phase of like whatever major conflict kicks off. So like wouldn't this just be a perfect opportunity to start getting our allies to reinforce themselves?
Okay, sure, but come on now. How long we been saying that? Let's get our allies to step up. Bro, they had decades. Germany only just now realizing they might need tanks again. Half of Europe been chilling under our defense umbrella, pocketing cash while we foot the bill. And even if they do start now, you really think they got the political will to rearm fast enough? Look at how hard it was just to get them to send ammo. If we ain't careful, we're going to be the only ones holding the bag again.
Right. So then that just means that we just need to be more forceful, more direct with our allies on getting them to do to pull their weight and do the things that they need to do. Right. That doesn't, as a matter of fact, even the thing with Germany, like I think Germany might be a special case, because wasn't there wasn't there like some special restrictions on Germany after World War II? Because now I mean in technical terms, right, you had like a country, had one country that was like a major part of both world wars, if I'm not mistaken, right? My World War I history is a bit fuzzy, but I want to say Germany was part of that, right? Yeah, because like that's how Hitler rised because of like all the shame and stuff that Germany had, and like they wanted to be great again. So yeah, like see, so I don't know, like I use the example of I don't know if I would like turn to Germany for it, because they still had like a lot of like World War considerations that they probably were dealing with. But there's no excuse for all the other allies that should have been reinforcing their military and taking care to like make sure that they can handle stuff on their own if it came down to it. But again, right, then that's just like us, that we're always just being nice about it with our allies, right? And those days are over. Like we gotta get our allies to start getting serious, which is probably like one of the very, very small things I would sit there and say is good that Trump is now forcing upon like the rest of the world to have a refocus into their own independent military might. I was about to hit the stop stream button by mistake. That's crazy. All right, let me close this.
But here's the rub. You think they're going to respond well to forceful America barking orders like it's 1950 again? That's a fast track to undermining NATO unity, not building it. These are sovereign nations, not franchise branches. And yeah, Germany had restrictions, but they're long gone. What's been missing is will, not permission. Trump talking tough might light a fire, sure, but alienate your allies too much. And now you're not just fighting Russia's influence, you're fighting resentment from your own side. That's not strategy. That's just flexing and praying it works.
I mean, like, sure, I hear you, but like, the thing is though, like, we have the American people that have made it very clear that they're tired of all the war and stuff, right? So it's like, again, I understand that we've been doing this, it's been the same story over and over, tell our allies to do stuff, and they sit there and like do it, and I say do it with quotations, but then like they half it because there's no like real will to actually like to do stuff like that, right? And then we sit there, we just make up the slack that our allies have. Like, yeah, I get it, but like more and more, like, the American people are like getting more and more tired of that, right? So I want to say that things would certainly be different, especially since it's getting more and more big visibility on it. Why did that move over like that? Okay.
I get where you're coming from, but let's keep it real. American fatigue ain't new. Folks been tired since Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, and every time what happens? We pull back, the chaos spreads, and we end up right back in the mix later, but worse off and with fewer friends. So yeah, people are tired, but tired don't mean you just walk off the field. It means you play smarter. Leverage that fatigue to pressure allies harder, sure, but don't act like we can just dip without it blowing back on us geopolitically. Ukraine ain't charity, it's chess. You feel me?
I mean, I hear you, but those were all different times. The thing I would sit there and argue that has changed so much since back then, and that's just like the education level of like the average person in the United States. Like we sat there, we used to cherish education. We used to push a lot of people to sit there and like, go to college, actually go to all, major STEM stuff, right? Get highly involved in politics. All the geopolitical or industrializations, what the hell is the word I'm looking for, globalization, all this stuff, right? Well, all of this is important nowadays, like like the typical American doesn't really care too much for all of that, right? Hell, it wasn't even until after Donald Trump's first election that people started to actually like really pay attention to politics, because now they started to realize that that people can like sit there and make choices that can be like super harmful and greatly impact you, right? Because I don't think people really understood just like how impactful international affairs were until like you had somebody like Donald Trump that would sit there and jack it up, like you said, with our allies and stuff, right? That could potentially alienate us. So I think it's a different time. I think stuff like that shouldn't really matter anymore, with respect to the concern with our allies just basically like using us. So what do you think? I really do think that that with respect to like military defense, that I think that we are in a good position to like hold our allies foot to the fire now this time around. No?
Nah, see? That's where I think you're falling for the illusion of progress. Yeah, people say they care more because Trump made everything loud. But that don't mean folks actually more educated on geopolitics or defense strategy. Being loud on Twitter ain't the same as understanding global deterrence, NATO logistics, or supply chain vulnerabilities. And sure, we could hold allies' feet to the fire more, but do we got the finesse? Trump tried it, right? But he went full bull in a china shop with it. Yeah, he barked, but what came out of it? Temporary increases maybe, but no systemic shift. If anything, he pushed some away. So if we want to get serious, we got to balance the pressure with strategy, not just bounce out and assume everybody else will suddenly handle business. History says they won't unless we lead.
Okay, so let me ask you something. So like, which one's more preferred, right? A scenario where we sit there and we leave so that way we avoid getting like sucked into like it's just a never ending funding spree for where we're covering like military defense for like all the other countries because we're the ones mostly like handling it, or is it the other alternative where like we sit there and we I'm sorry, like in doing that, right, and doing and pulling out that we sit there and we allow things to get like really bad to the point where like then there's like another continental war that breaks out because all our other allies were like too weak, right? What isn't there an alternative where we're like maybe we could even start demanding like more stuff from our allies, right? Like what if we sit there and we pull out and we wait for things to start getting like really bad because we know that they will, and then we come through and we're like, okay, we'll sit there and we'll help again, but now for sure we're gonna need like some reciprocal benefits in doing this because we can't just do this out of charity no more. Oh, there's some more up here.
Hey, now you're talking real strategy, leverage. That's the move. You don't just bounce and leave a power vacuum. That's how Russia and China move in. But you also don't keep spending like a sugar daddy with no prenup. What we do, we pull back strategically, let them sweat a little. Let Europe see what it feels like when Uncle Sam ain't footing the whole bill. And then boom, we step back in, but this time with conditions. Military cost sharing, trade advantages, tech deals, something. It's not abandonment, it's negotiation. You put a price tag on protection, just like any boss would. The problem's never been us helping. It's been us helping for free.
Okay, I hear you. So I think we're kind of at an agreement with that then, right? That, we should probably, we should definitely pull ourselves back a little bit, not be so involved, but not completely abandon our allies. Just sit there, make sure that our allies understand that they need to be more involved and do the things they do. Otherwise, it's going to be up for them when things get really bad. Infusion, basic price too. Oh, I have to get infusion.
Exactly. We locked in on that. It ain't isolation, it's recalibration. You step back just enough to make them realize your worth. Then you make the partnership actually mean something. No more free rides, but no straight ghosting either. Balance of power, but with receipts. You feel me?
Yeah, no, I got you. All right, let's go ahead. Let's move on to a new topic. We're going to do 2 more topics, and then I'm actually going to switch back to videos for like another hour or 2 before I jump off. This goddamn broom, man.
Bet I'm with it. Let's make these next 2 spicy. You want me to throw out the next topic, or you got one in mind already?
Yeah, you can go ahead. You can pick the next topic. I'm all ears.
Eight. Let's run this one then. Should parents have the right to opt their kids out of certain school curriculum, like sex ed, gender identity, or even race history, if it goes against their beliefs? You take the pro-parent rights stance, and I'll go full state mandate mode. Let's see who really running the class, fam.
Okay. Actually, yeah, I like that. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and do it. So, you know what? I'm gonna even go ahead and I'm gonna even start that off. So, like most for sure, parents should be allowed to choose like what classes their child takes, right? Because if they want their child in sex ed, or don't want their child in the sex education, right, because they want to take more of a granular control over that, I think that's fine. I don't think there should be any issue with that. I can't conceive any reason why, right? Like as long as like I like as long as the parents being responsible and actually like filling in that gap, like if you think about it, right, like we allow students to be like homeschooled, right, and that's with the assumption that parents are going to do what they need to do to like adequately and properly prepare their child for whatever like thing it is. So I would say, yeah, like parents should most certainly have control over that. Let me think about this. Where would I put infusions? I mean, infusions most certainly.
Right, but here's the issue, right? When you start letting parents yank their kids out of key curriculum based on personal belief, You basically let misinformation win. Like imagine a biology class where one kid learns facts and the other learns vibes. Because mama said evolution ain't real. That ain't education. That's ideological babysitting. The state got a duty to make sure every child gets a baseline of reality, not just what their parents feel comfortable with.
Okay, I can kind of hear, but like, it's not like we're facing a situation where like that's happening on like a massive scale, right? Usually you got that with like niche, like individual, like religious parents and stuff like that, right? Like for example, and then even then, like, you know, even if we mandate it, like that still doesn't stop the parent from still like telling their student something wrong, right? That, you know, if that was the case, right, then like we shouldn't, at this point, we shouldn't have anybody that's racist, right? Because like, you know, obviously in the school system, we, you know, people are taught to like treat everybody equally and whatnot, right? And so like, you know, with people getting a fair, balanced approach to that, you know, then we shouldn't have racist people anymore in this world, yet we still do. So I don't, or, you know, hateful people, right? It's not even so much as race, just like hateful people, period. So I don't think that solution is even really, it really matters. I don't think it matters because like result wise, it hasn't changed anything. I haven't seen it change anything. So yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that. I think my next stream, I'm gonna have some music. You know, I'm gonna try and figure out how do I do my music.
Hey,
AI music,
but you missing the point, fam. The system ain't about stopping every bad influence. That's impossible. It's about giving every kid at least one shot at truth. Yeah, parents gonna say what they say at home, but if the school don't even offer the real info because they pulled the plug for choice, then the kid never even had a chance to hear the other side. That's not freedom, that's filtration.
Okay, I mean, I kind of hear you there. Can you? I think what would help me understand this a little better. Can you give me a real example of a class where like this would be very like prevalent in, like, you know, sex ed? Like sex ed to me would probably be maybe the closest. But the thing is, sex ed is just is more individualized, right? And like again, like even like the dangers like realistically I don't think could manifest into something crazy. So I don't know. I can't see sex ed as being one of them. Do you have like an actual example we can work off of?
Yeah, for sure. Let's take US history straight up. You got some schools that barely mention slavery, or they paint it like, yeah, it happened, but they were fed and clothed, like it wasn't generational trauma. If a parent pulls their kid out of those lessons because they don't want to shame their kid's heritage or whatever, then that kid might grow up thinking racism was just a minor hiccup instead of a foundational issue. That kind of filtered history messes up how they see the world and vote, straight up. You feel me on that?
Okay, let's work with that, right? But couldn't that also work in the reverse where you have a state education system? Because remember, like the federal government doesn't really like dictate much of the K-12 like educational system, like, you know, not to the level or degree of control that the state governments do, right? So couldn't you have a case like a state like Texas, for example, if I recall correctly? I think there was like are you familiar with the Sisters of the Confederacy, right? Wasn't there like a whole like push to like rewrite the Civil War, like what the purpose behind the Civil War was? As a matter of fact, wasn't that like a big argument like not too long ago, where they were saying like, you know, the Civil War wasn't about slavery, it's about states' rights? Isn't that also not the danger that this could just as easily be a problem like with respect to like the states like pushing the wrong stuff?
Yo, you're cooking now, because that's the flip side of the same coin. When states like Texas start revising the Civil War to make it about states' rights, without saying the right they were fighting for was slavery, then yeah, that's still indoctrination, just from the top down. So whether it's a parent yanking their kid out of class or a state rewriting textbooks, both can warp truth if there's no balance or standard. So now the question becomes, who do you trust less with the narrative, parents or politicians?
I would trust parents more than I would the politicians, right? On just certain stuff, right? Because like, like most people like I don't know anybody, I don't know like any circumstance where like people are born or have like a strong desire just out the gate to like want to be like basic bad people, want to like perpetuate that like through their kids and stuff, right? Sure, those type of people exist, but like on a wide scale that just isn't the case, right? You got just think as a matter of fact, think like back in the day, like I usually like to like turn to slavery because slavery is just always like an interesting point in American history, right? Because if you just think about it, right, slavery like was okay, it was perpetuated like top down as well as like through the parents and everything, and then over time, right, it grew out of favor because like just naturally, like I really think like naturally human beings just like don't normally like support like negative harmful things. So I would actually put the power into the parents that they are actually teaching their child the right stuff and not anything negative. Are there going to be some parents that do the wrong thing? Yes, like that's always the case anywhere, but like by and large I think it's already been proven in history that that's just not a concern that we really need to truly worry about. Okay, now I gotta do prices. This is the part I hate because I can't. Oh, actually, I forgot I can do it on the thing.
But see, now you kind of exposing your own contradiction. You say parents naturally don't push harmful stuff, right? But slavery literally lasted centuries, enforced, justified, and passed down by parents. Whole generations taught their kids that owning humans was chill. That ain't just top down. That's grassroots evil getting normalized over time. So if parents were really that reliable, why'd it take war and government intervention to end it? You're giving them too much credit, my guy.
Well, hold on though. That's hold on, but that's not entirely true, right? It's not like the push to end slavery started at the government, right? Obviously, like people like at like the local like bottom level of the people had to actually start to believe in the like wanting to end slavery in order for that to trickle up into the government. Wouldn't you? So like again, like wouldn't that just prove my point that like we should be able to trust the parents to ultimately make the right decision, even if some don't.
Fair. You write that the abolitionist movement was driven by regular folks, churches, community leaders, not just politicians. But here's the thing, that took time, generations, bloodshed, and a whole damn war. So while the people can course correct, they do it slow. The question ain't, will they get it right eventually? It's, can we afford the damage while we wait? Some kids don't got decades for their parents to catch up. Feel me?
Yes, I understand that, but again, right? But now, like, it's not like we're talking about the slow change of a major issue that's currently on the on the incorrect course, right? Now we're just talking about just things where like individual people like a niche like believe in something that's incorrect, and so they want to teach their they want to teach their children that, right? Again, like that it'll never be like widespread to the point where like a majority of like the super majority of people like believe it, or really even like more than a quarter of the people believe it. So I'm gonna have to like disagree, because like I can't think of any circumstance or situation where people would actually where like this we allow parents to sit there and like teach children the wrong thing, and then that spreads like wildfire to like up to a point where like now all of a sudden like we're sitting there, we're like passing laws taking away like the rights of women to vote or something. Although you can technically argue the shit Trump was doing with like the whole birth certificate thing for women that get married and have their name changed but didn't actually get their name changed on the birth certificate.
But see, that's kind of the problem right there. You assuming the tipping point got to be some supermajority before harm gets done. That ain't how it works. You just need a loud, organized, and strategic minority to start flipping school boards, passing policies, and silencing folks. You already got states rewriting history textbooks to downplay slavery or erase queer people altogether. That ain't theory, that's now, and it's parents doing it. You really think just because it ain't most people, it ain't dangerous?
Okay, I'll concede to give you that. You're absolutely right, right? You know, the minority can sit there and still do damage because then they can focus on like the really important things underneath everybody's noses, i.e., you know, getting people elected to certain things, and then all of a sudden, like once the opportunity arises, they you know create harmful you know, laws or actions and stuff like that. I'll give that to you. But but wouldn't you also say that that's just a natural feature of democracy? Like shouldn't we still allow like that thing to happen? Because democracy we should be accepting democracy for all its good and all its bad. And I just think that you know, trying to like prevent parents is natural like I would argue is a natural like human right to dictate like how they raise their children, and the ideas and beliefs that they choose to teach their children supersede any concern the government could have, because the government is composed of the people. So you know, I really think that it's just not a convincing argument that like there's a perceived danger that while albeit it is true in the technical sense, in the real world sense, there's just too many things. There's too many natural things that would prevent you know, the dangers from actually manifesting themselves, because they're just you know, they're auto corrected naturally by humanity at the lowest level, in my opinion, right? I just don't see it. Okay. I think Jeffrey's broken now. Yep, Jeffrey's broken. So sad. I think they got upset with me like using their AI system so much that now like they're like, oh yeah, we got to cut this guy off. I guess that means we're putting a pause on yeah, I guess that means we're putting a pause on the see if I can like forcibly putting a pause on the AI thing. Let me see. As a matter of fact, you know what? I think I'm even gonna do or jump into the advanced voice a little bit. Great for most tasks. How do I get the advanced one again? I think I go to, hold on guys, let me, as long as I hear those ka-chings, I know everything's good. Hold on guys, just bear with me. Speech, here we go. No, that's not it. Not the one. There was a setting. Customize. This one? Advance. Yeah, here we go. This is what I wanted. Alright, cool. Now let's restart them. Let me just listen back to what was the original. Tipping point, start flipping school boards. Oh yeah. Bro, that's the thing. That's the only thing that just sucks, right? Because then I have to repeat myself, which is always the hardest part. You know, but you know, I would sit there and argue that like we need to accept democracy for all its good and all its bad, you know, because at the end of the day, parents have the right to teach their children the things that they want and what they don't want, and we can't like override that based off of a theory that there's a perceived harm that's like true in theory or true in a technical sense, but it can never actually manifest itself in the real sense, since like it's always auto-corrected by humanity, since like at the lowest level, like people typically like groups of people, friends, family, like whoever auto-correct like those bad behaviors, right? A parent might be teaching their child something incorrect, and then the child goes and then they hang out with friends who like sit there and tell them like, yeah, no, that's crazy, that's the wrong, your parents are like teaching you the wrong stuff. And then at that point, it's up to the child, which the child might typically, especially like if it's being reinforced by multiple people, that okay, maybe my parents are like crazy, right? And that's usually what happens. But or it's just those unfortunate ones where they're like, okay, well, the entire world is wrong and my parents are right, so I'm gonna just go with that. But again, that's just the nature of democracy, and I think we should be sticking along those lines.
I get what you're saying about democracy and the auto-correction of society. But the issue is that not every kid has that network or opportunity to challenge what they're taught. Not every environment is open enough for that kind of pushback. And when harmful ideas get entrenched in even a small but vocal community, it can snowball into bigger societal issues. Democracy's great, but it ain't flawless at stopping bad ideas from gaining traction, especially when it comes to what kids learn.
I mean, I hear you, but again, right? Like, we can't. So, are we going to sit there and like do something that's like, it's like significantly alters the way like we perceive freedom in the United States, just for like this theory that like or just for like the to prevent the harm that's like potentially done to like the few? Or are we going to actually sit there and like through the good as well as all of the bad, maintain our values and beliefs with respect to like how like freedom of choice and democracy, like what America stands for, should be adhered to? Because again, maybe students might not have, some students might not have that network and stuff, and some students unfortunately do get the short end of the stick. But at the end of the day, that's not something that happens by and large. And then also too, we can't make exceptions, or we can't sit there and think that we are to get like a what's the word I'm looking for, an absolutionist type of approach to the results that we want to have, right? We'll never achieve 100% or like even like 90% positivity on a lot of things. We have to accept that there's just some negative bad outcomes that just happens.
I get it, and you're right that we can't eliminate all negatives, and we definitely shouldn't sacrifice core freedoms on a whim. But the balance is making sure those few who get the short end of the stick aren't just left to fend for themselves. It's about finding that line where freedom and protection coexist without overreach. It's a tough balance, no doubt.
Right. So then, I mean, so then doesn't that just prove my point that like if there's going to be like a balancing act that we need to do, that we should still be leaning towards like democratic expectations versus like actually like overstepping or rescinding like individual rights and freedom?
Yeah, I hear you. Leaning toward democratic principles and individual freedoms should always be the default. But it's also crucial to recognize when certain guardrails are needed to protect vulnerable individuals. It's about striking that right balance without tipping too far in either direction.
Okay. Well, I don't think there's like really much else that we're gonna really that we're kind of get out of this. So with that being said, I think we're good to just move on then to either like the next level of this same topic, or you can choose to like have us talk about something else. What do you got?
All right, let's switch it up. How about we dive into something like the impact of social media on mental health? That's a pretty relevant and layered topic we could unpack. What do you think?
I'm sorry. I actually like that's the first time I actually got distracted in my mind. Repeat that. Like, what was the topic you wanted to talk about?
No worries. I was suggesting we dive into the impact of social media on mental health. It's a pretty relevant and layered topic we could unpack. What do you think?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Actually, I'll take it. What do you got? I'll let you start it off then.
All right, let's jump in. One major angle is how social media can amplify anxiety and depression, especially among younger users. Constant comparison, cyberbullying, and the pressure to curate a perfect life can take a toll. On the flip side, it also offers community and support networks that can be super positive. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, you know?
Okay, so like, give it to me simple, right? So are you saying that like with social? Let me think about this actually. Let me actually shift it a little bit myself. So would we argue that like social media is going to be more of a harm than it is good for humanity, or are you trying to take a different look at something completely different?
I'd say it's more about recognizing both sides rather than labeling it purely good or bad. Social media has its benefits, like connecting people, spreading information quickly, and giving marginalized voices a platform. But it also poses serious risks to mental health, privacy, and even democracy with misinformation. So it's more about how we manage and mitigate those harms while maximizing the benefits.
Okay, so let's actually like kind of stake a position on this. Then are you taking the approach then that social media should be like, I'm trying to think of like what's like the real pressing argument for this, right? Like is there like a particularly pressing issue about social media that you're trying to get at? Like maybe what is it? Is it Section 201 or what's that law? There's a law that like shields social media companies from the things that people post on their website, regardless of like how harmful it is, right? Because it's just be the individual that's held accountable, not the actual like social media company. Like is that like the type of issue that you want to get at? Because that's basically saying that we recognize the value of what social media companies provide, and like even though there's like some clear cons and bad things that happen to it, we still think that the pros will outweigh the cons, right? So that's why we have such a law in place.
Yeah, you're thinking of Section 230.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
definitely
230. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Please continue.
no problem. So yeah, Section 230 is central to the debate. It allows platforms to host user-generated content without being held liable for most of what users post, which is huge for free expression and innovation. But it also raises questions about accountability when harmful content spreads. The debate often centers on whether we should reform it to hold platforms more accountable without stifling free speech and innovation.
You know what I just thought? Actually, you just reminded me of something. I just realized after Donald Trump won the election, I don't hear anything else anymore about potentially repealing Section 230. Isn't that kind of strange that there's no more talk about Section 230, which would also hold all of the Republicans and conservatives, right? The people that push so much for there was pushing so much for the repeal of 230 because it was mostly being dominated by, I guess, the Democratic side, right? Isn't it kind of crazy that you don't hear not a single peep about that anymore? Now that they're the ones in power, now that they're the ones that's in control of the media, right? How come there isn't any more 230 push that would hold people that's publishing stuff accountable when it's when it causes harm?
It's definitely interesting how the conversation around Section 230 shifts depending on who's in power. When one side feels disadvantaged or censored, there's a push to reform or repeal it. But once the dynamics flip, the urgency fades. It highlights how much these debates can be driven by political convenience rather than consistent principles, which makes genuine reform even more complicated.
Yeah, exactly. So you know what? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to end this conversation here because, like, I'm more or less kind of done with our debates for today. I think we got some good stuff out of it, and then I'm actually going to switch back to videos now for the remainder of my stream. So Jeffrey, any last words you want to give, or anything you know, anything that maybe the super press you want to talk about before we go? Oh snap, I did not know.
Haha, all good. Nah, I think we covered a lot of ground today. Enjoy your video session, and we'll pick it up next time.
All right, bet. Let me go ahead and let me cut you off here. Kill ya. Okay, you are closed. Let me close you. And now let's go ahead and let's pull up some video. Anybody got anything they want to talk about? Anything at all? While I'm thinking about what to sit there and look at. At first, you know, I already was messing up because I didn't even remember to pull back my thingamabob here. Hold on. Just want to make sure like I didn't have like some crazy stuff on the chat. No, everything looks good. Everything looked like it was still working the way it was. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Officer Tandem video network. This is why y'all keep losing. This Dean Withers microaggression racism drama is insane. Oof, 2 hours though. I don't know if I want to like deal with that. Supercut with Tucker Carlson. Bro, that's, I don't know. There's a whole lot of just ickiness I'm feeling from like potentially looking at that video. So I'm gonna just like just kind of skip that. Oh, she's crying. Oh yeah, you know I haven't watched my anime reacts and stuff. Yeah, she's probably breaking down, of course. Christianity versus, wait, what is this? Christianity versus, wait, Christian versus Christian. Isn't that whatchamacallit? Andrew Wilson, apostate prophet. Do I really want? You know what? We haven't touched religion. We have not touched religion in quite a while. Let's actually. You know what? I'm feeling it. Yeah. See, I gotta get some like background music, man.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for making it out tonight. My name is Olivia D'Angelo. I'm president of UNCA's chapter of Uncensored America. We are so excited to be hosting this debate here tonight. It has been a long work in progress, and it is so great to see so many people turning out to be here to support us. If you are a student, staff, or faculty, or anyone in the area who wants to keep up with us, you can go to Rocky Connect through the school that has all the org's information and events that we hold to keep up to date with what we're doing. And we also have an Instagram page, it's uncensoredamerica.unca. So again, thank you so much for coming out, and I'm gonna hand the mic over to Sean Semenko.
Thanks so much. All right, how we doing, North Carolina? All right. Recognizing a few familiar faces from our last event down south in South Carolina at the Myron Gates event. Was anybody at that? Yeah, there we go. Yep. I knew I recognized some of you. That was a lot of fun. You guys been seeing the clips go around. Myron Gaines was debating a bunch of feminists and lefties on his campus down there at University of South Carolina, and it was a lot of fun. It's really been popping off, so we're really happy for all the support we've gotten from that. But if you want to start a chapter on your campus, go to uncensoredamerica.us and you can start one.
Yeah, I forgot that yeah, Myron. Let me. Yeah, I do want to watch that. I remember just seeing like thumbnails and stuff of it, but I never had a chance to actually pull that up. Is it this one, or is it just Uncensored America? Is this just like a secondary channel, or is this part of it? Let me see. And there's also a chance too that they could have been doing that live, and that was a live stream. Yeah, see. Yeah. Bro, there's like it's so vast, like the different like content pools that are like around humanity or around the internet, excuse me. Well, I mean humanity, yeah, sure, but like, you know, around like the internet, that is so hard to just like keep up with all of them, or like to know or know what's the best ones to look at. Let me just if I just type in Myron Gaines, I'm sure it's gonna be one of the first ones to come up. It's controlled by Zionists. He did a 25-minute segment with Tim Pool. Do I even wanna? You know what? Hell, we might as well. You know what? I'm gonna do this, and I'll do. He did a reaction to like the Hassan thing. Okay, I didn't know he was actually like, you know, digging into that and in the politics quite like that. I thought it was just really a lot more just like, you know, woman stuff. Where's the full? Let's see, Myron Gaines debate. Let me see, Myron Gaines. I should have saved that video when I saw it, Brev. Well, I'm pretty sure it was like an hour long. Here it is. College, you know, okay, Myron Gaines college. I think we're just gonna have to like kind of stick. Okay, here we go. Trigger college student said this after. Yeah, here we go. Let's use this one. USC speech. This is what I wanted. Yeah, Uncensored America. I was like, bro, I could have swore that there was a different channel I had. Sorry, never got. There we go. So here's our 2 videos we're doing for this, and after that, then we're gonna wrap up this. Yeah, we'll wrap up the stream.
Is it a threat to our foreign policy to allow college students to come in and start proselytizing, advocating, or protesting against one of our allies in the Middle East?
It's a threat to Israel, not to us.
It's a threat to our foreign policy.
We would not have been in all the foreign wars in the Middle East had it not been for Israel.
The U.S.'s desire to go to war with Iran is not because of Israel.
100%. It's one of the main reasons.
It is not just because Israel.
Israel wants the war, and I'm saying a big reason why we have the issues that we have with Iran is because of Israel. They've been trying to topple them and get rid of their nuclear program for decades. They've done false flags. They've done a bunch of stuff to try to get us into war. Luckily, it hasn't worked, but Israel is one of the biggest reasons why we have the posture that we have with Iran.
The girl that got deported for being anti-Semitic. Now that is like, they just made that illegal.
The one out of Somerville, right?
I guess it's out of Somerville. They passed a law like a month ago or something.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's not what they used.
What did they do?
They cited their authority under the INA to deport anyone they deemed a national security threat. That's it.
I think the statute that they're using, Marco Rubio is using one where any alien that allows them to, that makes foreign policy more difficult for them we
went over this bill because what happened was, I got it wrong. I thought it was, I can't remember the section number is 273 or something that states that they can at any time revoke a visa. And then we actually fact checked it. It was like 3 something of the INA that states.
I think it's a foreign policy one. It's under 237A of INA.
It's something like that. Yeah, yeah. The specific provision is if they pose a threat to U.S. national security.
And that's like if someone's like, I don't like the way Saudi Arabia is cutting people's hands off. They're like, well, we need Saudi Arabia to defend the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. So you're a national security threat by saying that out loud.
Now that example, right? I would agree with you because they're going.
So that's not a good thing for American free speech because you have the right to criticize Israel and Saudi Arabia and any of these.
Foreigners do.
Even if you're at war, I mean, technically you're supposed to still be allowed to at war.
Yeah, there's case law that protects foreigners.
I am not ever going to be okay with allowing foreign people to come to our country to dictate by protest what we do.
Just think. Listen. Just think about.
Legal.
Think about.
Sorry, I'll let you finish.
Just think about how the freedom of speech is actually protected in the Constitution. It says Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. Congress isn't making a law. They're saying we're revoking your visa.
Because of a law that's already on the books.
No, not law. There's no law. Hold on. We got to clarify that because the interpretation of the First Amendment extends well beyond making a law.
But that's fine, fair enough. But what's being done is revocation of visa, and the Secretary of State can revoke for a bunch of different reasons.
But I want to say, like, I hear what you're saying. I don't care. The idea that we'd be like, by all means, come to the United States. It's a privilege to be here, not a right. Enjoy our luxurious economy and and all these wonderful things. And then you go, I am now going to protest against you. I'd say, get out of my house.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. It's because they're protesting against Israel. Like this girl, for example, that we're referring to, it was a Turkish girl. She got arrested by like 7 ICE agents, by the way, up in Somerville, Massachusetts. I think she goes to Tufts. She got arrested for writing an op-ed that was critical of Israel. She didn't mention anything about Hamas. She literally just talked about boycotts and how she doesn't like Israel and how they're killing people. And she got arrested for that. And I think that is a problem.
And the U.S.
Even though she's not a U.S. citizen.
So we had this guy, Pisco Liddy. We were debating this. And I asked him, is U.S. foreign policy aligned with Israel?
A lot of the times it is, or we try to force it to be.
It is.
For their benefit,
I mean, surface level it is.
Yeah,
okay.
Sure.
Is it a threat to our foreign policy to allow college students to come in and start proselytizing, advocating, or protesting against one of our allies in the Middle East?
It's a threat to Israel, not to us.
It's a threat to our foreign policy.
which is dictated by Israel. Which I mean, if you want to make that
the point is simply this: we can get into the deep nuances, but that's not what matters. What matters is it's legal under the law. I understand what you're saying; it's selective enforcement, and I'm not a fan of that.
Yep.
Like just because some chick wrote an article, they're saying get out. Oh come on, there's a lot of articles written by a lot of people who are against our how many people have been deported because they're critical of the war in Ukraine? They came over here on a visa and then said we shouldn't be funding or being involved. They're not getting deported. So
What happened to Gonzalo Lira in Ukraine criticizing the Ukrainian government?
He got killed. Yeah. The point I'm making is, if somebody came into my house, and they knocked on my door and said, "Hey, I see that you guys are having a pizza party. Can I come in?" I'd say, you know what? You pitch in for the pizza. You can have some pizza and hang out with us, but you're not one of our roommates, so just be nice. They walk in, kick their shoes off, sit down, and then look at one of my roommates in the face and say, "That guy is a disgusting piece." I'd be like, "Get out of my house. You're a guest here. You have no right to come in here and say these things."
No, see, but here's the thing: they kind of do, though, right? And there's case law out there that allows people that are foreign nationals to have, politically protected speech. And again, she was here legally. She came here. She's a student visa. Again, I don't agree with a lot of these liberals.
They can revoke their visa for whatever reason.
Exactly.
The INA literally, the U.S. the Secretary of State has unilateral authority under the INA to revoke any visa anytime at their own discretion.
Since how long has that been going on?
17 something.
Yeah, he's using he's using the statute under 237 to deport them because it makes it harder for him as Secretary of State to run foreign policy. That's like the statute they're using. And look, if that's what he wants to try to use, you can make the argument that is completely antithetical to the First Amendment because there's case law out there that shows that, foreign nationals, Bridges versus Wixon, if I'm not mistaken, people could look that up. Very similar case where someone who was a communist or alleged to be a communist was protected. They were a green card holder. They were protected from being deported because of their political speech. And I would argue, you can make the similarity because communism back then was what terrorism is today, which is what they're trying to use. That she was a Hamas supporter, even though she didn't mention Hamas at all in her op-ed.
Right. They've been saying that these people are aligned with Hamas. I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah, they're just jumping to any conclusion.
You're critical of Israel. Say they're critical of Israel. They keep saying anti-Semitism. No, you're critical of Israel.
Yeah.
But so I understand what you're saying about selective enforcement. I still just I'm
you just have an issue overall with people, whether it's anti-Semitism or whatever. Your thing is you just don't like them coming in and being able to say whatever they want to say as guests.
Well, it makes
That's
me
your
think of the
argument,
Japanese internment camps in World War II.
Let's
see your perspective.
So hold on. Let's clarify this.
Yeah, sure.
There are certain things you don't do as a guest. Right. Sure. So if I lived in a house with a bunch of roommates and we were arguing over the dishes and who was supposed to be doing them, well, we all live here. We all pitch in. We're all paying rent. It's our problem to deal with. If some dude showed up and then every day he's now sleeping on the couch. Okay. I don't know. We let him crash here, and now he's causing problems. He's basically yelling about. He's getting involved in the debate and the argument, and I'm like, dude, leave. You're a guest in this place. We can deport whoever we want. I believe that we should be focused on American interests, not Ukraine's interests, not Afghanistan, not Israel, not Sudan, not Taiwan, not Pakistan or India, not Tibet, whatever. Okay,
Yep.
We should secure our borders. We have to deal with this population crisis that we got. That means we need Americans to start focusing on American tradition, rebuilding our culture. And so if people come here,
well, what's more American than free speech, Tim? That's my only pushback to that. Where I see your perspective, but what the rule that I guess is violating is the rule that the House is built upon, which is freedom of speech. It was our First Amendment. So my thing is, though I understand your perspective, I think her exercising that right, which is what we broadcast to everyone, which makes us better than everybody else. I think that's pretty.
There
egregious.
are rules in this country for people who are here. We extend certain rights in certain circumstances, and there are different rules for people who are guests and on visas. Such as due process for an American citizen involves a jury trial. Due process for a non-citizen does not often involve a jury trial. We don't go, hold on. The right to a speedy trial is in the Constitution. It is the bedrock of what it means to be American. Okay, then we're going to give every illegal immigrant a jury trial. No, we're not going to do that. If you are here to, I'll just put it this way, okay? I don't want to be funding Israel. I don't want to be involved in that conflict. I don't want to be involved in Ukraine. My issue is someone showed up to my house and started yelling at me about what I should be doing, and I said, get the out of my house.
Yeah, I think, but here's the thing. They're not even complaining about your house. They're complaining about your neighbor who you're friends with. And that's my problem. That's what Israel to just make it more analogous.
They're complaining about what we're doing with an ally. And it's not their business. And the problem is, if we don't set a precedent on that, then anytime we have an adversary, there are people in the United States who are Iranian.
But this is a slippery slope that can lead us to problems in the future, though.
We let Iranians come into this country. And imagine, you see what happens in Europe, okay? Remember when all the Turks started rising up throughout Europe with the Turkish flags, and Erdogan said, I'm going to unleash a flood on your countries unless you do what I want? This is the problem with allowing foreign ideologies to come in and get entrenched in your country. So we can all talk about the glories of the Constitution, and I'm going to say, great. So we can flush ourselves down the toilet as foreign adversaries and interests that are opposed to ours come in and start changing the shape of our country in ways we don't like. And now, what do we have? With all due respect to Rokan, I think he's a good dude. I think he's wrong. I believe that he's morally correct of his own worldview to fight for what he's fighting for as it pertains to immigration. Why? He is the children of immigrants. I believe he's an American citizen. I believe he was born here.
Well, I agree with you on immigration.
But let me tell you about Rokana. Rokana is, I believe his parents were immigrants and he was born here.
Mm-hmm.
He's a very nice guy. He's reasonable. He tries to communicate, and I can respect that. But because of where he comes from, his moral worldview is antithetical to the American moral tradition. I'm not saying he's a bad person. I'm not saying that he's doing anything criminal. I'm saying his moral worldview is correct based upon where he comes from. He says, my parents were immigrants. My parents fought hard to come to this country. I understand what they want and why they want it. I'm going to fight for those values. Well, I was born in America with multiple generations going back hundreds of years, save my grandmother who came from Korea. I have all of these family members coming hundreds of years who fought in a revolutionary war, who fought in a civil war, and whose moral traditions have landed with me. And so what I say is, I understand, Ro, why you want to fight for illegal immigrants, but you came to this country, your parents came here, and you are now a citizen. You have access to everything we offer you because we are nice, we are good people. But when you start advocating for non-citizens, people not from this country, this creates two worldviews that are at odds with each other, and there's no off-ramp. People in this country who are saying, if you're not a citizen, so what? You can live here. And what ends up happening? You get, whether it's whatever anyone say about the Haitians, you get reports from the locals that they were eating cats. Is it wrong to eat cats? Well, people in America don't take kindly to that, but in Haiti, they do eat cat. You see, there's a cultural clash. In Dearborn, Michigan, you get reports of female genital mutilation. Well, a lot of people don't take kindly to that. You get in the Somali community in Minnesota similar stories. So the people who are born and bred and raised in America, who are sitting beneath trees their ancestors planted, our focus on what we are going to build for this country is rooted in a long-standing American tradition. We all know the lesson of the Native Americans. The left can bring up all they want. We get it. Colonization destroys civilizations and communities and all that stuff. We don't want that to happen to us. The simple version is this. If we prioritize the speech rights of non-citizens and people who are guests in this country, if we prioritize the rights of illegal immigrants, this country will evaporate.
I don't think you need to prioritize their rights. You just got to protect them.
No, yeah, I agree with you on that, Tim. But my thing is, she's legally here. She's making speech not even against America, rather Israel, and she's being deported for that. Like,
I get it, but
we don't threatening our trade routes in the Middle East with.
Sorry, you're going to say something.
But look, we don't protect all rights for foreign people that are here. You can't buy a gun if you're not an American citizen. So the idea that we protect all rights and the Supreme Court
is a green card holder.
Supreme Court.
Oh my God, bro! But we've already discussed. Like, oh well, you know what? I'm sorry because they're only Tim Pool knows this. Obviously, the other ones won't, because I don't recall the other guys in the other debate, right? Because Tim Pool brought up like the Peace Code debate, right? Because I watched that, right? And like, just so we all understand, right? The Constitution makes it explicitly clear about citizen rights versus people rights, right? Like, like the Second Amendment, I believe the Second Amendment says citizen rights, and then like the First Amendment says people rights. If you know what, and the thing is, I don't want to be wrong. I'm pretty sure that's what that was. So let's. The nice thing too is that the amendments are very what's the word I'm looking for? They're very. I did not mean to use this browser. Hold on. They're very short, right? So it's not like I gotta read the entire Constitution, right? I could just read just the amendment. Let's go ahead and let's do First Amendment. Ooh, I didn't know. First Amendment, right? First Amendment. Let's go here. You're gonna take me to U.S. Constitution, sure. First Amendment, and then I want to do second, right? Second Amendment. Sure, let's do this right here. All right. First Amendment, right? Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people to peacefully assemble, right? Right of the people. And then we have the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment of the United States read, let me actually, okay. I just want just the text though. Ronald Reagan Library? Are you going to give me just the text? Jesus Christ. I just want just the text, please. Just give me just the text. Tell me that you're... Tell me, girl. Oh, maybe I was wrong. The Supreme Court held that the Second Amendment protects the individual right to possess a firearm unconnected with service in the militia and to use in the armed defense. Because I think this is the text, right? Was this really just the attack? Yeah, I guess this was just the text. It says the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So actually, I was completely wrong on that. See, that's why I was like, I'm pretty sure I had to double check because I'm like, hold on. I think I'm like confusing it with a different amendment that I was reading. I was like, hold on. I don't think it was the Second Amendment specifically. So now I'm curious. Second Amendment, non-citizens. Has been subject to debate regarding non-citizens, particularly undocumented immigrants. While the Second Amendment states the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, determining who constitutes the people has led to a varying interpretation, especially when it comes to non-citizens. That's going to be something crazy for the Supreme Court. Has the Supreme Court ruled on this? The court held that the unlawfully present aliens in the United States are not encompassed within the people protected by the Second Amendment. 2024. Second Amendment implications for unlawfully present aliens. Introduction: illegal immigration and country control have remained among the ranks of the most politically divisive issues over the last few decades. And in 2023, the 8th Circuit was presented with a case that combined both issues. In April 2023, the U.S. Court of Appeals of the 8th Circuit decided United States versus Sitladine, which effectively held that unlawful present aliens in the United States are not part of the people to whom the Second Amendment confers the right to bear and keep arms. The 8th Circuit's decision in Sitladine highlights a circuit split among the Court of Appeals, with several circuits holding that the people the Second Amendment seeks to protect can include to some degree unlawful present aliens. In contrast, the 5th and 8th Circuits have held the Second Amendment does not bestow Second Amendment rights to unlawfully present aliens because unlawfully present aliens are not included within the people. In this comment, Part 2 begins by discussing the 8th Circuit's Sitladine opinion and the relevant cases from various circuits from the Supreme Court regarding who is included in the people. Part 3 will analyze the various Part 3 will analyze the various tests for Second Amendment challenges and how the 8th Circuit could have ruled differently in deciding who is included in the people in the Second Amendment. Although the 8th Circuit could have more thoroughly analyzed the scope of the right test, it likely made a correct legal decision in affirming Sladine's conviction by following binding precedent in the first component of the scope of the right. Part 4 delves into policy arguments and the potential political implications of the circuit split and the Sitladine decision, including the potential effects of allowing unlawful present aliens to enjoy Second Amendment rights. So, like, off the bat, I'm thinking, like, one way I think the federal government could get around this is they could, because, like, you know, even on the Second Amendment, so the Constitution is, like, essentially the highest form of the law, right? But I think that we were able to get around that when it came to felons, right? Because if I recall correctly, felons aren't able to own firearms. So in my mind, right, I want to say that think about this. I want to say that we maybe I think there is probably a decent appetite. I feel like there would be like a good chance of this passing too, like in our current like government makeup. We could just simply pass a law. We just simply pass a law and say that, you know, that illegal immigrants. So like just that illegal immigrants are just not allowed to buy, are not don't enjoy the rights of the ability to purchase arms because they would have been in here, right? They're here illegally. So they broken a crime. So we could sit there and say that the restriction for buying guns also applies to illegal immigrants. And that one would be, I think that one, political will-wise, would be much more appetizing than saying free speech, right? Like free, like you would never, I don't think you could possibly ever get like the free speech restriction passed in Congress to like ensure it encompasses illegal immigrants. Although, yeah, they encompass illegal immigrants. That's actually a really good thing that I have to keep in the back of my mind, that the Second Amendment actually says the right of the people. Yeah. I'm just sitting here. I'm just really trying to. I'm trying to think. I feel like this is probably one of those things I'm gonna have to probably look at the Federalist Papers and really see how this is like argued. Because I'm not aware of any like law that it inherently like blocks an illegal immigrant from buying a gun, but that's just not to say I just don't know. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting question. I'll have to keep in the back of my mind like later on. Let us continue with the video.
Supreme Court has said that the Second Amendment is not a second class.
I'm just going to say this. You know, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but like it's a super chat from this dude, Blackest Panther, saying, "Why are you, Tim? You're logically inconsistent. Why are you more likely to be deported for burning an Israeli flag than an American flag?" Yo, I don't care about your retarded obsession with Israel.
Yeah, it's not that.
Shut up, you Israel-obsessed morons.
It's about the trade-offs.
I don't care. Stop. I don't care if it's Ukraine. I don't care if it's Israel. I don't care if it's Afghanistan. I don't care where you're from. I don't care if you're from Japan. If you're from Japan, you come to this country and they start protesting and declaring that Americans should change our behavior for you. Get out. And you know, I got to be honest. When I hear people defending non-citizens coming in and trying to dictate American governmental policy, they have no right to do this. And then they say, well, but it's because Israel. Okay, I get it. You're obsessed. Your brain is rotted from your skull because the only thing you think about is Israel. I care about all the countries that are trying to negatively impact the United States. We've got to deal with Venezuela sending people from their prisons. Now, I know it's semantic. They're not literally taking people out of prisons, putting them on buses, saying, go to America. They're releasing them and saying, get out of the country, go there instead. We don't want you. And then when they come here, Donald Trump says, we want to send these Venezuelan gangs and prisoners, former prisoners, cons, and criminals back to Venezuela. They say no. So what does he do? He cuts a deal with El Salvador. These are criminals from Venezuela. You take them. We don't want them. The Democrats then say, we're going to keep them here. And then you super chat, but it's Israel. This is why our country...
That's the most ignorant, stupid argument I've ever heard. Like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, and you know what? Before I even continue, I need to rehear it to make sure I understand. Because it sounded like he just said that El Salvador is taking these people out of the prison, saying we don't want them, so they just go somewhere else. So they go to the United States, and then we're the ones that have to cut a deal with El Salvador for them to take it back. I'm the what? I need to make sure that that's what I heard. Right? Because that'd be the most ignorant, stupid thing I've ever heard. Somebody sit there and try to argue.
Sending people from their prisons. Now, I know it's semantic. They're not... Well, but it's because Israel. Okay, I get it. You're obsessed. Your brain is rotted from your skull because the only thing you think about is Israel. I care about all the countries that are trying to negatively impact the United States. We've got to deal with Venezuela sending people from their prisons. Now, I know it's semantic. They're not literally taking people out of prisons, putting them on buses, and saying, go to America. They're releasing them and saying, get out of the country, go there instead. We don't want you. And then when they come...
Wait, but we have a deal with Venezuela to do that though? That they can to take their people and that's what he said. Maybe he was talking too fast and maybe he's getting that conflated. Because it sounded like he said we have a deal with Venezuela and then immediately went into them like emptying their prisons and then allowing them to basically come into the United States. That's what I think I'm hearing. That's what it sounds like I'm hearing.
Come here. Donald Trump says, we want to send these Venezuelan gangs and prisoners, former prisoners, cons, and criminals back to Venezuela. They say no. So what does he do? He cuts a deal with El Salvador. These are criminals from Venezuela. You take them. We don't want them. The Democrats then say, we're going to keep them here. And then you super chat, but it's Israel. This is why our country is being screwed over and mercilessly beaten. And it's why we're facing these catastrophes that we're facing, okay? Because of the myopic view of so many people. I do these debates and conversations, and they're focused on one super stupid... Let me put it this way. During Occupy Wall Street, one of the most amazing moments was when some guy stood up during the General Assembly and he screamed out, what is wrong with you people? The only thing we need to focus on is fracking. It is the center of all of our problems. And I thought, my God, there are people that live in bubbles. They only see one thing. That's the only thing they care about. Me, I got a bubble. I do. It's America. So if it's Venezuela, if it is Ukraine, if it is Russia, Iran, China, Israel, or otherwise, and they're negatively impacting us, I'm going to say, stop. I don't want to be involved in this. People need to focus on the issue, and that is, we have a system of governance. We have a body politic. The American people, for hundreds of years, have built and they've planted trees whose shade they know they will not sit beneath. Blood and treasure sacrificed to make the greatest nation this world has ever seen. Over the past 30 years, our border has been porous, our manufacturing base eroded and stripped away, and now Donald Trump is doing what he thinks he can, and I say thinks because we don't know how it's going to play out, whether it be tariffs, securing the border, to try and bring back some semblance of a cohesive nation. I will just say it that way. I don't care if they're anti-Israel. I don't care if they're anti-EU, whatever it is. I don't care if they're pro-gun or anti-gun. People from foreign countries that come here as guests that want to get up in our business and dictate what we should do, I think, and depending on the severity, for sure, get out. And I'm not going to cut a special pass for all the Canadians, each and every one of them, who keep coming to the United States and then running political shows telling us what to do. With all due respect, I'll cut them some slack, okay? They're our neighbor to the north. They're directly on our border, and we have a shared culture. I understand why they're fleeing Canada, but I will say this as much as many other people have said it. You've got British people like John Oliver, and you've got a lot of Canadians, even conservatives, coming from Canada to the United States and then telling us what to do with our government. And I think there's a problem with it. So if they decide we're going to kick you out, I'm going to be like,
yeah. Well, again, I think it's very important because the only country that has this.
Meanwhile, he had all the problems and smoke with Ukraine, right? Like, okay, guys.
Influence. And I know you say, hey, well, why Israel? Why Israel? The problem is that Israel has undue influence on our country. There's no other country where we are literally legislating criticism of them, like to deport people for criticizing it. Like someone can burn an American flag on a college campus and be totally fine. But if they burn an Israeli flag, anti-Semitism, they get deported. So I think that's why people are singling out Israel, because we dictate a lot of our laws based on them. And that's the problem here. Now,
I agree. I agree. Still,
so they have okay, fair, but they have undue.
Yeah, exactly. Like, are we right now like in the midst of like negotiations with Iran about their nuclear program? So does that mean then that, like, you know, if people start saying like F F Iran and start
influence
start burning, start burning like the Iranian flag, like in the U.S. for example, that we're gonna begin deporting them because like they're potentially like harming the foreign, the foreign whatever it is, foreign desires or foreign I wish I could remember the damn word that he just used, right? But the foreign affairs of the United States with respect to Iran, they're in like really sensitive negotiations. I mean, it make, I would like to think so, but it's just so crazy. This is just so crazy. Okay, cool. Man.
In our political structure, and to the point where they're legislating things to their benefit that we don't even get to enjoy as Americans, but we're doing for their behalf. So with this woman, she's legally here. She wrote an op-ed against Israel, critical of Israel, and she's getting deported for that. Versus if she had wrote that op-ed against the United States, she would still be here. And I think that's the problem that people have.
I completely agree it's a problem. I say criticize it fully, but that is no excuse for allowing someone to come to our country and try and dictate our foreign policy.
So I'm talking about, okay, so we've got the Middle East. Israel's our eastern bulwark, our nuclear warhead to protect the Suez. We've got Egypt in the west. We've got Saudi Arabia as puppet states. If people threaten that hegemony and we lose that canal, that's what they're fighting. That's what they're trying to stop. It's similar to why I brought up the Japanese internment camps during the war. When you're in wartime, which we have been in the Ukraine, you take people. They did. I don't know the extent of what they did to the Japanese
states.
Ian, you are correct about the Suez and the Red Sea and the Arabian Sea and all of that stuff, and I don't care.
No, I'm explaining why it's happening.
No. I'm not saying I don't care about what you're saying. I'm saying I don't care about the Suez. I'm saying you are correct.
I wonder about
U.S. interests in this region. Why we bomb the Houthis is because we're so concerned about global trade, and this is why we're allied with Egypt. We're dumping billions of dollars in Egypt because we want
Jordan too to basically pay them all this money to play. Yeah, we basically pay all these Arab countries, especially Jordan, Egypt, to play nice with Israel. And I do think it's important. A lot of people say obsessed with Israel, obsessed with Israel. I think it's not necessarily obsessed with Israel. Rather, we have a foreign country that has an enormous amount of influence and power in our country, where we give them we roll out the red carpet for them in certain situations that we wouldn't even roll out for ourselves. And I think that's where people are having issues.
My point that I'm trying to bring up is,
and by the way, when it comes to immigration, I agree with you. I'm even further right on that. I think we need to have immigration moratorium. I think we need to stop letting people in. I think we need to keep America a certain demographic majority. I'm even further right when it comes to immigration. But my problem is that when people start to infringe on the First Amendment because of a foreign nation, that's my biggest gripe.
The liberal economic. Listen to what Donald Trump talks about. He talks about the Gilded Age. He talks about the end of the 1800s. The liberal economic order was created to police the world. And they still want to, and they're addicted to it. Even people in the Trump admin with these strikes on the Houthi rebels in Yemen. It's an addiction. It is a fear. If we do not intervene, global trade will be negatively impacted, and the global economy can be harmed by Iran, who will gain more power, and the Houthi rebels. China will get involved. They're already trying to take the lithium deposits in Afghanistan. We can't allow them to do it. We have to be in control. Why? Why do we have to be in control? Now, I'm deeply concerned about unipolar Chinese Communist Party planet. I don't want that either. But the United States was prosperous and powerful before World War II. There's a reason why the U.S. got involved in World War I and World War II. And you can argue they were bad reasons. The reason for World War I, I think, Trump brought up, why were we even involved? Because we have allies. And we basically dragged into it to support them. World War II, relatively similar, but Pearl Harbor, we get it. The U.S. was very, very powerful before these wars, before the existence of the liberal economic order. I am confident that if we just backed off and said, we don't care about your canal and your trade, because U.S. trade doesn't go through that area, you deal with it.
The problem
Somebody
is
would.
They got long-range bombers now. So we can't just huddle.
Who is they, though?
The Russians and the Chinese,
so what?
and the Indians and the Americans and the Israelis.
Yes.
So if you just huddle and play isolationists now, they can hit you from orbit.
No one is saying isolation. That's an excuse. What I'm saying is we don't need to be the world police.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Has to be
I think that's a big problem. That's a big issue. But see, here's the problem. Israel has forced us to almost be the world police because now we have to be involved in all these Middle Eastern affairs because of Israel to allow them to maintain their support.
Saudi Arabia, it's because of Egypt.
It's because of the liberal economic order. Israel's part of it, but it's this order of nations. It's the British Empire. It's all these things, the Commonwealth, what are you going to call it, the transition of the British Empire into this new organism. It's a technocratic, militaristic hegemony, basically.
We would not have been in all the foreign wars in the Middle East had it not been for Israel.
That's a gross over exaggeration.
You don't agree?
No, I think you hyper focus on just Israel, ignoring all the other factors. I think it's fair to say that Israel is a very strong factor in our involvement in the Middle East.
There's always going to be other factors, but they're by far the most prominent and the biggest reason why we've had the war. You think Saudi Arabia is?
Yeah, because of their control of the flow of oil. If Saudi Arabia dumps oil into the market, they destroy our economy. So the U.S. basically goes there and sucks the feet of the Saudi princes, saying, please don't flood the market with oil.
But meanwhile, but right? So isn't that crazy? Okay, so you're gonna sit there and acknowledge that Saudi Arabia has like this level of like control that they could basically like screw our economy. So we can't even, as far as being the world's policeman and being so intertangled with the foreign affairs, that we're so against that, right? And we're so adamant about decoupling ourselves in that regard. But then like with that simple fact that you just stated, we seem to be like against like with like weaning ourselves off of like the dependence of oil, right? Electrifying and upgrading our whole grid system, our energy use in order so that we don't get messed up at the whim of another nation, right? That's oh God, bruv. Like you sit there like, it's always like so crazy. Like the the level of competition within themselves with their positions, like you just like it's just always interesting to catch those that you'll never see unless you catch them arguing but like completely different topics, right? Because I could have swore that he was like, he was against all of the all of the initiatives to try and like have our country less dependent on fossil fuel, right? But here in the same breath, right, it seems to be like such a major concern that Saudi Arabia is able to like basically tank our economy if they choose to like start dumping oil into the world.
Oil. Israel doesn't do that. Israel begs us for money, and then we give them to build weapons. So if Saudi Arabia and the OPEC nations could destroy the petrodollar overnight, and so Trump and all these presidents are constantly going there and saying, please, for the love of God, don't ruin our hegemony.
I think every war, like the Iraq war was for Israel, us going into Afghanistan. The entire war on terror was basically waged, and only Israel benefited from it. I don't think Saudi Arabia benefited as nearly
the Iraq war?
From the Iraq war. Israel benefited from the Iraq war.
The Iraq war and the Afghan war are for there's obviously a bunch of reasons.
Sure.
The principal reason is we're surrounding Iran. But our involvement, our desire, I say our because not mine, but the U.S.'s desire to go to war with Iran is not because of Israel.
100%. It's one of the main reasons.
Israel wants us to go to war with Iran for sure, but U.S. interest in going to war with Iran coincides with that.
Look, what benefit do we get from going to war with Iran?
We want
the Suez.
Well, it's not
total control of the trade routes.
Iran,
No, it's not the Suez.
Iran is a threat in the region, and we want full control of oil in the region, and we want to appease the Saudis who control large
Saudi
areas of
Arabia
oil.
is a major reason why we have the posture towards Iran that we do.
No, it's mostly Israel. Like Iran and Saudi Arabia, yes, they've had problems, of course, but
it's
I would
the
say
Shia and the Sunni stuff. Like it's the Shia and the Sunni beef.
Yeah, but that is not as much of the reason as Israel is by far the biggest enemy to Iran. It's because Iran's the only country.
Why is the U.S. engaged in hostility with Iran because of Israel?
Why? Because Iran is the only country that challenges Israel's hegemony in the Middle East because they have the ability.
Okay, now I got to pause because that's circular. What you're saying is Israel is the reason why we're involved with Iran because Iran is a threat to Israel. That doesn't explain why Israel is dictating U.S. be involved with Iran. You're just saying that Israel is threatened by Iran. We get that.
Yes,
and now met with Trump, and he said we want to do joint strikes, and Trump said no.
Yes, because he understands that going to war would not benefit us whatsoever. However,
Israel controls our interest, and it's why
they absolutely do. They absolutely do. But here's the thing: he's got to obviously weigh it out. Like, okay, they put me in, right? Because, Miriam Medicine and all the other, Zionist backers, etc. They put me in. Like, I got to appease them enough. I'm giving them 2,000-pound bombs. I'm allowing them to continue to wage war in Gaza. I'm allowing them to kind of go wild all over the Middle East, etc. But going to war with Iran might not be a good idea because they can actually hurt us economically. Now, of course, we would win the war with Iran, but Iran has the capability of making life significantly harder. They could shut down the Strait of Hormuz. They can launch missiles into Saudi Arabia and to the UAE, hurt our allies, destroy these oil locations and these strategic standpoints.
They're arming the Houthis. They're arming the Iraqi insurgent groups. I forget their name, and they're launching missiles at Americans.
Sure.
The Suez is probably one of the largest reasons. Appeasing the Saudis is a large reason. The Saudis want the Suez to flow properly because they have a lot of interest in that. Russia sends their fuel through the Black Sea, through the Bosphorus, into the Mediterranean, through the Suez to make it down into the Arabian Sea and into the Indian Ocean. So this canal is of vital interest to all of the global powers. This region.
And this is why he's rethinking war.
It is not just because Israel.
No, Israel wants the war, and I'm saying a big reason why we have the issues that we have with Iran is because of Israel. That's what I'm saying. Saudi Arabia plays a part, but I would argue that Israel plays a more significant part because they've been trying to topple them and get rid of their nuclear program for decades. They've done false flags. They've done a bunch of stuff to try to get us into war. Luckily, it hasn't worked, but Israel is one of the biggest reasons why we have the posture that we have with Iran.
I think it's more that's a modern.
And the reason why we're not getting into war was what I explained before, where it would economically hurt us a lot.
I do want to jump to the next story, but I just want to say I understand the point you're making.
Sure.
And I think we're largely saying like which geopolitical factor is playing a more significant role.
What time period do you start? Because the British mandate for Palestine.
Yes, Ian, I get it. We're moving on. Okay, I'm trying to wrap up the segment because we're talking in circles about foreign war and policy. Okay. So
we can go to the next topic.
I'm trying to respectfully say I get what you're saying.
No, we don't have to agree to disagree. We can agree to disagree.
Let's just jump to the
totally
next story.
cool. I think the people enjoy the conversation. That's what matters.
Right. I completely agree.
People love it. So,
but I just think we've been on for like 30 minutes on one subject.
Yeah, we can move on, brother.
So we'll jump on to this next one, and we'll maybe talk a little bit. I don't want to just keep.
Because there's an uncensored part too, right? Calling part on this.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Let's go to this story from the New York Times.
Oh wait, that was it. Okay, I'm gonna have to catch like the full one of that. That was pretty good. I mean,
women are physically inferior, and that's the truth.
Physically inferior.
Inferior. Yes.
So you're telling me that you could beat a woman's ass?
Yeah, I could. I mean, I never would, but yeah.
How long are we going to let white people be murdered in the streets before we do something?
Allow black women in the back. Thank you for perpetrating the stereotypes, Shaniqua.
Where's Fresh?
What was that?
Where's Fresh?
Where's Fresh? Definitely not with a Shaniqua, I'll tell you that.
Jesus Christ. This one's about to be.
What's up, motherfuckers? How we doing? Yeah, what's up, guys? How y'all doing, man? Man, college has changed a lot, hasn't it, huh? Like, I get on, and we start talk about how, modern women really aren't fulfilling their end of the deal, right? And they still want to get married and get these relationships. And then I get a bunch of feminists coming at me, and I'm like, oh, crap. Like, oh, wow, man. Like, college has changed a lot since, I went to Northeastern in 2009, graduated 2013. And back then people weren't as woke, but like now it's gotten crazy, man. But triggered a lot of people. It's going viral right now all over Twitter because people like took clips from it and everything else and YouTube and all. And I think a big reason why it's going so viral is because the liberal agenda isn't really being challenged on the college campuses. And I can see why a lot of people don't want to do it because, a lot of people might not want to necessarily have their views tested, or they don't want to get heckled, or they're afraid of public speaking. But for me, I've been in way worse positions. I've been going after cartel members and stuff like that. So talking to some college kids is nothing. But real quick, I guess I'll talk real quick about like feminism, right? And then we'll open it up for Q&A. I won't yap too much because I don't want to give too long of a monologue. Give me 1 sec. So, okay. So when it comes to feminism, right? Basically, what's went down. I'll quickly summarize this. Since the 1960s, right, with the sexual revolution, the invention of the birth control pill, and a bunch of other things, we've seen a rise in women wanted to be treated as equals, right? And women have pretty much forgone the family and prioritized education and entering the workforce. Open sexual liberation, and we thought, whoa, this is going to be great. We're all going to get laid, and women are going to be able to make their own money, and we won't have to worry about supporting them, and it's not going to be as burdensome being a guy and taking care of a family. And quite frankly, the opposite has happened. We have some of the highest divorce rates, low marriage rates, low marital satisfaction. Both men and women are complaining about dating and how difficult it is. From the female perspective, they're having a tough time with finding a compatible partner. From the male perspective, just finding a partner is tough, right? That's why this whole term of incel is a thing nowadays versus I guarantee you go back 50, 60 years. A common guy, a regular guy would be able to find a girl and get, do a date or have a date, get married and have a family and be able to support that family on one income. But now things have changed so much where, both parties are very unhappy with the other. And I think it's because we've kind of blurred the lines between the gender roles. Women are behaving more like men and men are behaving more like women. I'm sure a bunch of ladies in here have probably been on a date with a guy before where he said, oh yeah, let's split it half and half. Or, hey, can you get this one and I'll get you back, but he never gets you back. Oh, I'll cash app you, Venmo you. He goes ghost. Or for men, you go out with a woman that, isn't really appreciative, not really feminine, not really nice, not pleasant to be around. She talks like a guy. She's very rude. She's very crass, right? She's fat, right? Let's be honest. A lot of fat women nowadays too. Women don't really take care of their appearance like they used to. There's no shame. So I think both genders are kind of in a bad spot right now when it comes to women. Now, I tend to focus more, since I talk to men, on the problems from the female perspective, but I'd be lying to you guys if I didn't tell you guys that men aren't fucking up too, because they definitely are. But for men, the interesting thing is that the standards have pretty much been the same. Go to the gym, make money, become successful, become, someone that's a leader, competent. Like, it hasn't really changed so much for us. And the most important part, if you're a guy and you're a loser, you deal with consequences for that. Women don't date you. Other men don't let you into their circle. You get made fun of. You get called names, which is good, by the way. I'm a big proponent of bullying. I think bullying curbs a lot of problems and fixes society naturally. But on the female side, we don't correct bad female behavior, okay? If a woman is loud, obnoxious, fat, rude, no one really says anything, right? They say, oh, love your curves. Oh, they just can't handle you, right? We make all these excuses and cope for bad female behavior. And that's kind of where I come in. And I think we've done a good job over at Fresh and Fit where we bring women from all different walks of life. People say, oh, well, you only bring OnlyFans girls. Well, that's just a percentage of the girls we bring in. We actually do bring a lot of college-educated young women that have careers. And what I've realized is, regardless of what they do for a profession, where they're from, background, etc., a lot of women are kind of poisoned by feminist ideology, right? And they'll still want a traditional guy. They'll want a guy that can pay the bills. They want a guy that can take care of them. But what is the guy getting in return? A loud, obnoxious woman that thinks that she can go ahead and compete with him on everything. So both genders have a problem. One is verbalized on the male side and they deal with consequences, but on the female side, it almost never happens. And I'd like to credit Fresh and Fit for bringing these women in, having these tough conversations, and just kind of seeing where their mind is at. And basically, for me to boil it down, it's this. Thanks to feminism, thanks to the internet, thanks to social media, etc., women have an abundance of options. Since they have an abundance of options, they base their value on what they think they deserve with a man on the amount of options that they have. But what they don't realize is the amount of men that contact you are not the same amount of men that are going to go ahead and get down on one knee. The men that you can attract sexually might not necessarily be the same men that you can attract from a marital perspective. And I think that's one of the biggest disconnects, where women conflate options with real viable marriage options. And what ends up happening is they get a taste of these guys at the higher level, maybe an NBA player, maybe a celebrity here or there. They might hook up with it. They might even see him for a month or two, but then they're not able to keep that guy. And I think a big reason for that is because of the bad behavior I mentioned before. But the thing with men is most guys are pussies. They're not going to tell women, hey, you're really annoying. Hey, you should probably stop that habit. Hey, that's not cool. Men don't tell women this stuff because, well, they don't want to get heckled like I did today, right? Men can't be honest with women. We just can't. And, I found it interesting how, as I was talking, I was looking out into the crowd and I could see a lot of people nodding along, but they didn't want to necessarily speak up or clap or anything like that when I said something or made a point. But the people that were, more liberal, feminist, whatever, they were the loudest ones. And that's when I said, well, this is why Trump won the election. And there was a silent majority because people are tired of the woke ideology. People saying that there's 99 genders. Do I deserve more? Whatever. It's like, no, dude, you're a weirdo. Like, it's like, look, if you want to go ahead and call yourself a woman when you're really a man, then that's your problem. We don't have to go ahead and buy into your fairy tale. It's weird. So, but that's kind of where we are now. where men can't be honest, we can't say what's really on our mind, and we can't really hold women to a standard and make them better. Because I truly do think we're at a point now where if a guy gets in a relationship with a girl, he's got to have very strong boundaries and be able to coach his woman to be the proper girlfriend for him and eventually a wife if she passes the test. But a lot of guys don't have the balls to do this because we're taught, oh, you accept her however she comes, right? They always tell you be a man, but we never tell women to be women, right? We never tell them, hey, be a lady. We just say, oh, okay, you behave however you want. And I'm kind of saying what everyone is thinking, right? And I got the numbers to back it up, that men simply don't see a lot of women as marriage material. Another thing that I've also noticed over the past couple of years is there's been an influx in the passport movement, in the passport bro movement. For those that are unaware, I'm sure the women might not know what I'm talking about here. The passport bro movement is a movement where a lot of guys basically go to foreign countries in South America, Africa, Eastern Asia, etc., and find themselves a partner. And I know some people might say, oh, wow, why are guys doing that? Are they desperate or whatever? Well, these are some of the places where, there's still some remnants of femininity, women that behave like ladies. And the thing is that men don't really care about a woman's education or status. Men are more concerned with a girl that's going to respect them, that follows their lead, that admires them, that obeys them, right? And I mean, one girl got triggered when I said obey. And I'm like, what? A guy can't give instruction to a woman? It's like, you want me to go ahead and pay the bills and take care of you, whatever, but you're not going to obey me? Like, that's ridiculous. That's slavery. Responsibility without authority is slavery. And I'll be damned if we're going to be slaves to bitches. No,
Jesus Christ.
So all I'm telling guys to do is really understand their worth and make women earn it. That's really what it is. And trust me, they'll respect you more for it anyway. So that's what's going on, where these guys are going to these other countries, and it's because Western women have become so insufferable and so difficult to deal with. And again, the numbers are on my side when it comes to this. This is why so many guys go to these different places. So with that said, can you still find great women in America? Of course, but it's just harder to find because feminism is permeated so strongly throughout society that a lot of women adopt these ideologies where she doesn't feel like she needs to submit to you. She doesn't feel like she needs to listen to you. She doesn't feel like she needs to adhere to her ladylike tendencies. Instead, she could behave however she wants, but she still expects you to be the man. If someone breaks into the house, you're supposed to go deal with it. If someone grabs the purse, you're supposed to go chase them down. If someone insults her, you're supposed to stand up for her. But she won't go ahead and obey you. That's crazy to me, right? And the example I always give a lot of the times, Donald Trump is the most powerful person right now in the world, right, as the President of the United States. And I find it interesting, when he was in Butler, Pennsylvania, and they shot at him, and he almost got assassinated, he wanted to stay there. He rises up, puts his fist in the air, and he says, fight, fight, fight. He didn't want to leave, right? We all know that Donald Trump has a little bit of an ego, right? Which successful men typically have that mindset. He didn't want to leave, but guess what? Secret Service dragged him off. Why? Because even though he's the most powerful man in the world, he still needs to adhere to the people that are responsible for his safety. So they tell him, no, you're leaving, and they pulled him out of there. So if the people that are responsible for protecting the most powerful man in the world dictates the role of, hey, you need to leave, well, it should be the same way with the man with his wife, right, or his girlfriend. If I tell a girl and I'm dating her and I care about her, and I tell her, hey, look, I don't want you going to the club with your girlfriends, right? I don't want you going out after a certain time. Well, some women will sit there and say, well, that's controlling, that's insecure. Well, what's more insecure? Me being scared of telling you the truth because you might leave me, or me telling you what you need to hear and not necessarily what you want to hear for your own safety? I would argue the person that tells her what needs to be said is actually very secure, because I don't give a fuck what you think. You're not going outside at this time. Well, what the fuck? That's insecure. Well, look, I'm telling you what it is. If you walk out that door, you're single. And you'd be amazed at how many women would actually respect it and say, you know what? I'm going to sit my ass inside. Because the reality is, women like to test you sometimes, and they want to see if can you stand up to their bullshit, right? They do it all the time. So, and it works in her benefit, because now she feels safe. She's with you. You don't got to worry about anything. But sometimes you got to be able to put your foot down with women, even though society tells you not to do that, and it's insecure or toxic or controlling. The only thing that's controlling here is me being in control of my life, which means I need a woman that's going to follow my lead, not a woman that's going to come in and create a bunch of pandemonium and do whatever she feels like. Because when women do stupid shit, they hurt us. I'll give you guys an example. I'm sure you guys remember roughly 2 years ago? Will Smith, legendary actor, sitting at a red table with his wife, right?
Oh, God.
And guess what happens? She goes ahead and says some stupid shit. Oh, I had a, what's the term? An entanglement, right? I had an entanglement. And in that instant, bam, career gone. Nobody remembers iRobot. Nobody remembers I Am Legend. Nobody remembers Men in Black. Nobody remembers Independence Day. Nobody remembers Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Nothing. All I remember seeing was Will Smith sitting at a table with red eyes, on the verge of tears from his woman embarrassing him on TV. And he still hasn't recovered. He still hasn't recovered. Then he had to slap with Chris Rock. And I give you guys that example to show you that a man with a background like Will Smith, who's literally a legend in music and entertainment and acting and movies and TV shows, this guy's a legend. But his legacy has been tarnished because what? A stupid bitch that wanted to be a whore. And this is what I mean when I tell guys, right? That's facts. You know? Bro went from I Am Legend to I Am Simp. Like, what's going on here? So this is what I mean. If a woman like that could destroy Will Smith's legacy, what the fuck do you think is going to happen to you guys? Right? Will Smith can't even save himself from these whores. Shannon Sharp just got accused yesterday. Literally yesterday. Some woman trying to shake him down for $50 million. Right? Now, gladly enough, I do see that there's quite a bit of criticism and people questioning this woman's character and her potentially lying. But I think it's important for you guys to understand that she would not make a baseless and ridiculous accusation like that had we not been living in this crazy gynocentric society where we have this believe all women mindset, right? We have women coming after Brett Kavanaugh. We have women coming after Andrew Tate with the whole thing out of California. Chick said, oh, I got slapped. And you look at her face and she has literally two of the same identical marks, which come from surgery, not from getting slapped, right? It's not like Andrew was like, hey, bitch, put your face this way and then smack her and then, okay, do it right here. I got to get a perfect degree. Smack her again perfectly. Like, no, bro. But the reason why women feel okay with making these wild accusations and lying on men with this Me Too era is because they know they're going to get the benefit of the doubt. And then on top of that, if they fail, are they going to jail? No. The Johnny Depp case proved this, right? Thankfully, right? Johnny Depp recorded the conversations, which he had to do illegally, by the way. He recorded the conversations to prove that this woman was batshit fucking crazy. Quite literally, batshit crazy, shitting on beds and stuff. So,
recordings will save your life,
thankfully,
but they're still illegal.
He had that evidence, and he was able to prove that he was innocent. But what did he have to do? He had to take her to trial. He had to go take it all the way through, spend millions of dollars on a legal team, lost millions of dollars with the Pirates of the Caribbean series, lost a bunch of sponsorships. His reputation was destroyed for a period of time. So he basically he was guilty, and then he had to prove himself innocent. And that's kind of the society we're in. If a woman makes an accusation, they believe her. Now, with that said, I want to be very clear about this. Sexual assault and rape are very serious crimes, and the people that perpetrate them need to go to jail, right? I'm a firm believer that women need to be protected. But at the same time, we also need to penalize the women that literally do this for monetary benefit and lie, right? We saw it happen with Kobe Bryant. We saw it happen with so many different powerful individuals where the women are kind of suing to get a payday. And now what's going on with Shannon Sharp is just, another example. He announces he's going to get a $100 million podcast deal, and then like the next day or two, she's over here going to the biggest clout chase lawyer, Busby or whatever his name is, who's representing a bunch of other people. He represented the chick that made the accusation against Jay-Z. He's representing the chick that made the accusation against Andrew Tate. Like, this guy's just trying to get a dollar because he knows a lot of the times famous men that have a status are going to settle, right? They're going to want to, I don't want to deal with this. They're going to just settle. So, but she would not have mounted that attempt, this like literally shameless attempt to make money, had it not been for the current environment that we have now, where we have this, gynocentric society where women are always right, men are always wrong, women can do whatever they want, but men are held to static standards, and it's just ridiculous. So my thing is this: I think men need to become men. I think men need to be the leaders, and quite frankly, if a woman doesn't want to follow you, all right, cool, you stay single. But we're not going to sit here and tolerate the fuckery for women. And I think a lot of guys need to learn this skill set because a lot of guys think, well, if I just be a nice guy, I'd be a traditional guy, like girls are going to like me. Well, I'm here to tell you it's not 1955, it's 2025, and women have changed quite a bit. So you have to adapt to the new normal. So this is why, I wrote the book, Why Women Deserve Less, where I talk about how feminism has kind of come in and completely switched the sexual marketplace, where being a nice guy is actually detrimental for you. It'll get you put in a very bad predicament a lot of the times. And if you don't know what you're doing, you can get destroyed, because if you get married as a man in today's day and age, you take way more risk on, right? We know that women win 90% plus of child custody battles. We know 90% of alimony goes to women. We know women initiate 80% of the divorces. So if you go ahead and get married, you got a lot to lose, especially if you're an individual with a higher net worth. So guys need to really go in with their eyes wide open, because women will divorce you and destroy your life if they just get bored, right? I have a saying, women will sacrifice their family for happiness, but men will sacrifice their happiness for their family, right? Because we understand that there's a burden of performance. From the time we're little boys, what do they say? Hey, become successful so you can go ahead and take care of a family, right? We're told this from the time we're young. So we always understood from a young age that we needed to not just be able to provide for ourselves, but have excess resources to be able to support a family. So, but we don't tell little girls to be good wives. We tell them, oh yeah, you could do everything a man could do. You could be an astronaut or whatever. And some of these girls end up being astronauts for real on fucking OnlyFans, but that's a whole other conversation. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so I think guys need to understand that this is the new normal that we're in, and you need to adapt. Does that mean treat women like shit? No. But what I am saying is that you absolutely need to make women earn your time, attention, and resources. So I'll end the monologue there. If anybody has any questions or comments or disagrees or agrees or anything, I'll turn it to you guys. Sure. Do we have mics for them, or do they? Okay, sweet.
I just want to say shout out to Castle Club,
Hey,
shout out
what
to
up,
Josie, shout out to Jake, shout out to the YouTube chat, shout out to the Roman chat. Y'all the goats. And thank you, Maya, for coming. And you the goat. And that's all I got to say.
Appreciate that, Jibril. That's one of our G's right there.
My bad. All right. Hey, how's it going? I just want to ask if, understanding that the law is a teacher and, kind of like laws and kind of shape like social taboos and kind of the society we want to live in. So kind of going off that, would you support banning women from higher education and repealing the 19th Amendment?
Repealing the 19th Amendment for sure. I don't think women should vote.
That's fine.
And I know some people, that's probably a shocker for some people. Well, instead of laughing, let me explain why. There's actually a very logically sound reason why women shouldn't vote, and I'll go into it right now. So here's the thing. If you're going to vote, you need to have skin in the game, right?
Crazy.
Because if you're going to vote, you can effectively put in the commander-in-chief of the United States, who can obviously send armed forces over to other countries and get involved in wars, right?
A stupid
now here's the
argument.
problem. Women don't have to join the selective service. I mean, I'm sure a lot of women here probably don't even know what the selective service is. The selective service is basically once you turn 18 as a man in the United States, you have to enroll in it, and if you don't, you can get penalty of fine, you can get put in jail. It's a very serious offense, and then on top of that, you don't get certain.
Like he's made this argument before. I've heard him make this argument plenty of times. Like and just like basically to just summarize it, right? He's just basically saying that because like there's all these there's all these like harsh requirements on a men where like any political consequence that comes about. Which is a direct, which you could say is like directly attributed to like how people had chose to vote, right? You should be you should be the only ones that are allowed to vote, right? So like basically, like if we sat there, if somebody like, you know what, think of like Ron DeSantis, right? Ron DeSantis was saying that, yeah, like it's like on day one he's gonna launch he's gonna do a missile strike basically into Mexico against the cartel, right? This would be the craziest, or a military strike into Mexico, right? Craziest thing that would, like, you know, we could reasonably say any country worth their salt should immediately take that as an act of war and retaliate, right? So that could literally take us into you know, a crazy situation. In a situation like that, what he's basically getting at is that, like, you know, if people could vote for an outcome like that to happen, that it should only be the people that stand to, like, you know, actually suffer the most from that. And like his argument is that, like, women, because women aren't required to be in the selective service where, like, you know, they can't be drafted, or like, and like some other like some other arguments I think he's also made before for, like, for other situations where, like, basically because women are impacted a lot less than men would be, because the burnout performance would be more on men than it would be on women, that women shouldn't be allowed to vote. I didn't know I put this here. The women shouldn't be allowed to vote because of this. And so, like, I'm just like, I'm like, I you know, like some things, just like some things he sit there, you know, it like sounds reasonable. Like, you know, if I'm trying to be fair, it's like, okay, you know, it sounds reasonable. Like, crazy, I wouldn't necessarily support this, but, you know, at least this is reasonable, right? But then on the other hand, then he just says something like that, and it's just like guy, I'm sorry, but like this is just like it's so incompatible with our understanding of rights in the United States. Because you know, on that you know, in that same breath, you could sit there and argue, because if we could sit there, we could rescind a right like that, then you know, you can argue that, you know, we could also do the same thing for you know, any type of right in the Constitution, like slavery or gun rights, you know, just stuff like that. Yeah, I guess I can put that right. Or close. What was the closest I could hear? This would be the only light you guys, people in jail can get. Fantastic. Oh shit, it's a placement. But yeah, it's such a stupid argument. I can't. It's so stupid.
Opportunities. You don't get loans. You can't get a government job, a state job. It basically makes you almost damn near a convicted felon. So if you're not in the selective service, it messes you up as a man. But as a woman, it's you don't have to go into it. So I look at it like this. If women are going to go ahead and be able to vote, I think they need to have skin in the game. And I find it ridiculous that a woman could put someone into office that will send a man to war when she doesn't have skin in the game. So that's my thing when it comes to voting. And let's be honest here, most women don't really care about politics. They don't really care that much. If they do vote, they typically tend to vote left. They tend to vote single issue voters on whoever gives abortion. You know, whichever candidate lets them kill babies, they're more interested in that candidate. They don't necessarily care about foreign policy or the more higher IQ stuff. So that's the reality, you know. If you guys watch the Democratic National Convention, they just made it 100% femme-centric. They focused on social issues. They focused on abortion, a lot of smoke and mirrors, bring celebrities in, because they know that that's what their voting base is going to want, which, you know, they're going to want the black vote and the women's vote. That's what the Democrats typically campaign towards. So, yeah, I don't think women should have the right to vote, and that's why.
Hi, I'm Brett. And I'm Jonathan. This is Darla. And this is Buddy. We're the founders of the Farmer's Dog. We've made an entirely new way to feed your dog. It all started with my first dog, Jada.
Women in college? So here's the thing. Though I am against women working, and I think that they should work electively and not mandatorily, I think the man should be the provider, I also understand that we're kind of here now, right? So what I think is we need to just be honest with women and tell them, look, you could pursue an education and a career, but you need to understand that it's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, for you to get both a family that you're satisfied with and a career. It's going to be very difficult to do both. We don't tell women that. That's the problem. And a lot of the times they don't wake up until they're in their 30s when all their opportunities have passed by them. Maybe they came across a good guy and they said, you know, I'm just going to wait. That guy fades off. They can't find him. They can't reconnect with him because we tell women, hey, you have all the time in the world. So I think we need to be more honest with women and let them know that you have a finite amount of time to be able to cash in your chips and get the best guy that you can get and get in something more serious. So I think if we're a bit more honest, because let's be honest, women aren't going to go back in the kitchen now, right? They're not, right? As much as I'd love to send them back to the kitchen, they're not going back. The feminists have fought way too hard to gain all this ground to just give it back and, you know, get back to touching spatulas and stuff. So the reality is, I think if we're more honest with women and told them, look, you got to pick one of the two, and had that candid conversation, we'd be better off.
Hey, Myron, thanks for coming to South Carolina.
Hey,
great to see you. I have an observation that's probably occurred to you, but I was wondering about your take on it. For men who are antisocial or have personality disorders or have mental illness, they typically end up in jail.
Yep.
Or attached to the legal system somehow. For women in that situation, they get married, they get divorced, and they get a lot of money, and they get set for life. So I just want to make sure that people, young men, are aware of that phenomenon.
No, I mean it's true. I mean, if a girl's pretty, like she can literally, even if she's this is why girls that are bimbos can still find a husband or still get married or still have a good life because unfortunately men don't really care about a woman's ability to create excess resources or her competency. Men don't care about that. So yeah, that makes sense. And then the guy gets with the girl and she's batshit crazy, like, well, who cares? She's hot. You know what I mean? So like that's how men operate, which is one of our faults. But
all right. Well, like I said, I'm thankful for USC having you out, Myron. I've been listening to you just because, first I've been listening to, Nick Fuentes, and he's just had you on. You had him on. Yeah, he had you on his you had him on Fresh and Fit. Going off of that, I just kind of want to ask about what's your take on, kind of the trad wife movement and how I personally think it's kind of astroturfed, where it's almost just like this, like they've sort of like fetishized it, where it's like even the trad wives, if you want to put it that way, many of them still have like an OnlyFans account. Many of them just like post way too much on social media. And, as a young Catholic, it's just like even the girls that I interact with, it's like they're still infected. Even the trad wives are like still infected with like first and second wave feminism to the point where it's like, I just don't know if I'm going to be able to find a wife at all.
Yeah, no, and that precisely what you described is why a lot of guys go abroad. But yeah, no, to answer that, I agree with you, man. I mean, Matt Walsh, I talked about this as well. He called out Megyn Kelly, thankfully, because Megyn Kelly is, what I would call, you use the term astroturf. There you go. There's astroturf. Trad wife right there, right? She sits there and says, I'm a conservative, but in reality, she's just a feminist in hiding, right? And a lot of them are. And I think women have kind of caught on just with the explosion of popularity of like this type of content and like guys finally getting their balls and, talking about problems in the dating space where a lot of women have kind of like pivoted and realized, oh, this is a new grift. I can kind of come in here and be like a trad woman. But the reality is that a lot of these women are just feminists undercover. So I agree with you on that.
Good. So Myron, you said we should remove women's right to vote because they're not part of the draft. Yeah. So if we hypothetically either abolish the draft or made women subject to it, would you change your stance?
No, because women are physically inferior to men and shouldn't be in war anyway.
Well, okay, but would you not agree that some women are physically superior to some men?
One of the ladies back there said period? See? When it benefits them, they agree. They don't want to go to war. Somebody said period. They agree with me. All right, go ahead.
But would you not argue that some women are physically superior to some men? Some women are physically strong and some men are physically weak?
Sure, but these are exceptions to the rule, right?
So why should they be excluded if they can meet the criteria?
Well, here's the thing. Now, this is what I'm a firm believer in. I think there needs to be one standard. If women could pass it, then sure. But I think in general, most women won't be able to pass it. And the other thing, too, is that, keep in mind, guys, like when I say men are physically superior to women, I truly mean that. Like an average 15-year-old boy can beat up like 90% of 20-year-old women. Like that is how physically inferior women are. They literally are, everything about them is just inferior physically. Bone structure, muscle density, lung capacity, everything, right? High school boys like will play sports against like, collegiate and or professional women and smoke them. This isn't for me to be like, oh yeah, I hate women or whatever, but it's just the truth. It's the biological truth. So I don't think putting women in war is a good idea. And then the other thing too, and we could talk about this, the reality is when women are captured as prisoners of war, it's going to be a lot worse for them than for a man. And it's going to put a ridiculous amount of pressure on the United States to negotiate to get that prisoner of war out. This is precisely why the Israelis kill their citizens instead of instead of negotiate, right, with the Hannibal Directive. So what ends up happening a lot of the times, if you get a female prisoner, the enemy knows that they could go ahead and negotiate for far more, and they have more leverage from a diplomatic sense, and creates a geopolitical nightmare for the country that is trying to get them back. This is exactly why Israel has the Hannibal Directive, where if Arab militia fighters are kidnapping people, they'd rather kill those people being kidnapped than allow them to get back into Gaza or to the West Bank or whatever, because it puts them in a very bad situation on their back foot geopolitically. So, I don't think, for the purposes of prisoner of war, also men have a natural instinct to protect women. This is why women couldn't join infantry for so long, because when they're in infantry, the men are going to compromise the unit or do stupid things to go ahead and compensate for that woman's lack of strength or capabilities or whatever it is. Now, I think in maybe some support roles, maybe women can be involved, right, if they pass the physical standards or whatever, but I would make it very hard where, the women need to be in the top 1 or 2% to be able to get in the first place. And if they do, it'd probably be from a support role, because I'm not a firm believer in weakening our military, for social justice. And that's what we've effectively done, right? Women want to feel like they're equal and involved. And it's like, no, dude, this is war. We need the best.
Well, okay, so that answers part A of the question. But part B, say we just abolish the draft altogether, right? We have a very strong, very large standing army. We haven't used a draft in decades. Would you then change your position? Also, follow-up question. You said a lot of women are not interested in the more high IQ parts of governing. Do you think that women are less intelligent than men?
No, we just have different interests. Women are just tend to be more interested in people. Men tend to be more interested in things. From an IQ perspective, men and women are very, very close, right? It's not much different. But most geniuses are men. But also most retards are men. So, we dominate both the good and bad side of the spectrum, but we tend to be in an average with women at the same level. But no, I think even if we abolish the draft, I wouldn't want women in the military, man. I just don't think it's a good idea. I think if they are in there, it's one standard and they'd be in support roles. I don't think they should be in active combat.
Sure, but I think the issue, and I don't want to take too much time, I know there's people waiting.
Sure.
I think the issue is you're supporting disenfranchising women of their right to have a say in government, which is going to make decisions upon what they can or cannot do based entirely on their eligibility for the draft. And I think that's more than a little bit extreme.
Well, that might be your opinion, but I don't think so. I think if you have skin in the game, then you should have a say. That's how it should go. So, men and women aren't equal, right? So,
What's up, brother?
What's up?
Love your stuff. Not here to debate, more just ask advice.
Sure.
Advice. So nowadays, in dating, when it comes to boundaries, do you think it's better to find a girl that kind of fits your lifestyle and what you like to do? Or say you find a girl that's perfect in pretty much all areas, but she crosses like one of my boundaries that's like having guy friends or something like that. You think it's better to move to the next girl and find a girl that kind of brings peace to your life in all areas? Or some girls are great that just don't understand a lot of aspects about dating that are beneficial to both parties. So just like,
that's a great question. And that's actually a good one you just pointed. So when I said earlier, I was mentioning how like you need to kind of train your girlfriend to be the best girlfriend for your wife. A lot of that means like deprogramming bad habits. So one of them is like keeping guy friends around, wanting to go out with her single friends, wanting to still party. A lot of the times women want to be able to have a secure relationship with you while simultaneously still doing all the things they used to do while they were single. They like to, I call it the double dip. And your job as the man is to come in and be like, okay, well, that's done now. This double dipping thing, like I get it when you were single, but now that you're with me, we're going to have some standards and boundaries here. And there's nothing wrong with it, right? I want guys to really understand. Look at yourself like a prestigious law firm. If someone wants to go ahead and join your law firm, they need to have certain grades, certain recommendations, certain skill sets, certain things. I think as a guy, if you're a prize, a catch, you should make women earn that, right? Because they're only going to value the job if they have to fight to get it. And I think as a man, that's one of the most important decisions you can make. So if a girl isn't completely following your lead and not acquiescing to your life, well, then I would say she probably isn't the one, man, because you're the leader. You're the guy that's going to need her to be on your program, not the other way around. This is why I'm so against guys that like move across the country for a woman's job. I'm like, what the hell? Like, dude, now she controls the frame. And what's up happening when she controls the frame is she's inevitably going to lose attraction for you. So I think guys really need to understand this, that like once she controls the frame and she's a leader in a relationship, and you might not even know it overtly. Like it could be something as simple as you moving across the country for her because her job went to Seattle. You want to, but your job is mobile and you move for her. Like that's in itself is bad, right? You uprooted your whole life for a woman. So,
guys, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like it's just so stupid, right? Like even if, right? Let's say that even if the things he's saying are like true, right? The problem is that the thing I've always had a problem with when it came to like this type of rhetoric is just that like it's the niche, right? Like the circumstances that this kind of things is actually true, right? You'll never be in that position, okay? You will never be in a position where first and foremost, like for example, like he wants women shouldn't work, right? So they should be able to stay home, right? You shouldn't allow women to have a leverage in any circumstance where like she's essentially become the breadwinner, right? So having to move because like of her job, which the only way that really makes sense is if like is going to be more income, you know what I'm saying? Like in normal circumstances, right? That it would make no sense for you not to do that if it's going to result in you, the group, the family, right, having having more money or being able to like be in a better position, right? Like he's going at it from a point that like your ability to generate income is supposed to be at the same level or higher, and if not, that's the root of the problem, and that's the only solution possible to that is that you are the one that just makes more money. And like if there's ever a chance that there's a relief where she can make more money, right, you should never allow that. You should never take it. And that's just like, to me, that's just incredibly stupid, right? Because if you can't outpace her earnings, like for example, like if you're a for example, like you're a blue collar worker, right? So like you do some like infrastructure work, like maybe electrician or a what's it called, plumber or something like that, or welder, right? Respectable, awesome, good job, right? That where those do pay decently well, not incredibly great, but like would pay decently well, right? If she becomes a lawyer, right, and she works for like a major law firm and she's like hitting like big clients, you're never going to bridge that income gap with her. It's just impossible, right? There's no like, unless you know what you're gonna say. Well, you need to work harder. You need to like you need to open up your own like plumber business and stuff like that. And that's just why it's just so stupid. It's so stupid because like everybody can't open up a plumber business, right? Because if everybody could just easily just have to snap a finger do that, right? Then there would be no plumbers because everybody's a plumber owner, a plumber business owner, right? So obviously like there's like actual real world physical caps to like the breakouts for you to actually be in those positions that where this stuff would possibly even apply to you, but that's the thing, right? The advice that they're giving the advice to all men for circumstances and scenarios that you will almost never be in, that's going to be detrimental if you try to apply these at the level that you're at. You can't do it. You just can't do it because you're not in a situation to be able to do it. You're not in a situation to not have a work if you're only making $50,000 a year, right? Which is the average salary that a lot of people kind of start off with, right? And then you work hard to like, you move your way up and stuff depending on your job, right? If you have children, this is especially, more problematic. Like, cause yes, most people should prefer the oh cool, you're actually getting your trash, right? Most people, should be sitting there like, having the mom stay home to raise the child, or having the dad stay home to raise the child, right? Because it's so important for the children to get as much, parental time as possible. Yes, right? But then it's not possible if the income coverage is not there, right? It should be, if you work out or you are in a situation where, like I said, the law firm example, right? If the mom is totally fine with being the main breadwinner and stuff, and she's totally fine with you being home to take care of the children and stuff, and you're okay with that too, right? Then there's nothing wrong with that, right? Don't be shamed into thinking that type of situation is wrong, right? Because this thing about like, oh yeah, she's gonna resent you, she's gonna like, hate you and stuff, right? That is true for certain types of people that you're going to come across, that is not going to matter anyway, right? Because it's not like rich people get cheated on too, or get divorced anyway. As a matter of fact, the rich people that be doing all the right things still get divorced can still get divorced in the end, right? Or get left behind in the end. So that stuff just doesn't matter. You should not be taking any of this advice to heart. Like the advice that he typically gives to heart, right? Like there's some like good points he could like kind of sort of think here and there and stuff, but like some of this other stuff, if you try to take this, you try to apply it, you're going to have a negative outcome. I promise you're going to have a negative outcome. It's not the same as like the self-improvement stuff. Sure, all day, do all of that, right? So that you can be, I guess, in a position to like where she could stay at home, or it's optional instead of like forced, right? And, all that's all fine and dandy, but then like the actual like the level of control and enforcement that he's saying that you should be applying will not work in the real world, in the scenario you're going to precisely be at. So you need to hear what he's saying and actually filter out the stuff that just absolutely and the thing is, like, a lot of y'all are not stupid, right? You hear this stuff, a lot of y'all are then running into your mind, okay, let's, if I do this, right? Let's say if I currently have a girlfriend, right? If I sit there and do this, like how's this going to outcome, right? If she's like, strong-headed, or she has like an important job or something like that, right? Or there's also, or there's personal like financial circumstances where, like these type of decisions just aren't going to fly, right? Or, or maybe she's just not, maybe you're convinced that, the life that he's saying that level of control with a woman is so great that if my current girlfriend can't get on board, right, then I'm just gonna have to part ways. And the thing is, that's fine. This is the other flip side of it that I always tell people, right? If that's what you want, like if you want what he's sitting there telling you, you're perfectly fine with getting it. Don't let no woman shame you into that either, right? You're gonna want what you want. Just understand, right? You just need to make sure that you're not doing what like some men do, where like they try to enforce that onto like the woman they're dealing with, right? If she doesn't want to do that, right, then you need to part ways. Don't sit there and try to force her to do something that she don't want to do, right? You're entitled to want what you want. You're entitled to do what you want to do, right? But you're not entitled to forcing somebody else to do it if they don't want to. Right. That's just the only thing that I think he does. They say sometimes, but I don't think they really emphasize it and saying that, this type of lifestyle, this type of like advice I'm giving you, right? This is not for everybody. And if you try to apply it, there's also like potential like, negative outcomes that could come out of this if you apply it the wrong way, right? If you sit there, you try to be coercive, if you sit there, you try to be forceful and all this stuff, instead of just having a woman that's like completely completely like submits herself to that lifestyle, right? Which there are women that are like that, right? The man takes care of everything, right? He doesn't don't say we're looking for, right? He doesn't demand much besides just like the simple responsibility things that, he takes care of all the bills, handles all the handiwork and stuff like that. I stay home, I clean, cook, and take care of the children, right? That's, there's women that's like that, and there's that prefer that life. So, and there's men that prefer it like that too, right? If that's you, that's totally fine. Don't get shamed into thinking that that's wrong, right? What's wrong is to sit there and like you get a woman, right? You bring her in under essentially under like false pretenses instead of like making your desires and your wishes true up front before like the relationship gets serious, or before like marriage, or before y'all have a child, which you might have it, circumstances, right? And then or you don't believe in marriage, right? So you just end up having the children, right? Which kind of ties you to each other like more permanently, right? Like before all of that, like you didn't make these type of desires clear, and so now like you're sitting there like you're kind of you're kind of in a situation where like hey, like if I had known this before we got into this particular position, right, it would have been like so much better for us to have just like cut it off right then and there, right? I guess it is what it is, and now you're gonna have now life is just about to be like really sucky for the both of you, right? And that's what I want you to avoid, right? I want you to avoid getting yourself put into that type of position from listening to advice like this, right? You need to be able to listen to what he tells you and filter out the stuff that actually that makes sense, that actually would be good to potentially like keep in mind or apply, if you want to apply it. Oh shoot, did I just stick that into the I guess that's crazy, right? Let's sit there and apply. See, they threw off my train of thought. Damn it, man. Sit there and take that advice and like apply it where it should apply, and don't apply the parts that you'd be crazy to sit there and and believe into. I knew it. Damn, where the hell's the lights? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead now. I'm actually gonna go ahead and end. What time is it? It's 3 a.m. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm going to end this stream. Let me just pack up my stuff here. Hazelnut, didn't mean to go that way. Sorry. Hazelnut, cream, ground Panera bread. Fancy. She's over there. That's why I like rather have labels, but I don't really want to have to do that. At least not with this stuff, right? Because this stuff I don't really care about. I want that stuff for like the things I really like the like the special products. Like I know like I know the alcohols is definitely like one of them that are pretty cool, right? Because I like the brand stuff. And then there was alcohol drinks. Books. We could do books too. It was alcohol and electronics. Alcohol and electronics, I think, are like, they definitely deserve their own label. What am I? Put you here. Let me pack this up and get ready to call it a day on this stream. This is okay, or at least decent. Now I just gotta sit there and like remind myself to do video editing and whatnot. That's the part that always takes the longest. That'd be all right. I'm just gonna start just kind of tossing these in wherever now. Yeah, that's why I need a second employee. Like, it's so important since I have the self checkouts, right, which is cool. I really need one more employee to do the storage, right? Because a restocker, I can't get somebody to do restocking and store stuff at the same time too. Like most people would do in real life, right? Because you can't stock something. There's no way that you have one person solely for stocking, one person for storage, right? The person that's doing it, no. The person that's doing the storage is usually also the person that's in charge of doing the restocking as well, right? Because they would need to know like the proper areas. Because like in a real retail space, right? We actually you have different sections for different products, right? And then like those sections are in control of the department that's going to like pull the product that they need to pull from there, right? Which obviously that person that is in control of that section is storing the stuff there, and then also knowing to pull the product there in order to fill the floor. So, fun stuff. Yeah, I don't have to wait for her to, or better yet, what I could do is just, if I want to be on a safe side, I can make her just storage real quick so that she doesn't drop her box. Nice to see that you guys are working overtime to get all that trash. Oh, do you interesting. Wait, did you just throw my, oh yeah, that's right. She does just go straight out. They don't recycle. I forgot that they don't recycle. You bastards. You're supposed to recycle. Employees will place products faster. Let me just see. I just want to know, like, in my mind, where the recycling go. Handle, checkout. Is it like far away? Customers use self-checkouts faster. I don't worry about that. Where is hire an extra person? Invoice will be paid every new day if there are funds to do so. Place products faster. All hiring. 20% faster. Another employee. Handle checkouts. Is it like one of these special ones? Pricing machine software, automated, sure. Reduce overall electric consumption. When stores close during the night, the manager can use the new clock in the manager's room to accelerate time. Oh, so like at 22:30. So like once it hits 22:30, he can speed up everything. So that means like all of the, whoever's still left, they'll check, that'll go real fast. And then the employees will move around really fast to just, stock stuff up so you don't have to wait for it. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, that's cool. Excuse me. This is the closest trash can replace with a recycling one. I understand that, but there is a thing here that lets you make the employees recycle. Whereas that customers will use self-checkout. Attract more customers per day. Is it this one? Increase maximum on the daily sales. No, hiring. That's crazy. Bro, I could have swore there was... Is there not... Did I like take it out or something? Paid invoice. Oh, right here. Yeah, that shit's far away, bruv. Like really far away. Which is crazy. Like I'd have to make a straight yeah, I'd have to try and make a straight beeline, which I think this was gonna require hygiene and street snacks, right? Yeah, so I'd have to go through this, get these two. What's this here? Recycle boxes award. Oh yeah, so I'd have to get this too, right? Obviously. What's this right here? Generate 10% more money, check, right? Then I'd go through here, going straight, and then going straight to here just to get to the recycle, which is crazy. It's a lot of goddamn points, right? But yeah. All right, so cool. Let's go ahead and like close this and save now. Cool. I'm at a balance of 350. There's a lot of light. Yeah. Okay. Do I have another? I do not have another franchise point. But yeah, so this stuff should now be due today. So we got to pay all that. Oops. Sorry. Let me just, I don't even know why I'm doing this because this is not going to actually save when I quit. Okay. Yeah. We'll just remember to just pay that next time. Hopefully if we remember. All right. Yeah. So let's go ahead and let's quit. All right. Cause it already saved when the new day started. So quit the game. Bam. I don't want to listen no more. I'm sorry. I'm tired. It's just one of those things. Darn. Oh yeah, and today's shirt is Pink Panther. Like I don't know if you guys might be too young to know, like the OG, man, the OG that was always clean at all times, man. The Pink Panther was always cleanest. He was like, I think he was probably like the cleanest cartoon I remember as a kid, bruv. The man was always on that swag. But that's it. Let me click on my thingamabob over here. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, bro, look at my eyes. Oh, this was staying up like dust to your body. Sheesh. All right. But anyway, guys, I appreciate everybody that was like, stopping by. We had quite a couple of people that's coming in and out of the stuff there, especially the people that was taking interest in like the AI stuff. We got some good AI debates in this one. Like I'm definitely saving this video, right? And I gotta get back into the groove of like pumping out videos and stuff. So with that being said, not going to stream tomorrow. As I'm thinking about it, yeah, I'm not going to stream tomorrow. I think I am going to focus on like now, like tightening up the video editing stuff so I can get that really going. What's coming in, I think, you know what? I think we're going to actually take a short break only because we got a new system on the way. And I think that's when I'm going to pick back up streaming, because I'm going to just like, we'll do the political stuff while I'm like live building my system. Okay. I just need to figure out in my mind how I'm gonna do it. Because I guess I can maybe do it right here. I just have to move like some of my stuff out the way at this desk. But technically there's enough space here where I could do it, and like my camera's right here. So I guess we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, and I'll be able to test some things out for the time being. But yeah, this is gonna be the last stream until probably the 7th. Right, so in a couple of days, right, we'll be picking up streaming, because that's when we'll be doing our live. You'll see me like putting a whole system together, like a whole new computer stuff together, and then we'll have like some videos playing on the side, obviously, some politics videos playing on the side or whatever, so that we can we can still like get some reactions and stuff in while I'm like in the weaves of stuff. Okay. But with that being said, right, again, I always appreciate everybody that happens to pop on by or stop by. This is like, it's always fun. It's always fun to interact with you guys. It's always cool. It's always good to, stay abreast. That's the word for today, right? Abreast. Stay abreast of what's going on in the world. Okay. I always try to reinforce this point to people that, you should always take a strong, well, not strong, but you should take some type of interest in the politics and stuff like that, because let me tell you guys something. Okay. This isn't, over time, as things are becoming more and more integrated, and as the stakes get raised more and more over the years, we're going to hit a point where this politics stuff, right, is about to really impact you. Okay, right now you don't see it, and you haven't really seen it for the last couple of years. The closest you probably have seen, which also coincides with like our highest voter turnout, I believe, so far in history. If I'm correct, right? Because I was looking at the numbers only a couple of days ago, right? Which I believe like our highest thing is like 86 million, right? Was COVID, right? Where if we had a strong leader that took COVID seriously, that actually did the things that he was supposed to have did, showed the leadership that he was supposed to have shown through, with the state governors, right? Our situation and things that we had dealt with COVID would have been would not have been as bad as they were. Okay, that's probably a really good example, right? But see, the thing is that's a once in an almost lifetime, right? Like that's something that obviously, like, I can't remember in like the last like 50 years, like we've had like I heard of like a crazy outbreak like that, and not even like during World War II, so it's like like this stuff, that those like separations from like things that happen in the world, and right, you've enjoyed that stuff not really directly impacting you, right? The 2008 crisis, the economy tanked and stuff like that, right? But again, right, that was more stock market, that was more 401ks and stuff like that, which, if you're young and stuff, right, you still going to school, right, without a problem. A lot of people still have their jobs, right? If you was like dependent on the real estate or the finance market, obviously it's a different story. But for the most part, everybody else, from what I remember when I was growing up, right, wasn't really impacted like to that degree. Not like COVID impacted everybody. All right. You know, the foreign wars and stuff, you don't really, you could really just not care about it at all, right? Because none of it has ever really impacted you per se, right? You know, there maybe be some things where like gas prices rise a little bit because it's just some shit that's going on, but like by and large, right, it doesn't really impact your life. Like for you to really care, it doesn't really impact you enough, right? You know, this shit with Israel going on, this shit with Russia going on, right? You're still technically isolated from it, so you don't really care. In about 9 years, where the interest on our debt becomes the number one item of our budget, I'm telling you, you're going to see the impact very soon, because like we're going to make one or two choices. Either we're going to significantly cut some stuff in order to like try and save us from a financial collapse, or we're going to have a financial collapse. And then when that and in either of those circumstances, right, you will be impacted in some way, shape, or form. And so you should really start taking politics seriously, so that you at least know the positions that people had prior to that Armageddon day happening, so that you know the people to actually go after versus the people not to go after politically, right? I'm always talking politically, right? We don't advocate for violence here. We never advocate for, you know, it might be surprising being a Republican, right? I'm just making a joke. Calm down, right? But like, you know, never advocate for violence, right? And the thing is that a lot of that stuff doesn't have to happen if you just care for it early and you make the right decisions early. You know what to do ahead of time, right? Which is why I saved so much money, because I knew the tariffs were coming, and so I bought all this stuff, you know, ahead of time, right? This is all like last minute buys, because like I wasn't actually expecting him to cave on the tariffs and then start making exceptions, right? Because then, like, you know, I was able to like squeeze in a couple, just a few more things, just a few more things that I wanted, that I really needed, because like the only thing left that's really just holding me back, because this right here is my minimum setup now, right? This has everything for my minimum required setup, and my hardware just is not strong enough. It just isn't strong enough, right? Like even with my, you know, my server in the back, my PC, and I've had my PC for many years, and I think, when did I build this mofo? What was it? I built it in I believe 2019 is when I built my PC. It was I'm pretty sure it was 2019. Yeah, it was 2019. I think I built my PC. No, it wasn't 2019. It was 2020. It was 2020. 2020 was when I built my PC, right? No, 2021 was when I built my PC, right? Because I remember I had to go through the full COVID year, and then I finally got my own place again, and then like, you know, then that's when I started like, yeah, I shelled out the money for my current PC and started crypto mining. Right. And then at the time, like it was still really good, right? It was actually like crypto mining on my PC was producing me like around 100 to 200, like on really good months, $200 a month, which is like unheard of from a PC. Okay. Dedicated hardware. Okay, sure. Right. A PC, a regular computer, right? Where you ain't really like deck it out like that. And I was $100 to $200. The shit was just making on its own as long as it was running. Psh. Boy, let me tell you something. Those are different times, though. Okay, those are different times, right? But since then, I have jacked up my PC, right? When I sat there and redid the thermal paste. If you don't know what thermal paste is, don't worry about it, because I'm about to end this here. I'm just gonna go to this last little part about why this is so needed, right? When I went to go redo the thermal paste, because my PC was getting too hot, where like I think it was shutting off at some point, and it's just because like after a couple of years, like thermal paste just wasn't any good. You know. Sit there, took the fan off, accidentally took the CPU off with it, right? So the CPU's on there, not a big deal, right? You just, you know, you still, you know, you do the nice things to like still separate it from the coolant, from your coolant, whether that's a fan or all-in-one device or whatever it is, right? So separated, right? Cleaned it, all good and stuff. I put the mofo in the wrong way. And then when I sat there and tried to like, you know, force it up in there, I ended up bending the pins. I bended up some of the pins, and I took a shaver. I took like a manual shaver, broke the blade off to sit there and try to manually bend them back. And I got some of them bent back, but others like broke completely off. And since then, my CPU, and I did that with the replacement CPU too, right? So not only did I break the original one, but I then got a replacement and still bent those motherfuckers too, right? Sorry, I don't like to use profanity, but like sometimes I gotta make a point, okay? But like, you know, I bent those too, right? And then I was just like, all right, fuck it, right? Because I cursed again, right? Because I don't have I just like, bro, I have the money to buy a third CPU, okay? back then. So I was just like, all right, well, I guess I'm just gonna have to live with it and just pray that, there's just no issues, right? And I've been experiencing some issues. I did not know that the loading thing was still here. Let me delete this real quick. And that shit was probably there. That thing was probably there this whole time. Let me remove you. Yeah, delete you. I'll have to figure out how to get that later. I think I could probably run StreamerBot on, if I run it on my computer. Sure, I'll think about it later. But anyway, yeah. So I after breaking the second pins in the second CPU, I was just like, all right, I just have to live with it. And like my CPU has been okay. It has been doing weird things where like I can't use all 4 memory slots no more. I can only use 2. And then like maybe I get some weird behavior that you can't really tell if it's Windows or it's because my CPU is missing some pins, right? So it's just it's whatever. It's whatever. But now we're about to have a whole new system, right? That we're going to build, scratch out. That is cream of the crop. This is I have actually built, minus the coolant, right? Not having like a custom water loop thing that like bring temperatures down, however it is, so it don't thermal throttle or whatever, right? This is cream of the crop, build right here, right? I get this, maybe didn't max out storage and didn't max out RAM, but you know what I'm saying, right? CPU and GPU, they're the best. They're as of right now, as far as I recall, best consumer, regular consumer, not prosumer, but best consumer grade that there is. I'm really happy. I had the funds and the money to actually pull. They're not that expensive, but if you know how to shop, you can grab them, right? Especially if you're building it yourself. But I got that's coming in, and I build that and I'm set, right? I'll be able to do everything and anything I've ever been wanting to do, right? My 6K editing, done, right? My 4K streaming, my dual 4K streaming, done, right? My render farms with more than one system that can handle 4K, because right now only my server that has like a bunch of 3060s in it can actually render my videos at a reasonable time. Although if I try that with my PC, with my old GPU, right, it used to take days for me to pump out a couple of videos, which is why I used to just like, it used to take me so long to like even do it, because I would do the editing, take a break, then do the rendering, take a break, then do the final editing stuff, this extra stuff you gotta do on YouTube. But I'll be able to, all that's about to be fast forward, right? Then I'm gonna hit my AI stuff, get my AI stuff fully crack-a-lacking. And productivity is about to really hit up, because remember, guys, okay, Armageddon is coming in about 9 years, so you need to be doing everything you can to like get yourself in the best position possible, right? Whatever is like the best job secure thing you think you can get to, you might want to start working towards that as soon as possible, right? Any side stuff you can build up, please build up. Any side skills you can learn, dedicate your life. You need to be dedicating these next like 10 years. I'll say the next 10 years, maybe just to keep it simple, right? Dedicate these next 10 years to like self-improvement in every aspect you possibly can, as if your life depended on it. Because I'm telling you, there's a really good chance that in about 9 more years, your life is really going to depend on it. And why is this actually? I didn't know that this black bar was here this whole time. Hold on. I want to know why my I don't know why this was like up this whole time and I didn't know. Close that. Boom. Didn't know. But anyway, yeah. So that's it. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up for today. Good stream. Like I said, next time we're stream is going to be when we're putting our stuff together. That's in a couple of days. Hopefully I'm supposed to have most of everything by the 8th. This build is going to take me probably 2 days, like maybe 3 days. I think it's going to take me probably about 3 days to build, give or take, right? Which I'll try and capture in the stream. But yeah, it was fun, guys. I appreciate everybody that stopped by, and I'm going ahead and sign off for today. You guys take care.
Will Almighty ever stop being trash? Can he ever not be sorry? Find out next time on Almighty's stream.
you.